Thursday on Capitol Hill, the Senate's new Select Committee on POWs and MIAs held its third day of hearings about the more than 2,000 U.S. servicemen still unaccounted for in Southeast Asia. During the first hearing, the senators heard from Bush administration and Pentagon officials who testified about U.S. efforts to recover prisoners of war and servicemen listed as missing. On Wednesday, the committee heard from families of POWs and MIAs, as well as representatives of veterans agencies. During Thursday's meeting, the senators talked with various critics of American efforts to find missing servicemen. The witnesses included former Defense Department officials and relatives of veterans who have allegedly been photographed recently in Southeast Asia. You will see that hearing chaired by Massachusetts Democrat John Kerry coming up next.
The hearing will come to order. We have a great deal to try to cover, so we want to try to move right into it as rapidly as we can. I'd like to ask both of you if you would stand so I can swear you before you get too comfortable. If you raise your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Our witnesses are Monica Jensen Stevenson, who is the author of the book Kiss the Boys Goodbye, and Nigel Cawthorn, who is the author of the book The Bamboo Cage. Both have obviously spent time researching this issue, and we welcome your testimony this morning. Thank you. Ms. Stevenson, why don't you lead off? Why don't you pull a mic, Rick? If you pull a mic close to you there. No? It's
no.
Not. There you go.
Okay, that's
Thanks.
It's a great honor to appear before this distinguished group of senators. I know that many of the senators on this committee have worked long and hard to finally bring to justice an issue that has so strongly affected our country and has for so long been neglected. Now, I was told that I only had 5 minutes, so I'm going to make this very brief, but I hope that you'll feel free to...
I think we haven't given anybody less than 7, and I don't want anybody to be an exception to this rule so that we don't create a sense. So happy to give you the 7. The reason we're trying to hold the openings down is not to not have the testimony, because we're going to put the full testimony in the record. It's really to allow more time for questions and more time to be able to talk. And obviously, if there's something you want to say, you can use.
No, that's just what I was saying. I hope you'll feel free to ask me any questions and ask tough questions if you want. I came here at my own expense today because I and my husband have spent the last 6 years of our lives researching and writing a book about the subject you will address. The conclusions we drew were ones that I would have thought inconceivable 10 years ago. I'm here because the response to the book has made it overwhelmingly clear that the many people who concern themselves with this issue need desperately to have one segment of the U.S. government champion their right to know the truth about what happened to American soldiers who were taken prisoner in a war that everyone wanted to forget about as soon as it was over. This issue, as we see it, is about trust between citizens and their government on that most important contract, when soldiers risk their lives for their country and the country promises certain protections in return. Sadly, in my view, that trust has been badly abused by the government agencies who have controlled the POW issue. When I began this story for a 60 Minutes program, I was an experienced reporter. I was not naive. I felt that almost nothing would shock me. But I was shocked to find that my government, which I believed had a common objective with the families of the missing and veterans, was deliberately lying and putting an incomprehensible resistance to the people whom they were most obligated by moral, legal, and constitutional mandate to protect. We found, my husband and I, in the writing of the book, that the interagency group which controls this issue not only lied with impunity, they did so with the full conviction that they had a moral right to do so. We wanted to find out why, but the best answer we ever got was that it was necessary for reasons of national security. Whatever that meant in this context, it did not include the American soldiers who were caught by a vicious enemy in war situations that embarrassed this country. The soldiers lost in Laos, for example, were protected by no national security umbrella. They were simply designated non-existent. The official government position has always been that there is no credible evidence of prisoners left behind in Laos or anywhere else in Southeast Asia. With the best will, that can only be described as a blatant lie, yet it is policy. We came across large amounts of credible evidence. Evidence collected by the most expensive and the best technology in the world, as well as that reported by competent and loyal human agents, many of whom were our former allies and risked their lives, their limbs, and also lost prisoners in that conflict. Evidence that was described on my 60-minute segment by General Eugene Tai, the former head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, as a miracle. Now, if the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency in all those critical years knew that it was a miracle, we believe that the interagency group controlling POWs also knew it. Yet almost all of that evidence, a lot of it, has been inexcusably retired, left to disintegrate and be destroyed. That is a fact which will make this committee's job very, very difficult. Another devastating lie is that if men are still alive, they are there by choice. My husband knows something about that. He saw French prisoners long after the French Indochina War was over and filed a report with the Canadian government. The Vietnamese displayed these prisoners to my husband as converted communists, but it was clear that they were prisoners and that they were under extreme duress. Like Bobby Garwood in Vietnam, abandoned by their country, they had no way of telling the truth about their real position without forfeiting their lives. We believe the POW control group knows that about Bobby Garwood and the other American prisoners that they have reports on. Another lie is that the Vietnamese never offered to return prisoners. We too have talked to the Vietnamese, my husband more extensively than I, and we have talked direct to people who were direct witnesses to meetings where the Vietnamese made an offer of prisoners for money. One was made to the Woodcock Commission in the late 70s. The truth is that lies have become U.S. government policy on prisoners, and that's a policy that's more generally known as plausible deniability. I'd like to give you just one very graphic example of what happens to credible intelligence and what happens to our institutions. One of our sources is a retired CIA man of high rank who personally saw prisoners in Laos in the early 80s. He reported this to the appropriate agencies, and he knew which ones they were. The negative response spurred him to look into that policy. And what he found was a deliberate, organized attempt by some intelligence officials to disinform and harass the families of the missing, who were most vocal in their disaffection of government policy. He brought very specific charges to the Justice Department. When we tried to find out what happened to those charges, they had disappeared. All that one investigator could find was a self-serving document that cleared DIA of all wrongdoing. The investigator then asked the Department of Justice for the full file. The official said he would have to take this up with another government department, and later the official withheld the complete file because of a third agency's objection. Is this what American justice has sunk to, that a third agency, without identifying itself, can interfere with critical matters affecting the lives of prisoners of war that are brought before the Department of Justice. I know that many of the readers of our book find this unacceptable. And we hope and they hope that you will not only address this problem, but that you won't allow this investigation to be made ineffective by the same kinds of abuse of secrecy, and that you will rectify this kind of activity. I've been asked to bring up one more matter by the people who have been working quietly and diligently on the issue of live prisoners. They're concerned that perhaps this committee will address itself too much to the issue of remains and not live prisoners. And they recognize that you have a full year's investigation ahead before you can issue any definite statements about prisoners. But they're urging that you issue now a public statement which says, if there are Americans alive in Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia who were taken prisoners during the Vietnam War, or because of activities growing out of that war, the Select Committee will welcome them home.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stevenson. Mr. Cawthorn.
Gentlemen, my opening statement should be my book, The Bamboo Cage, which says all I have to say about this issue. However, my book is not published in this country, and it's extremely difficult to obtain over here, so perhaps I should summarize the main points. The book maintains that more US prisoners of war were taken than were ever admitted to. The source for this is the Department of Defense's own documents. As you know, much of the figures for casualties and body counts given during the Vietnam War were pure fiction. In any war, manipulation of such figures for morale and propaganda purposes is inevitable. The papers also show that people were segregated into distinct groups, and the conditions that some of the prisoners were kept in do not match with the experiences of any man returned in Operation Homecoming in 1973. During the war, the National Security Agency made an analysis of what happened to pilots who were shot down. They noticed that most of the airmen down near the main prison camps around Haiphong, Hanoi and Haiphong, were taken there if they did not pass any installation of strategic importance on the way. Injured men were thought to have been taken into China. Those with special skills or vital strategic information were taken to the Soviet Union. They did not return.
Who's asserting that?
Jerry Mooney, largely, but what he asserts is corroborated by some of the documents.
I just was curious. I missed what you so go ahead.
Men captured along the Ho Chi Minh Trail and in other areas where manpower were needed were forced into slave labor. Plainly, those who worked on projects of strategic importance, like the huge underground warehouses at the southern end of the infiltration routes, were being prepared for the eventual invasion of South Vietnam, could not be returned. The communist Vietnamese could not return Americans who knew of their plans. After debriefing, their intelligence would be given directly to the government of the Republic of South Vietnam, who continued fighting the communists for 2 years after all prisoners were supposed to have been returned. The papers also make it very clear that American prisoners were taken and held by the Pathet Lao. The NSA knew this too. None of these Americans taken by the Pathet Lao were ever returned, even though the Pathet Lao said during the war and after it they were holding American prisoners. These men, the Pathet Lao said, would be returned after the war in Laos was over and the US bombing of that country ceased. The US bombing of Laos did not end until August 1973, 4 months after the American administration said all American prisoners of war had been returned from Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam. From their analysis of the radio traffic, the NSA knew that not all prisoners would be returned at the end of the war. Some had been earmarked as bargaining chips, hostages held against the reparations the American government had long talked of. Perhaps the NSA knew of the situation of the French prisoners from the First Indochina War. After their defeat in 1954, the French government spent millions of dollars ransoming their prisoners. They were still being returned as late as 1979, 25 years after they'd been captured. Certainly the CIA knew this. American intelligence documents show that it was it was known that French prisoners from the First Indochina War were still being held in the area around Barbie throughout the Second Indochina War, the American War, from 1965 to 73. Not only is it known that the Vietnamese were holding American prisoners hostage, there were even attempts to pay a ransom. On February the 1st, 1973, 5 days after the Paris Peace Accords were signed, President Nixon wrote secretly to Phan Van Dong, Premier of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, the North, promising $3.25 billion in reparations. However, prisoners returned in Operation Homecoming, when prisoners returned in Operation Homecoming returned home, they revealed they'd been brutally tortured. Their inhumane treatment outraged Congress, who banned all reparations to Vietnam and later to Cambodia and Laos. Despite the pleadings of the administration, embroiled in the Watergate scandal, President Nixon's influence did not carry the weight it might have done otherwise. And Congress did not know of the President's secret agreement with Van Dong, not one penny of which has ever been paid. The Paris Peace Accords talked to the release of all prisoners of war, not just the American prisoners who were being held by the communists. As the 60-day release periods ticked by, the communists quickly suspected that their prisoners of war were not being returned, with good reason. The American and Allied troops had long been cavalier with Vietnamese suspects. The government of South Vietnam were no more humanitarian. Frank Schnepp's book, Decent Interval, speaks eloquently of the fate of one North Vietnamese who had been a prisoner. Nguyen Van Thai, a former deputy minister of public security in the North, had come south in 1962 to take charge of resistance in Saigon. He was captured He helped engineer the assault on the US compound in 1968. He was captured in 1970 and held in solitary confinement in a chilled, windowless, white room for over 4 years, while a series of interrogators tried to break him. However, in 1971, a year after his capture, attempts were made to exchange him for American prisoners being held by the Viet Cong. These attempts failed. In 1973, when the release of prisoners who was supposed to have taken place, he was not returned. He was held in the same conditions for another 2 years until 1975, when the fall of the South seemed inevitable. Then, as the communist troops massed at the gates of Saigon, he was loaded onto an aircraft and thrown out over the South China Sea. I believe that some people have already told this committee that the new Prime Minister of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam is not to be trusted because as military director of the Viet Cong, he was responsible for the executions of at least 3 American prisoners held by the communists. Terrible though this was, this is no time for recrimination. Intelligence documents from 1973 confirm that the Vietnamese communists made a deliberate policy not to return all their prisoners. The Laos also made it plain that they would use the same tactics as the Vietnamese when it came to demanding reparations from the US. There is also evidence that attempts were made by the US government to prevent the press and broadcast media from reporting that Americans were still held in communist hands long after they're supposed to have been released. There is a seamless carpet of evidence from 1973 up to the present day that Americans are still being held in captivity against their will in Southeast Asia. Letters have been smuggled out, photographs have emerged, names, service numbers, aircraft identifiers, zip codes have been reported. Hundreds of refugees say they've seen white and black men in captivity in Vietnam and Laos. Sometimes these people are identified, and occasionally it's been possible to track prisoners by name as they're moved from camp to camp in Southeast Asia. It has also been alleged that boat people and other refugees volunteer this information to ingratiate themselves to the American authorities. They know from bitter experience that any information on POWs gets them into trouble. It has also been said that they do it for money, but rewards whose publications have elicited thousands of reports of live sightings have not been collected. Often refugees don't even realize the significance of what they've seen. They were told during the war that American pilots were bandits, criminals. They were not surprised to see such criminals still in captivity. Besides, people fleeing the communist regimes of Vietnam, Laos and Cambodia have other things to worry about than the fate of American servicemen. The Vietnamese government at low levels have often talked of prisoners being held. High-ranking defectors and long-term prisoners of the Vietnamese regime have been released at critical moments, like the change of an American administration, tell of Americans still being held. Evidence from all these sources tells the same story, that American prisoners are still being held in Southeast Asia. When I put this evidence before the Vietnamese authorities in Hanoi in 1989 and asked them for another explanation, they did not answer me. They simply told me that I was a friend of Vietnam. I hope I'm a friend of America too. I've been asked to testify before this committee because I am, quote, strongly critical of the US government's action to account for POWs and MIAs. That is not so. My aim is simply to discover the truth of the matter, whether American servicemen are still being held in captivity in Southeast Asia or not. I think the agencies responsible for the counting of the MIAs have done a sterling job, given that the US government doesn't want to know the truth. If the Defense Intelligence Agency proved that they were there, what could the American government do about it? They could not pay the reparations that were promised to Vietnam in the Vietnamese in 1973 for the men's release because Congress won't allow it, nor could they ask Congress to pay the money without having to admit that the guys were there in the first place. The American people seemingly don't want to know the truth either. More than 30 American publishers have told me that. The Vietnamese government could hardly be expected to own up either after all this time. They have few enough friends as it is. They would be branded as barbarians and shunned as an international pariah. My job in writing The Bamboo Cage was to collect all the available evidence and evaluate it. The case is just overwhelming. I'm a writer, not a politician or a diplomat. I've written down the simple truth as I found it. I've tried to present the evidence to the American people so that they could make up their own mind. That I understood was the American way. There are Americans still alive in captivity in Southeast Asia. It is beyond doubt. What America does about it is up to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know that members will have a lot of questions. Let me just pick up on your last statement. You say there are beyond doubt Americans being held in Southeast Asia. What is the strongest piece of evidence that you have of that?
I think that if one looks at the evidence piece by piece, one doesn't get anywhere. It's a question, you don't see the wood for the trees. It's the question is the weight of evidence that all testifies to the same thing.
Okay, but give me the weight of the evidence, sort of build this. You've spent years with it, it's in your head, you've written a book. Give me a quick picture. I mean, what's the sort of weight of the evidence that says that they're alive today, right now?
Plainly, one can't testify that they haven't all been killed in the last 5 minutes. The question is that it's a seamless carpet of evidence that comes from during the war and beyond. It just doesn't, there's no time does it stop. No time does someone come out.
I understand what you're saying. I'm trying to help you make your own case, but I want you to make it. I mean, give me sort of the pieces of the thread. This should just rattle out, I would think. I mean, there's the evidence of who, there's the picture of this, there's the live sighting of, I mean, what is it that lets you draw that conclusion with that kind of conclusiveness?
I think from reading and analyzing intelligence documents, from reading and analyzing the testimony of refugees, from speaking to former intelligence officers to speaking to former congressmen who've seen evidence, and speaking to the Vietnamese.
Now, can you tell me any Vietnamese person who says they know somebody's alive today?
I believe there are people named in my book, certainly.
What, you believe there are or there are? I mean, can you direct me to them? What Vietnamese people, he says, talking to Vietnamese, I'm saying, what Vietnamese people today could say that there's somebody alive in Vietnam?
Today?
Well, or in last week or last year.
I'm sorry, it has been 2 years since I wrote this book, and it's difficult to remember, but certainly there are named people in my book who say there were and there are people there, yes.
Okay. Let me go back to the numbers issue. How do you arrive at the judgment that more people were taken prisoner than we recorded or than we admitted?
Simply from me, looking at your own records, I think the most glaring discrepancy was an incident on the DMZ in 1967, I believe, when the Marine Corps reports that 8 people were missing, but on that day, according to the Pentagon's records, there was only 1 person missing that day. And that the Vietnamese who was captured says there were 29 people captured that day.
Well, was that ever reconciled? Do you know? In
No.
other words, I mean, listen, having been out in battle, I can well remember what happened in a spot report, and then what you learned when the dust settled a couple days later, and you realized that somebody that you thought was missing and you reported missing turned up, or you realized that some people that got separated, appear. I mean, was there any reconciliation effort with respect to those, or have you just taken the raw reporting of those days and
No. These are records. One comes from the Marine Corps' evidence comes from.
Let me just say, incidentally, you're not the only person who has suggested that the numbers are off kilter, and the committee is not. We're going to have to try to run that down because there are families that have also suggested the numbers are out of kilter, and we're going to try to look at it. I'm just trying to understand your determination and methodology.
The Marine Corps reporting was from the Marine Corps history, which it wasn't simply the first day's report. No. They had gone back to the battlefield and done an accounting there and then.
And did they subsequently report those people as indeed missing or captured or what?
They were listed. It's in the Marine Corps history that says they're missing from that day. Yeah.
And that was never you were saying factored into the total numbers that were reported by the United States as a whole?
That's right.
Now, have those discrepancies been cross-checked with DIA or with the appropriate services?
No.
And you know that to a certainty?
Well, I certainly haven't done it.
You didn't do that?
No.
All right, okay. Now, Ms. Stevenson, you talked about the lies. I'd like to try to focus on that. I've read your book, and I'm interested particularly in some conversations that you've had with Mr. Childress and other things that took place. But if you were going to say, Senator, here's the most blaring lie, the most obvious sort of example that you could tell the committee in a short framework so we can really hang on to it and understand it, what would you pick?
Well, what I said in my statement, that there is no credible evidence. And I have no problems. I've had extensive conversations with General Tai. I've had extensive conversations with people in the Pentagon who are working on this issue. I've had extensive conversations with people in the agency. I've had extensive conversations with people who were working for ISA when they were involved in a rescue effort. They all tell me that. I trust them. I believe they told me that without really compromising themselves. But when they say it is so, I believe it, particularly when General Tai says it, because I found him always to be a man of the utmost integrity. There is nothing in his record that would lead me to believe that he lied.
Okay. Now, when you say General Tai also said it, we've met with General Tai, we've had a conversation with him, he's going to be here to talk to us publicly, but what is it you say he said? What is the conclusion you draw?
That there is an amazing amount of credible evidence. We also spoke to a good number of the people who were on his commission, including General Robbie Reisner, who have absolutely no doubt, based on the intelligence that they saw, that there is not only credible evidence, that there is proof positive that men were alive. When that commission looked at the material, that was current intelligence.
Now, Ms. Stevenson, in order to help the committee to try to make this the last inquiry we have to make, I recognize authors' privileges, and they are different, obviously, from those of somebody testifying in court and so forth in terms of source identification. Can you identify sources to the committee so the committee can talk to people in confidence?
I have identified sources already to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, the minority investigation.
This is a separate effort completely. Can you identify them to the Senate Select Committee?
I can in almost every instance, except for when I asked permission to identify people to that other committee, and I would have to go back and ask if it's all right to give the same information to you.
Now, will you do that, please?
Certainly, if you let me know what you would like done.
Mr. Chairman, could I?
Well, let me just say, we have a member of the sort of select, of the
I just want to help
minority
you on this
committee.
point. That's
Thank
all I
you.
want to
That's
do.
what I wanted to ask you.
I don't think that it'd be out of place for, at one point, when this committee was getting underway, you wanted to discuss with me about an attempt of her calling you about sources, and that was why she was trying to call you at that particular time, to give you those sources. She wanted to be fully cooperative with this committee.
But,
No, I
but I
understand
also
that.
want to make sure that I'm not stepping on any toes, and I want to make sure that, that it's done in the right way.
I understand that.
So I will leave the procedure for it up to you, but certainly I've been willing to.
Well, that's important,
Turn
and
over
I
all
appreciate it.
sources.
And in fact, we did communicate. I talked to Ms. Stevenson. She was in Bangkok, and in fact, we met when I went to Bangkok, and so we talked further. So,
I'd also like to point out that our book passed the most incredible scrutiny by lawyers, by one of New York's top law firms, and everything had to be documented, and they checked with everybody.
now, my last question, because my time is up, but you've both said with certainty that people are alive, and this is the sort of catch-22 circular argument, Hobson's choice, whatever you want to call it, that we get into in this thing. Vietnam is saying, let's normalize. Put your people into the country, go wherever you want. Now, assuming, and I've never made an argument for normalization until this is resolved, but let's assume solely for the purposes of this argument that one normalized tomorrow and people were then streaming all over the country. Presumption is that if people were alive and they were holding somebody, that would be the worst thing for them. I mean, they're asking to have us come in and go everywhere because we're going to discover somebody if that's true.
Well,
Now, doesn't that mean that they're not going to allow that to happen? I mean, they're not going to...
Well, Senator, I think it's a lot more complicated than that.
Well, that's why I'm asking.
There are a couple of things to consider with this. I think it has always been historically possible for communists to hide prisoners. I think there are plenty of examples of the Soviets, of the Vietnamese, et cetera. But aside from prisoners, I mean, the official position when my husband saw French prisoners in Vietnam was that there were none. At one point, they found it
Well, you've just answered the question.
plausible
Your
to-
husband saw French prisoners.
That's right. That's
so
right.
if
But they
Americans
were-
go in
but
there,
they were passed
presumably,
off. No,
they're
they
going
were
to see
passed-
American prisoners.
But they were passed off in the same way that the gentleman this morning explained, that they were communists, that they were converted communists. And my husband knew that they were not, because they were really under duress. They had to check every
But the
minute,
point-
even to lift up a
I
glass.
agree. The point I make is somebody saw them. If Americans start going into the country, the likelihood is somebody's going to see them, isn't
Well,
it?
the other thing to keep very aware of is that the prisoners are moved back and forth in the border areas of Laos and Cambodia. That is well known. I will answer your question. I'll answer the same question that you asked Mr. Cawthorn. Why am I most certain? Because I've spent the last 2 years living in Southeast Asia, and I have no problems believing the people who have seen them. These are people who have not asked for any money. As a matter of fact, some of them are people who have renounced all material goods. They are incredibly moral, upstanding, decent people who proved that, as far as America goes, during the war.
Well, are you talking
when
about
they
Mark? Who are you talking
No,
about?
I'm not.
Who are you-
I'm talking about Asians.
Asians?
Yes.
Okay.
Would you give us those
My
names?
time is,
Would you give us those names?
can you share the names of those?
I think you'll know why I am not prepared to openly give you those names.
No, not
If you
openly,
can
but-
work out a way to protect our men, yes, but it would have to, you know, we're not naive about this, are we?
When you
We
say-
know what
no,
would
no, no.
happen if I announced names right here.
But when you say,
I'm sorry, I don't, you got me, I don't know what would happen.
You don't know what would happen to the men who are who are being held in a hostile situation when our former enemies are saying they have no prisoners?
but do you see, that's what gets us into the exact Hobson's catch-22 circular argument I just said. Here we are struggling to find them. Here we are struggling to negotiate their release, or whatever. Let's say we found them. What you're suggesting is they're not going to let us find them because they're going to kill them. That's what you've just said, correct? So if they're not going to let us find them and they're going to kill them if we get a hint that they're holding them, what are they holding them for? For the inevitable day when we find them so they can kill them?
Not if they get a hint that they're holding them, but if they,
Well, what are they holding them for then?
I don't know. I think there are people who say that they're holding them to see what will happen in the future, and at the moment they're very uncertain
But
about
if they're
what
not
the
ever
government-
willing to use them as a negotiating tool, if they're not ever willing to come to anybody in 19 years and say, "We'll give us $25 million, we'll give you these people," eventually they're going to die, and it doesn't do them any good to
But I
hold
think they
them.
have tried to use them as a negotiating tool, and I think that if you bring Mr. Schinkel before this committee, and you can assure him that the people will be protected, he will bring people who were direct witnesses to offers made by the Vietnamese.
Okay. Well, the reason
Bill
I'm playing
Paul-
devil's advocate here, I'm trying to press this issue because I want to lay on the table, you know, whatever the rationales are. One keeps grappling with it. And I'm going to, you know, as I've said to people, I'm going to ask these questions on both sides of the fence here to try to get at it. But it just occurs to me that there is a struggle still to understand how you break through that. If they're going to get killed the moment somebody knows they're there, yet there's nobody that ever sort of negotiates for them, and then you go through this process where we're searching for them, and yet they're holding them despite the fact we're searching for them, and if we find them, they may kill them. You get into a tortured kind of circularity here.
Senator, I think that this committee will be able to do that, and I think that you will get the appropriate response from people.
We will be able to do what?
I think
Speak
that
to those people?
I think that you will be able to speak to witnesses, people who have had direct contact with prisoners, as long as they have reassurance that
Well, they
it
will
will be
have,
handled properly.
I can guarantee you that anybody who can give us true firsthand information of a live sighting, this committee will guarantee
Well,
their safety.
It's not me that you have to reassure, but
I understand
but I
that.
believe that
But
you
you
can
will give
reassure.
us these names and lead us to these people. Is that accurate?
I'm saying that in some instances, you have to have people like Al Schinkel come before this committee, because he is one of my links to these people. I don't have the influence with them that he would have.
Well, let me just say that we're well beyond on my time, and I apologize to colleagues, but this is the last go-around, in a sense. So I can assure
sure.
you the committee is going to bend over backwards to examine these people, to examine their evidence, to talk to people, to keep confidences, but to find out what's going on here, because it is critical that they be spoken to.
Can I
Senator
just
Smith.
tell you one thing, and it will explain the situation that I'm in. Before I came here, I got a call, before I left Thailand, I got a call from Mr. Schinkel, who said, "Can you tell me if I can trust the committee and if I can bring the witnesses who will listen to me to Washington?" And they include, for example, the man, the Vietnamese, high-ranking, who was there when the Vietnamese offered the Woodcock Commission 160 prisoners. He asked, can I trust them? What do you think? And I said that the people I've been working with are certainly trustworthy. And I would advise that. But that's as far as I can go. I'm certainly willing to be helpful in that way.
Chairman,
Well,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
pardon me, but who's
Senator
Mr.
Kath.
Schenkel?
Mr. Schenkel is an individual who lives in Thailand who has had a long involvement as one of those dedicated to trying to find live people in either Laos or Vietnam.
He's a retired Air Force intelligence man, and he has given testimony before congressional committees before. One very, very important bit of testimony that still is classified in 1977.
He came to see me.
Yes.
He came to see me when I was in Bangkok, and we agreed that the committee will follow up with him. And indeed, the committee.
Chairman, I'm not sure about the answer of the witness. Is she saying that she will give us the names that she has, or does it require the permission of Mr. Schenkel in order for us to get the names that you have?
Can you answer that?
In some instance, it would require his agreement, yes.
Why would that be?
I take it that is because he was a source and you made an agreement
Yes,
with him
that's
as an
right. And
author, as a
Because
writer.
I'm not an intelligence person involved in this, I'm not an activist, I'm a reporter.
I understand. I think it's a question of the reporter-source relationship, and I respect that. I think I think that's something we have to do. However, Mr. Schenkel has said to me that he is willing to cooperate, and the committee will obviously seek to have his cooperation. Senator Smith.
Ms. Stevenson, I just want to reiterate what Senator Kerry said as one who has been involved in this issue myself for a number of years, as most people know, and most if not all of the members of this committee have been involved in one way or the other. There is so much information out there. I've heard a lot of it. I've talked with you, as you know, and I've talked to others. I think I've talked to everybody that I know of who believed that they had information on this issue, including the DIA, for a number of years. But if we're going to get to the bottom of it, and as I said in my opening statement, I realize that we have to earn that trust. But this is the last shot. I really believe that, and I think everybody on this committee believes it. We are really trying to get to the truth. And we're not going to leave any stones unturned. And I understand protection of sources. Believe me, I understand it. And although Senator Kerry can say, and I will say that we will guarantee, of course, there is always the human possibility that something may compromise that. I'm certainly not going to tolerate it or allow it. But within those parameters of human beings, sometimes not living up to agreements, I hope that we can, because if we can't, we'll never get to the bottom of this, in my opinion. There is so much information out there that conflicts that the only way we're going to be able to look at it is for somebody to put it all together and synthesize it and weed out what's truth and what isn't. And I would just second the motion that's already been made here, that wherever you can to provide under whatever parameters you need to provide to protect people, to get those people to us if you can. I wanted to specifically ask you about one source, and obviously I expect you to identify the source, and I don't know whether that individual was identified with Senator Grassley's to Senator Grassley or anyone involved in that other report, but the one that was of interest to me, of great interest to me, was the source that you identify, the individuals you identify as Casino Man in your book. He said, just quoting a couple of lines from this individual in your book, now quoting Casino Man, he said he knew what had occurred when Site 85 fell. That's the Lima site in Laos, 1968, right? He knew men had been betrayed. He knew men had survived, and he knew that some had been taken prisoner. Then, in a later discussion with the same individual whom you identify as Casino Man, I believe in the institution of, this is quoting him again, I believe in the institution of the CIA. I just think parts of it have gotten into the wrong hands, and I've got proof. Proof this cover-up is not the work of any one administration. There's been a group of people who have controlled certain issues through 4 presidencies, and any big investigation into missing men would lead to its condemnation. Without getting into I would like you to, first of all, to say how much credence you put in that individual in terms of what he said, or she, whoever. Casino man, I assume, is a man. And secondly, would you, if you haven't already, be willing to provide that source or to the committee?
I had his permission to provide some of the material he gave me to the other investigation. I have never felt very comfortable with him because of his, I mean, he's just a sort of complete intelligence man, and I have trouble with people like that. And one problem is that I really don't know whether when he gave me permission to give it to those people, I also have permission to give it to this committee. I think I would certainly be willing
Let me
to
just say,
try
two members
find
of
out.
those people are on this committee.
Okay, then. Well,
Senator
then,
Helms and
then
Senator.
So I would hope we don't have a
Isn't
problem.
it something that you could work out yourself
Well, if you've
without?
already given it, I'm not worried
Yes,
about it. If
okay.
you
Is that a
haven't,
problem,
Yes.
Senator Helms? Can we, it's not a problem. Good.
one just, and there are a lot of members that want to ask questions. I just have one more of Mr. Cawthorn. A good deal, I think, of the information that you used in your book came from a series of volumes which were identified as uncorrelated information relating to missing Americans in Southeast Asia, allegedly published by DOD in, 1978, December 15th, 1978. Yeah. What is the status of those volumes now? Are they classified documents to the best of your knowledge?
I'm afraid I don't know.
Does anyone on the committee know whether they're classified documents? There is. Can you go into some detail about those documents as to how much, what specific information in those documents was provided to you? They are DOD documents. So if they're DOD documents, or then you feel that at least the information that was gathered, you have some reason to believe it might be accurate, at least the information that you're referring to as incriminating as far as live Americans are concerned. So could you comment on that in terms of its veracity?
Well, I mean, a lot of the documents themselves say if the document refers to, say, an interrogation of a Vietnamese prisoner or a defector, it has an assessment there of what the interrogator thinks, what the source man thinks at that time. I'm
told that my staff is correct that the documents are not classified.
I'm relieved to hear so.
So I guess you're not in any trouble as far as leaking classified documents. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield at this point and to someone else.
All right, Senator Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Monica, I must tell you how delighted I am that you've come today. Your book, I think, has done more to bring this issue to the attention of the American people and perhaps to Congress as well than any single effort that I'm aware of. And I found your book an excellent book, and I think there are an awful lot of Americans who deeply appreciate the endless hours and the time that you put into it, as well as the personal sacrifice that I know it included. I am told that you did not have an easy time getting this published, and I'm wondering if you would share with us the problems that you ran into as you sought to make the facts public.
Well, that's true. We started that project with a great deal of enthusiasm with one of the largest publishers in the United States, in the world, as a matter of fact. We got a very nice advance. They welcomed us with open arms. I warned the publisher that we'd had some problems at 60 Minutes and that they could expect the same problems of pressure. I had gotten pressure when I worked for 60 Minutes not to do this story. They went ahead anyway, and we worked on it for 3 years with complete enthusiasm. Then two things happened. One, letters were received from certain people in covert operations threatening a libel suit. On the surface, it didn't look like a real threat, but our lawyers assured us that is the only way it could be interpreted. And also another book was published called Out of Control, and a suit was initiated by General Secord, and that book was taken off the stands. The author won that suit, but long after the book was destroyed. Anyway, it was soon after these two things happened that our first publisher decided not to publish the book. And we had a great deal of trouble. Well, we were not able to persuade them. What was interesting was that in the last meeting we had with them, they were very, very adamant in asking us to identify our sources. And the source that they wanted identified was Colonel Nick Rowe. And at that time, we had not identified him, and he was assassinated soon after that. But they really kept pressing who that man was. The other interesting thing was you asked about Casino Man, Senator Smith. Right before they dropped the book, Casino Man came from halfway around the world because they wanted to know who he was. He had requested a lawyer with a national security clearance, and he was willing to give them everything, every bit of documentation that he had. On the day he arrived, they changed their minds. They didn't want to see him. And then they dropped the book. Anyway, we were able to sell the book to a Canadian publisher, and we initiated a suit against the first American publisher on the basis of lack of fair dealings. And the Canadian publisher then later sold it to a Penguin, another American publisher, and it was sold to an English publisher as well. But similar pressures were applied, and it went through a very heavy legal vetting period, and it did finally come out. Thank God there are some publishers with courage.
Well, you've been through a great deal, but I think it's going to yield some dividends.
Thank
we
you.
hope this hearing will be of some value in following up. And it's following up, I think, that maybe is the most important now. You've mentioned a statement by the committee that would be helpful. And I want you to know that that statement is going to be offered as a motion in this committee. We go on record to welcome those people home. But I'm wondering if you don't have other suggestions for us as to top priority things that we ought to follow up on.
Well, I mean, it's hard to do in a large sense. You know, I'm willing to do that over a longer period of time. I think one of the crucial things, because so many people involved with this issue have been disappointed, have come forward with information, and have had, well, their entire lives compromised. I think this is particularly true of Asians who have testified or who have been willing to come forward. And so they are now very reluctant, and I think that that statement will be important, but I think there must be other ways that you will have to show them that they really have your support, that you will stand behind them, that if they come here, something won't happen, you know, so that they'll be endangered or their families are endangered. I think most of them, what they really want is just a kind of public recognition that they're not liars, that they're not self-serving.
You mentioned the Woodcock Commission. As I read the summary of that commission, they concluded, quote, there is no evidence to indicate any American POWs from the Indochina conflict remain alive for the reasons of terrain, climate, circumstances of loss, and passage of time. That, of course, was in 1977, before Bobby Garwood came out. That's right.
And again, you know, I accept the word, and this is really one of Mr. Schenkel's people, the one I mentioned, who was a witness to a meeting where 160 men were offered. I have no reason to disbelieve that man. As far as I know, he has never asked for anything for that information. He's hurting himself by saying it. At least he would have hurt himself in the past.
Do you know of the American negotiators that were present when that offer was laid on the table?
No, but I think that's a question you should ask this gentleman and ask Mr.
Well, it's
Schenkel.
clearly an area we can follow up and try and verify. We
Yes.
have the ability to call negotiators if they were there. I have looked through a letter by Congressman Ben Gilman of New York that conveyed criticism of your books, challenging its veracity. I don't know if you've had a chance to.
I have not seen that. I've heard of
see
it.
that?
People here have mentioned it.
I would appreciate it if you're willing. I've looked through it myself. If you would be willing, when you've had a chance to review it, if you would advise us of any comments you'd like to make with regard to
I
those
would.
observations. The ones that I have looked at, frankly, the facts they cite seem to substantiate your book rather than their criticism of it. But I think your observations of those characterizations would be helpful to us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Brown. Senator Reed.
A man called Intrepid was sure great. Tell your husband that.
Thank you.
Tell us about the threatening phone calls from the government officials urging you not to do your story.
Well, it's in the book, and just roughly, it was when I was working for 60 Minutes.
Who were the officials?
The official was Colonel Richard Childress.
What you attribute your notes being stolen that were in your briefcase to government operatives.
Well, I don't know that for a fact. I just, a lot of strange things happened that had never happened to me before.
How many books did you sell?
I believe that it is close to 100,000 altogether between the United States, Canada, and England.
If American POWs were ignored by the United States because it would embarrass certain CIA officers or others, why wouldn't Laos or Cambodia or Vietnam release them just to do that, just to embarrass the United States?
I think there were factions in those countries that wanted to do that. I think there is a conflict within them, and my husband described that. It is in our book. When he was over there, he was dealing or spoke to some hardline people who made that quite clear.
You actually believe that as we speak here today, there are Americans who were in the military during the conflict in Southeast Asia who are alive today over there?
Well, I think we ought to give it a chance. I agree with Mr. Cawthorn. I mean, I have no idea whether they were not killed off in the last 5 minutes. But I believe since so many were alive at the end of the war, the chances are pretty good. We know from historical records that certain Soviets survived a longer time than that. So there's a good possibility, yes.
You haven't, what's your estimate as to how many?
I really don't like to do that. I would think hundreds, but that is my personal opinion.
Senator Brown referred to the letter from Congressman Gilman.
I have not seen that, but
Well, let me read to you from this letter dated in January of this year. He says that he's received this book and it's been brought to his attention, and he relates here that Mr. George Brooks was advising bookstores in his area, his congressional district, that they should place it under the fiction department. He goes on further to say, the logic of the motive of this cover-up, as outlined in your letter, eludes me. As you recall, President Reagan never hesitated to blame his predecessor, President Carter, for any of the economic or diplomatic problems that befell our nation during his presidency. It makes no sense to me, in the one instance, he would countenance a cover-up to protect the reputation of his predecessor. Likewise, I find it highly unlikely that President Carter, the man who granted amnesty to Americans who avoided the draft and who was elected to the presidency on a platform condemning the excesses of Vietnam and Watergate would have been overly eager to cover up the role of President Nixon and Ford in any secret war. Your contention that President Bush would be embarrassed by the truth belies all logic. If the president were able to return even one live missing American to his home prior to the 92 elections, he would be hailed as a hero by all Americans for his reelection, and his reelection would be virtually assured. The idea that he would rather cover up for Presidents Nixon, Ford, and Carter rather than do this flies in the face of common sense. How would you respond to these three paragraphs?
Senator Reid, I hope that President Bush does just that. I hope he returns one, and I hope that he becomes a hero.
Well, but you see, you're not answering the question.
Well, I don't know what the question is.
The question, why would these various men who have been, and one president is President of the United States, cover up for the other?
I think that's a very complicated question, but I think all of those men, all of those presidents were advised by bureaucrats who were working on the issue throughout, many of them. And I can only tell you again, why would the testimony, the strong personal opinion of a man like General Tai be discounted? And why would even the Reagan administration, who made it a national priority, lie about his testimony? He testified before Congress about every 6 months on this. And yet when I did a 60-minute show in which he said that on air, they issued a public statement saying that he had never talked about this, that he had indeed only mentioned it once in 1981.
See, the problem?
What I have tried to understand is, why do we discount the testimony of the most qualified people on this issue?
Ms. Stevenson, hopefully this committee won't discount any testimony, but it's the third day of testimony? We've been here now 3 days. And we have had a string of witnesses who have said, and the latest being the colonel this morning and this afternoon, who said, if there were an American in Vietnam, we'd know about it. And there aren't any. And we're talking about almost 20 years, people being in effect hidden in Vietnam. Now, I would hope that you're right. I hope there are hundreds, 200, as you say, Americans alive over there. I hope that very much. But at this stage, the facts that I have been presented belie that. The only information we have from you and Mr. Cawthorn is speculation. Now, we should follow the advice that we've been given and follow up every lead, and I hope we do that. But how do you believe that there would be places in Vietnam where these people could be hidden for almost 20 years?
Well, I'll give you two examples. One, my husband was there during the Truth Commission. He's a Canadian, so he was there with the Canadian delegation to the Truth Commission after the French Indochina conflict. And there was strong speculation that the Vietnamese were bringing arms in from the Chinese side. And they were never able to prove that until about 5-10 years later when it was verified. I think it's very easy in a closed society like Vietnam to hide prisoners, arms, anything else. The other thing I want to tell you is that we have recently also met with the Vietnamese, not the official negotiators, but certainly high-ranking. And I said, look, you know, this committee is going to go into session, and they are going to represent the American people, and that's a lot different from the negotiators that you've been dealing with. Because the American people really want answers, and the American people want to know, for example, what happened to the prisoners we know were alive, the ones our intelligence tells us were alive? What happened to Peter Cressman, and what happened to Colonel Donahue? Those are two examples I outlined for them. And he said, why are you bringing up these cases? The American government has never brought these cases up with us, and we have done everything that the American government has asked of us.
My time has expired, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Reid. Senator McCain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I thank the witnesses for appearing here today. Mr. Chairman, just let me preface my questions with the following remark. I said at the onset of this hearing that I assumed that Americans were alive, and I will continue to assume it until we have as full accounting as possible. I've assured my friends Red McDaniel, Jack Bailey, and others who are in the audience that I intend to ask tough questions, and I think it's legitimate to ask tough questions of people who have beliefs on both sides of this issue, and I hope that that's well understood, because without tough questions being asked, Mr. Chairman, I don't see how we're going to get to the bottom of this issue. So I'd like to repeat, I assume that there's Americans alive until we have as full accounting as possible, which we do not have. At the same time, there's a lot of information that we have to wade through, and the only way we're going to get to the bottom of this issue is through asking very difficult and tough questions from people who come down on both sides of the issue. Having said that, Ms. Jensen-Stevenson, in your book, you state, and I quote, "Most astounding, some prisoners were actually hidden in the main prison compounds in Hanoi. One such man, Air Force Colonel Norman Gaddis, who was shot down in May 12, 1967, did appear on the 1973 list of returnees unexpectedly. He had never been accounted for by the Vietnamese, yet for almost 4.5 years he was kept in a section of the prison known as Heartbreak Hotel. In all that time, no other American prisoner had seen him. If he had not finally been spotted by other prisoners after the Vietnamese moved POWs and consolidated them in several key locations because of the attempted Sante raid to rescue prisoners on November 21, 1997, Gaddis would probably have ended up in MIA. Ms. Jensen, I speak from personal experience. That is totally false. We knew that Colonel Gaddis was in prison. We were in communications with him. He was appeared at a Christmas church service in 1969, which was filmed by the Vietnamese. And I would like to know, since I know that that statement is false, from my own personal experience, I'd wondered where you had acquired such information.
Well, at the time, I got that from other people who were in your situation.
But for who?
Well, I can't give you that right here and now, but it was by talking to other people.
I would hope you would supply that for the record, because it is just not true. And we knew that.
Well, I have heard the contradiction to that, and I accept the possibility that, but at the moment, I don't know which side is right.
Well, if you don't want to take my word for it, that's fine.
I didn't say that, Senator.
Well, okay, thank you. Mr. Cawthorn, you state in your statement, during the war, the National Security Agency made an analysis of what happened to pilots who were shot down. They noticed that most of the airmen down near the main prison camps around Hanoi and Haiphong were taken there if they did not have to pass any installation of strategic importance on the way. Now, Mr. Cawthorn, in the early years of the war, 1965 and 1966, the Americans did not bomb the northern parts of Vietnam, Hanoi and Haiphong. Most of the prisoners who were in Hanoi because in the Wallow prison that were captured in the early years of the war, in fact, virtually all of them, were shot down in the southern part of the country, Vinh, in that area. Now, they were all taken north to Hanoi. How does that jibe with your, they would have, in order to, in some of them, it took as long as a week to 2 weeks to get there. Is it your allegation that they didn't have to pass any, quote, any installation of strategic importance on the way?
I also mentioned in the book that the NSA didn't begin to analyze the shoot-downs until after 1970.
They didn't analyze, so they didn't analyze those that were shot down in 1965 and 1966? No. Well, frankly, that doesn't make any sense, Mr. Cawthorn. I mean, people were shot down and captured during the first couple of years of the war, most of them in the South. They were taken north through various, usually by truck, and obviously they would have had to pass by installations of strategic importance, since, as you know, it's a relatively narrow country with very few main arteries of transportation. Ms. Jensen-Stevenson, I would like to bring up an issue which I think is important, because in your book you cite U.S. Army Major Mark Smith, who I will preface my remarks by saying I do not know nor have I ever met Major Smith, although I've heard about him. And he is mentioned throughout your book as one of your key sources. Now, I think that if you use a source as extensively as you used Major Smith, obviously you like to look into the background because you then like to, any journalist, and I'm sure you're an outstanding professional journalist, likes to look at the veracity of that witness. Now, the facts are that a hearing was held in 1986 by the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee. They invited Mr. Smith and his colleagues to present their evidence. Mr. Smith failed to honor his commitment until a month later when he was had to be issued a subpoena. And then the hearing was reported in the press as a matter of official record in the Senate. And the view of those the senators who were a member of that committee, that his evidence proved not true. In fact, according to some witnesses, Major Smith invited one of the senators to the parking lot, because there was some disagreement. Mr. Smith said that the White House also had shown an interest in the tape. According to Mr. Smith, officials under the direction of Vice President George Bush told him to offer Mr. Gregson $4.2 million deposited in the Bank of America in Singapore for the tape. Those are false statements, said a spokesman for the Vice President. The Vice President did not authorize Mr. Smith or Mr. McIntyre or any other party to pay any money for the purported evidence. I guess my question to you is, did you have any qualms about quoting him so extensively, given the clear questioning of his veracity by a Senate committee, not this one?
I'm not sure what that last statement you read from having to do with the Gregson case has to do with.
It has a great deal to do with his veracity.
With my book, because that's not in our book.
No, but it has something to do with his veracity, was the reason why I quoted it.
Yes, it does.
Vice President of the United States, now President of the United States, disagreed with him.
Right, and all I can say is that I did look extensively at Mark Smith's record. So did my husband, especially as related to the charges that were brought against him. And there was a file this thick which clears him. We looked at all of that. What happened in that instance, where false charges were brought against him, makes me believe that something was not handled properly in the later questioning. Now, Mr. Smith says in that particular instance that you bring up, which we do not deal with in our book, I do know about it, that the reason he did not show up for that particular committee meeting was because the committee did not honor its promise to keep the name of the witness he was bringing out of the public. The morning that he arrived, he saw Robin Gregson's name in the newspapers, and that is why he did not show up. And that is what I was talking about earlier when I said that a lot of people who have information about this are afraid to come before this committee because things like that happened in the past. There has to be an absolute guarantee when there is a guarantee. People cannot be compromised in that way because quite often their lives are at stake. And I believe that Senator Simpson apologized to Mark Smith. That is on the record in Mark Waple's files. He was a witness to that, and you can call Mr. Waple and ask him about it. He himself said that he thought he had goaded Mr. Smith beyond endurance.
Thank you very much. I see that my time has expired. I'll be glad to wait till next round. Just may I make, Mr. Chairman, one comment about General Tai. In your book, Ms. Jensen Stevenson, you say, General Tai told me flatly that he'd seen the best possible evidence of Americans still alive. Before speaking out, he was publicly humiliated. I have known General Tai for many years. I have seen him testify before this committee. I have seen his remarks widely publicized throughout the country. I know no one who sought or did publicly humiliate General Tai. He's held in the highest regard by all of us, and I don't think that statement is accurate. But I also think it's very important that General Tai has said consistently that he has seen no hard evidence, but the weight of all of the cases that he saw convinced him of that. And I think it's very important that the record be clear that General Tai, who will be able to elaborate before this committee, stated that to this committee and to me, or to the Foreign Affairs Committee when I was on there, and to me personally on several occasions. And to my knowledge, he has not changed that opinion. And I do respect his view. I know that the members of this committee respect his views. Otherwise, we wouldn't have him before the committee. And I know of no one who tried to humiliate him.
Senator, I don't know if you've read the portion of the book where we talk specifically about the humiliation. I guess it's a matter of opinion whether that was public humiliation or not. In my husband's, in my view, it was, and in a lot of people's view, it was.
It's not in General Tai's, ma'am.
Well, I will also tell you that if you read the law, the Bar Association Intelligence newsletter, which is edited by Admiral Mott, where he reviewed our book, he called General Tai and had a conversation with him about our book, and General Tai, that is public, I think, backed our book and said he had no quarrel with it and repeated the statements that he had made to me, again, openly on the 60 Minutes program.
Let me make a comment, if I may.
Could I just finally comment? I wasn't commenting on whether he agreed or disagreed with your book, Ms. Jensen-Stevenson. My disagreement was that he was publicly humiliated, and I don't believe that's correct, nor does he believe that's the case. I thank you. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
But you read from the beginning of the book where you're talking about credible evidence that he has only talked about the weight of evidence. He has said, and we have records of it, that there very definitely is credible evidence. And on 60 Minutes, he described it as more than credible. He described it as a miracle.
Let me, you have to leave, so you want to take a minute?
I just wanted to say, in response to two things, I appreciate the Chairman's indulgence, in response to two things that Senator McCain said, I too hold General Tai in the greatest regard, the highest regard, and I think all members of the committee do. However, having personally reviewed the Tai report in its unedited version, I can tell you that there are people within the agency who did not hold him in the highest regard, and I want to state for the record that information, because I read it, and I cannot comment on it now because it still is a classified document about the content of it, but it certainly was not a complimentary introduction to the Tai report written by an individual from the Defense Intelligence Agency, and I'll stand on that point. The second point, and I feel, with all due respect to Senator McCain, I can only comment on what I know about this, and I'm not going to comment beyond that. As far as Mark Smith is concerned, I was as frustrated as anybody else that the information that he thought that he would bring forth, we thought he would bring forth regarding that videotape did not come forth. I was not a member of the Murkowski Committee. And therefore had no input into that at all, so I do not know the facts there. But I do know for a fact that, and I'm not going to go beyond saying this, that people in the very highest levels of government were very interested in that tape, and that I was personally involved in the negotiations for that tape myself. I will state for the committee in executive session, if they like, as to who those high-level people were, but I can't comment beyond that other than to say that everything that Senator McCain said regarding that $4 million was not exactly accurate.
First of all, Ms. Stevenson, let me just answer your concern. I want the committee on record, and I want anybody who is thinking about coming forward to understand that this committee is determined to keep whatever agreements it reaches with people with respect to protection of their identity or whatever within one limit. And the limit is that, and it will only be with agreement with the person, but that if it is necessary in terms of public knowledge, this is not something that can go on or be kept behind closed doors forever, because the committee's purpose is to shed light on this. And we are insisting on shedding light. With the Pentagon opening up, it would be totally contradictory for us to shut down. But on the other hand, if the opening up is enhanced by keeping one individual protected for some reason, clearly the committee is prepared to do that. And we will have to defend ourselves by the information, the quality of the information we put out, and the quality of the judgments we make as to whether or not we were justified in doing that. and the proof in that will not be until the end of this process. Second point I want to make is that for those who are measuring the tone or approach of questioning here and trying to draw conclusions about somebody's view, I want to reiterate what Senator McCain said. If somebody comes in front of this committee and says to us with a certainty, Senator, they are all dead and I know it, we're going to put that to the same test as somebody who comes here and says, I know there are people alive. And it is by nature adversarial to a certain degree, though I am determined to keep it from being adversarial in a way that suggests to anybody they are better off not coming forward. We do not want this committee to wind up doing that. And finally, I will say to you that it will be unusual for us to be in this kind of predicament because we knew what we were doing when we set out these first 3 days as establishing the parameters. We recognize that a lot of this work will be through deposition and interview and a certain amount of investigative background work that will, just like putting together any case, before you go to court with your case, you do your preparation. And a lot of that is going to be done. So I respect your willingness to put your evidence and theories to test, and that's what's happening here. Who is next? Senator Kassenbaum. Am I correct on that? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, I would like to say, Mrs. Stevenson and Mr. Cawthorn, that I was invited to sit on this committee by Senator Dole. We were selected by the majority and the minority leaders. It was with great reluctance that I agreed to serve on this committee because I don't have a background in understanding much that has gone on. I have tried to read a great deal. I've tried to understand. I think you can understand how perhaps someone coming fresh to this might be quite perplexed by some of the testimony back and forth over the last couple of days, several days. And I think the hardest thing for me to understand is to hear from both of you who've spent a great deal of time and involvement in this, and a great deal of research, Ms. Stevenson, on your part, to say that you both believe strongly that there are still live Americans there and that this is being covered up by our government. Now, I'm not debating the point of whether they are or aren't there. What I'm trying hard to understand is what is the motivation for this?
I mean, I can only tell you that I had the same difficulties for a long time and still do to a degree because they are so hard to understand. I think a lot of it has to do simply with what happens when you have a job and you've made a mistake. I think a big mistake was made at the end of the war. And I think that mistake was compounded, perhaps with a lot of people not deliberately. But once those men were abandoned and people knew about it, every bit of evidence that seemed to come in was discredited in some ways. I spoke to one of the children of a missing man just before, and he has a letter which I think is now blown up and being shown around, which talks about fingerprints on his father's case. And he has never been able to get those fingerprints. They are now missing. I mean, when you look at this subject, you find a long history of mistakes like that. And then when you begin to realize the intelligence of the people and their background, it's just very hard to believe that it is only incompetence that has created this long record of mistakes.
I think it's quite easy to understand that I mean, politicians don't draw attention to problems they can't solve. And it seems to me that this problem's an intractable problem, and you don't shout about it.
Well, I don't really agree with that at all. It's easy to shout frequently about things you don't understand. I think that it's really something that is hard to understand, that after all, I can understand that mistakes may have been made. As the peace treaty was put into place and as they were trying to bring people home quickly. What I find hard to understand is that still, at this juncture, there would be people being held there against their will.
But we cannot really look at that unless we look at the history. If men were abandoned, then there is a good chance. And in order to do that, that men are still alive. And in order to do that, we really have to look at the intelligence. I think it's paramount that this committee seriously look at the Peter Cressman case. Now, here's a man who was shot down and captured after the peace accords were signed. That is something pretty heavy to hide. That is something that I think one can easily understand why. And as a matter of fact, I have talked to people in the Pentagon who have told me about that case, who have told me that they were terribly upset about it. It was a very, very important emotional upset for them, so much so that they put it on paper, and that was classified. Now, I think it's important that this committee get a hold of that protest by Peter Cressman's own colleagues, or at least people who cared about him, who were in the service.
In the book, Kiss the Boys Goodbye, and speaking of intelligence, you state that the intelligence on the prisoners has been efficiently collected, so much so that today, and this is when you're writing more than 14 years after the U.S. evacuation of Saigon, all Vietnam is laced with grapevines of human intelligence on prison camps and on who's in them and who runs them. Is this U.S. intelligence that you're referring to?
In the first place, there is a basis for those prisons under the old system. It's the old French system, and the Vietnamese, they use that same system for Americans.
But when you were speaking of an intelligence network, you were speaking of their intelligence or our intelligence?
No, I'm talking about our intelligence, the intelligence that we have on American prisoners.
Right, but the sources, it's a network composed of Vietnamese or of our own, are working for our intelligence?
It is a network of Asians largely who are working for America, either on an ad hoc basis. Maybe they formerly worked full-time, now they work on a freelance basis.
Is this information that it has been available to you as you've been working over there?
This is information that as we researched it, we came across it. It has been available since the end of the war, and a lot of it came about because people, our former allies, were in prison with other Americans. I mean, the best example of that is the Vietnamese general who was in prison with Bobby Garwood and who reported on that to President Reagan.
This intelligence network that still is ongoing there, I would guess.
Yes, it is, and I think it's also important for this committee to get a hold of Bobby Garwood's official debriefing, and you can learn a lot about it in those papers.
We have requested that, and I'm told that we will get it.
And at the same time, perhaps you should get the unofficial debriefing that General Tai did with Bobby Garwood, which is professionally, I believe, just as good.
Just the last question. Do you feel that there is a distinction to be made between those that you believe may still be in Vietnam and in Laos?
I do think there is a distinction. I think there is much more evidence today about prisoners in Laos than there is in Vietnam, and I think that's been probably done quite deliberately because a lot of them are in the border areas. So they could easily have been moved back and forth. And I think that's an example. Some of your colleagues, some other senators who went to Vietnam in 1986 were told that there might be prisoners. They wouldn't be under the control of the Vietnamese, but the Vietnamese would help us to look for them. I think that's a very good example of what's happened. They've been moved, and some of them are perhaps totally not under Vietnamese control, but most of the evidence indicates that there is some Vietnamese control in the areas where they're being held.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kassenbaum. Senator Grassley.
Monica, have you sensed any real problems with the distribution and sales of your books that might indicate some outside interference?
Well, I can only say that strange things have happened. I don't know whether it's a matter of incompetence or whether there has been interference. Since there has been some interference, sometimes I think that's true too. I don't want to think that. So I steer away from it. But when we were doing the promotion for the book last year, it was not in any of the major cities where we were. And people who wanted to buy the book had to wait sometimes months to get it. They were persistent enough to have really turned the book into a success. It's that kind of thing. Before the book came out in the United States, we were pressured, very much pressured, to, under threat of no publication, to settle our suit with the first publisher. But I think it could logically happen in the business. I have no proof that there was any direct pressure.
When did the Vietnamese offer prisoner to us, and what were the circumstances? You briefly described some such offer involving the Woodcock Commission. I'd like to have you elaborate on that offer and on any others you might have, and most importantly, describe how you know it.
This is something I know through someone, through Al Schinkel, and I believe Mr. Schinkel, and I think the man's record really stands for itself. He was present. He was a Vietnamese official who was present when an offer was made for 160 men in exchange for money. I don't know if you were here when I said that one of the last things Mr. Schinkel said to me before I left Thailand was that could he bring this man and other people to this committee and have a guarantee that they would be protected because they were willing to speak before the committee. And as I said, I mentioned that I had been working with the Senate Foreign Relations Committee minority investigation, and I certainly felt that that they could work with the people here.
The Wall Street Journal also reported an offer in 1981 made to
That's
President
right.
Reagan.
That's another
telegram.
offer.
Monica, have you...
Would the Senator yield on that?
Yes, I will yield.
Well, I was hoping you might follow up to find out who that offer was made to. Who can we...
According to the story in the Wall Street Journal, it was discussed in the Oval Office by President Reagan.
By who?
And the Cabinet, yeah.
Monica, have you talked to U.S.
Let me just interrupt again to pin that down. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Yes.
Is that according to the Wall Street Journal that it was discussed by the President and the Cabinet, or
Yes.
other sources?
By the Wall Street Journal.
The Wall Street Journal story suggested that?
Yeah.
What was the date of that story?
I'm sure it's in here. I'll look it up for you if you like.
It's in the book. It's
Yeah.
cited. And, okay, fine.
But that's another example where one of the witnesses got into a lot of trouble with certain government agencies, and I think the person who could explain that to you the best is Mr. Ross Perot.
We have spoken to Mr. Perot and will further.
Monica, have you talked to U.S. officials who claim to have seen U.S. POWs or anyone else who has seen POWs since 1973?
I have, and I mentioned that in my opening statement. You weren't here to hear that.
My point is, would you be willing to put them in touch with this committee?
I would certainly be willing to try, yes.
Mr. Cawthorn, would you also be in a position like Monica to assess for access to some of your sources who have firsthand knowledge on this subject and let us know about them?
Certainly, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions.
Thank you very much, Senator Grassley. Senator Helms, he is not here now. Senator Daschle. No questions. No questions at this point. Second round, Senator McCain, do you have further questions?
Just briefly, I'd like to pursue this of the negotiations a little further, please. Ms. Jensen-Stevenson, do you know at what time frame these negotiations took place?
I'm sorry, what negotiations?
You pull a mic.
The negotiations that you referred to for 160 POWs, do you know at what time frame that took place?
During the time the Woodcock Commission was in Vietnam.
And that was, do you know when that was?
Oh, you probably have more precise dates than I do. I don't have my
And at that time, there was an
documentation in
offer
front of me.
made, your testimony is that there was an offer made for 160 live POWs?
My testimony is that there is a source for that, a Vietnamese who was an official present there, who is well known to Mr. Schinkel, and that according to Mr. Schinkel, one of the last things he said to me was that if he felt that assured that this committee would treat this witness properly, that he would be willing to come here to testify.
Then it's my understanding that your testimony is that Mr. Schinkel has information or an individual who states that there was...
My testimony is that I know this witness through Mr. Schinkel, and I have respect for both people.
In other words, it's not just Mr. Schinkel. You have also had contact with this individual.
Yes, and I mean, I can only go according to my journalistic judgment. Perhaps I can be proven wrong, but I believe, yes, I believe him.
Now, this individual was a high-ranking Vietnamese official.
Well, you know, when you get into high-ranking,
I think you'd have to be
it's a
fairly
matter of
high-ranking.
opinion, but he was high-ranking enough to be present.
I think you'd have to be fairly high-ranking in order to make an offer
be
like
present,
that,
that's
wouldn't
right.
you?
I didn't say he made the offer, I said he was present when the offer was made.
And who made the offer?
The Vietnamese.
Which Vietnamese?
I don't know that.
You don't know?
No, I don't know that.
And you don't know who the offer was made to?
I know that it was made to whoever was officially there to receive such an offer.
And do you have any idea who that was?
Specifically names?
Yes.
Well, if I can look back at my papers on the Woodcock Commission, I could give it to you. I don't have them here, no.
These were Americans this offer was made to?
There were Americans on the Woodcock Commission, that's right.
And the offer was made to the Americans on the Woodcock
That's
Commission?
right.
So we could contact the Americans on the Woodcock Commission as well and ask them
I would hope that you do that.
And
I would hope that you speak with Mr. Woodcock. I have spent quite a bit of time talking to him.
Mr. Woodcock corroborates that?
No, he does not. But I think you'll find it interesting talking to him.
Well, as a matter of fact, I have talked to him several times in the past,
Good.
and I find him to be a very outstanding man who served his country very well, including one of I believe, our first ambassador to China, as well as a very respected leader in the labor movement. So
he would be a very good witness for you to bring here.
Thank you, but he either has no knowledge or denies that happened. It's all right. We'll talk to him.
Or as he puts it, you know, he doesn't know.
I see. But I just wanted to get it straight for the record. It is your direct information from talking with this former Vietnamese official that a meeting took place sometime during the Woodcock Commission where an offer was made for 160 live Americans in return for an undisclosed amount of money. Is that correct?
An offer was made for the men, yes. I don't know that much about the money part. I mean, I don't know the amount. I don't.
But it was financial.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank the witnesses.
Thank you. Ms. Stevenson, I know it's in your book, but I want you to relate it anyway to the committee. First of all, how long were you with 60 Minutes?
Just short of 6 years.
And when you were with 60 Minutes, you were a regular person?
I was a staff producer. That is, I was working for CBS. I had just renewed another 6-year contract.
And you were a producer of the regular Sunday night shows,
yes,
correct?
I was. I wasn't just
segments.
a freelancer. I didn't come in just to do one story. I worked for 60 Minutes.
You worked for it, and you
It's
were... It's
considered one of the best jobs in the business.
Correct. And you were, and you have under your belt the production of a significant number of segments that 60 Minutes has aired. Is that not true?
I do, and I have an Emmy, and I also have a gold medal for Best Documentary at the International Film Festival in New York.
Now, at some time, you began this story as a regular 60 minutes project with enthusiasm and excitement, I take it.
I did. I have to admit, I'm somewhat ashamed of my views at the time because I had no question, for example, that Garwood was a traitor, is how I thought of him, and I initially really wanted to look at that.
So you began really where a lot of Americans begin with this, which is sort of doubting and questioning and...
I did. I thought that Garwood was really making up the prisoner issue, and I had been aware of the Bogreitz things, and I thought they were hoaxes, and I really did believe that. I mean, I leaned in that direction. I wanted to be objective, and I think ultimately I became objective.
And in the course of your investigation, you began to experience, didn't you, things that were different from anything you've experienced in any story you've done?
That's true. I didn't think I was naive, but I really believed that no agency of the government would try to interfere with a program like 60 Minutes.
Now, was the interference because they felt I mean, maybe you can't even answer this, but was it because you sensed that they just didn't agree with what you were saying, or you were going off on a slant that was wild, or was it because you were doing this at all or getting into this? I mean, can you even tell the difference?
They just didn't want the program done. The reasons initially were that all of the people, and Colonel Childress seemed to know who I had spoken to, that all of the people I had dealt with were crazy, gold smugglers, senile, et cetera, et cetera. And when he saw that I persisted, he then verified that there were prisoners, at least in his mind.
I want you to describe the conversation that you had with Colonel Childress, because this is a conversation you personally had.
This is a conversation that I personally had. It was, however, witnessed by other people in my office.
And Colonel Childress, was this the telephone conversation?
Yes, it is.
And why don't you describe to the committee what happened?
Well, when I did not respond properly by agreeing to not go ahead with the program, he tried another tack, and that was to tell me that if I persisted in doing the story, I could endanger the lives of prisoners who were still over there.
That's what he said to you on the telephone?
That's what he said to me on the telephone.
No question in your mind whatsoever?
There is no question in my mind whatsoever.
What did you say to him?
I was flabbergasted that he would try, and I already at that time had a great deal of respect for people I had dealt with, like General Ty. Like Red McDaniel. And I invited him to come on the program and say publicly what he had said on the phone. He said he couldn't do that, but that I should get someone else, like Secretary Richard Armitage. And I said, but we've tried to get the Secretary, and he hasn't responded, and he said he will now. And that was right. The next time we tried Armitage, he did respond.
All right. Now, did your conversation end abruptly?
I don't know what you mean by abruptly. It didn't end on the friendliest of notes, and neither did the second conversation.
What was the second conversation?
We did an interview with Congressman Solars after that, and I said to Congressman Solars, made some remark about he didn't want to be sandbagged. And I said we weren't going to sandbag him, but as a matter of fact, I did know from a very good source in the administration who would be the person to know that there were prisoners alive and that it was known to the U.S. government. And he tried to grill me on that, and I said, well, I couldn't say, even though I had not agreed with Colonel Childress that I would keep him anonymous. At that point, professionally, I thought I would do that. And I said I couldn't tell him, but I could tell him that it was a very solid, high-ranking source that had told me that. And on the following working day, I got a call from Colonel Childress demanding how I could tell Congressman Solars about our conversation, and that, in fact, he had never said that at all, and I had misunderstood.
Now, did you subsequently have a conversation with Richard Armitage?
We did an interview with Mr. Armitage, and I'm sorry I can't remember his public relations director at the time, but the pre-questions were done through his PR person.
And did you learn any more in the course of that?
Did I learn any more about the prisoner issue?
Yes.
Well, I learned that his office and he considered there was no credible evidence, that there was none.
That's what they said.
That's right. And I referred to General Tai several times because I had come across his testimony in the congressional record, and it was done in a subtle way, but the attitude toward General Tai was certainly disparaging.
Now, again, sort of from a devil's advocate perspective, is it possible that when Colonel Childress said that to you, well, if you persist in doing this, you jeopardize any live Americans, that he was speaking conjecturally, that he was saying it in the context that if there were people alive and you went ahead and did this, that this would hurt, but not that he was affirmatively saying, I mean, is there any interpretive room there?
There was never any doubt in my mind, but could always be the possibility.
Possibility of what?
That's what he was doing. I mean, you'd have to ask him.
Okay. But you took it as absolute outright
I certainly did.
Statement.
I certainly did. And I believe he made similar telephone calls to other people, like Red McDaniel, where he indicated the same thing.
In which he indicated similarly that this could hurt the bringing back of people who were alive.
That's right. And there's an affidavit in the Smith-McIntyre lawsuit about that other call with Captain McDaniel.
Does any other member have any further questions of this panel? Senator Brown.
In your book, on page 233, you quote Danny Sheehan as saying, quote, "I think I can prove how profits from drugs and arms finance covert wars in the name of American national security." If you would share with us the evidence that you have on that and any availability that it might of that evidence.
Well, there is a lot of evidence, and I think if you want to explore that, it would be useful for you to talk to people who are a lot more knowledgeable about that. I spent some time talking to Alfred McCoy, who wrote The Politics of Heroin. He spent a lot of time in the early 70s personally talking to people in Laos and Thailand who were involved with that activity, including General Vang Pao. He's much more knowledgeable than I am. What is in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee minority material is, for example, an interview with a high-ranking Laotian general who also talks about that, which was background for our book as well. But we went to people like McCoy, who are the experts.
As I read your book, there is at least a suggestion or a hint that some of the reluctance to bring American servicemen home in Laos area is somehow related to the drug trade. Is that a fair statement?
Yes. I mean, we didn't deal with that extensively because that would be another whole book and a lot more research would have to be done, but it's certainly clear that part of that secret war, as it's known, was financed by the sale of illegal drugs and arms.
Do you have any additional names of people who you think could give testimony or information that would help us?
On the drug question?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I could provide you with that. I just recently participated in a teleconference with many of the people that we had been in touch with, and I would probably be easy for you to give you the list of those people.
I know the committee would be interested in that.
Let me just say to the senator that as chairman of the subcommittee on narcotics and terrorism, we spent a significant amount of time looking at some of those issues, and there is a long report of the subcommittee that has a huge amount of now documented information. And in fact, some of the people involved in that in this hemisphere are being used by our government as witnesses against major drug dealers in this country, including the Noriega trial. So there's a large body of evidence about it over a long period of time.
And I have to tell you that we did rely on other direct witnesses. We have not had any sort of direct dealings with drug dealers or anything like that. But I think the work, for example, of Al McCoy, who's a professor at the University of Wisconsin, is very solid when you look at it and you check back on the work he did.
What can you tell the committee about rescue missions, the covert efforts to rescue the POWs?
Well, I can tell you that I spoke to people in the Pentagon who were directly involved with some of those missions, and they told me point blank that the intelligence that those initial efforts were based on was absolutely top-notch. One of the people I spoke to at the very beginning about this also was Admiral Tuttle. Another person was with ISA, which has since been discredited to some extent, but I still believe that the information we got about those early rescue attempts was accurate.
In this area also, I think the committee would appreciate any suggestions you might have for people who would be able to provide information about those missions. You've already given us some, and if others occur to you, I think it would be helpful to us.
I would hope that one of the things that this committee would do would be to get the SEPA records of the Ron Rewald trial, where the judge determined that it could not be open to the public because of the emotional impact it would have on the families of prisoners. We saw some of those papers and some of that testimony. I think you would have access to all of it. I think it'd be very important for you to look at it.
You've spent some time with Bobby Garwood.
Yes.
Would you indicate or you share with us your view of whether or not, your view of how reliable his information is, and whether or not he did indeed switch sides?
My view and that of my husband, who has a lot more experience in dealing with intelligence matters, is that he was never a collaborator and he did not lie about other prisoners. And I know that General Tai has told us that he could not possibly have made up the things that he said in his debriefing, that it so closely matched what DIA knew about other prisoners. I think he has been, I think he has really been maligned. I think his life has been, to a large degree, destroyed, and he's made a remarkable comeback. He's handled it very well.
Did he indicate to you how it was that he came to be captured in the Da Nang area?
Yes, and of course I know that too from the court-martial records and other sources. I would like to tell you a story about Garwood. We knew a lot about him, but we did a radio program in Chicago last fall, noon news show, and suddenly a call came in very urgently from someone from California who had been just driving through the city. And he said, I just had to call you. I heard you talking about Bobby Garwood. I want you to know that he was still in the Marine Corps. I was present when, at that first debriefing or first talk that Garwood had with the Marine Corps, and he did nothing but talk about other prisoners. That's just an example of the kind of information that's come in on Garwood.
The point specific area I was concerned about was to be, as I understood from your book, he was captured in an area near Da Nang, out by Marble Mountain near the Hospital Air Base complex.
Yes, and I don't know if you remember, but initially he was charged with desertion, and at the last minute at the court-martial, the person who had actually raced him raced with him for the job, that particular driving job. They were both drivers, showed up and said, yes, it was an official assignment, and he was captured. I've also seen copies of a photograph of him under guard with his hands tied that, for some strange reason, was never shown at his court-martial.
Did he ever mention how it was he was captured, though, the actual capture? That I mean, I was in Da Nang at the time. At
Yes.
that period, it was a that part of the peninsula is quite a secure area.
Well, he was ambushed. I mean, it is in the book, and I don't want to contradict myself by now repeating it, but we described it as he described it to us. I mean, it was an ambush.
Let me, I take it there are no other questions of this panel. Let me announce then.
Just one comment.
Yes.
Mr. Quinn, who was the interpreter for the Woodcock Commission, has already stated to us that that absolutely did not take place, any offer on the part of the Vietnamese for 160 POWs. I'll be interested in his statement since he was the interpreter for the commission.
You know, all I can say is, gentlemen, you have the option of
No, we're
bringing
gonna-
the witness here, and I hope that you will do it.
Let me make this, look, I think
Maybe
it's,
you will disagree, but
it's not ours, it's not up to us
It's a
to
matter of
disagree.
disagreement, it's a
Yeah.
matter of evidence.
well, the evidence will be when you bring the person here.
Precisely.
Then you can decide whether he's lying or not, and I hope
Well,
you
it's
bring
not
him
a-
here.
Let me just say that I think that there's going to be a lot of evidence swirling around. I mean, we've had absolutely polar opposite statements on certain things, not by your panel, but in the course of testimony that we've heard. Some of which, incidentally, is not as far apart as it may seem at first blush. I mean, Colonel Bui Tin's testimony this morning, while he professes knowledge of and firsthand testimony to the effect that no one is alive today, clearly left room in terms of where he was and what he knew in the early days, the aftermath of the war, so that you know, there's a lot of room here to begin to sort this out, and I think that's exactly what the committee has to do. I want you to understand that you know, all of this needs to be checked out, and that's why you're here. I think what's positive is that we're going to check it out, and that you've
I
come
think so,
here
too.
with that understanding, and we need to work with you more in order to be able to do that. Let me just ask you one question. How long will you be here? Are you going back to Bangkok?
Yes.
Or would you be here another day or so?
Yes.
I would appreciate it if staff could meet with you tomorrow to further inquire with respect to some of these names, places, people, and so forth, so that we can begin that process almost immediately of going after it. Second thing I'd like to announce is that we had previously scheduled the administration and certain agencies to come back this afternoon in order to respond immediately. Unless they insist that they would like to do that this afternoon because of anything that's been stated or put in the record, and they don't want to leave it lingering, and I don't want them to feel that they're not being given a fair chance to respond. So if they insist they would absolutely rather do it today, that's fine. I would prefer, and I think the committee would prefer, and if they do not object, I would like to tide that over until next week or so, for the simple reason that it will permit staff to go through the 3 days of testimony. It will permit us and them to do a better job of culling questions and discrepancies so that we can address them without a sense of being rushed or of being haphazard and scattershot. So my preference would be, barring their insistence to the contrary, that we would delay them until next week and simply complete the panels that are set out today. Ms. Stevenson, Mr. Cawthorn, your books are your own testimony, obviously, and I am confident that every member of the committee and the staff are going to go through them in great detail. We're going to try to pair every single inconsistency against other inconsistencies and so forth, because, as I think everybody has said, this is really the last shot. And if we don't do that and try to separate what we understand to be reality or not, there's no way for this committee to begin to answer these questions. So we thank you for, and I thank you, Ted. I know you came distance at great personal expense. We're very appreciative for that. And we'd like you to just be available to the staff in the next hours so that we could pursue some of those issues. Thank you. We have two panels. I don't think they're going to take that long. But the next panel is Mr. Jeffrey Donahue, the author of the POW MIA Timeline, and Ted Sampley of Homecoming 2 Project, U.S. Veteran News. I don't think these will take that long. And then following that, the final panel will be made up of the most recent publicized cases of photographs of Colonel Jack Bailey on the Carr case, Hamilton Gayden on the Bora case, and Albro, Lundy, Shelby, Robertson Quast, and Gladys Feckelstein representing the Lundy, Robertson, Stevens case. Gentlemen, would you and Gladys Feckelstein representing the Lundy, Robertson, Stevens case. Gentlemen, would you stand, please, and I can swear you. Would you raise your right hands? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Do you remember the layout?
Mr. Donahue, you want to lead off?
Yes, sir. I'd like to shorten my opening.
Could you pull the mic close to you? And without objection, your full text will be placed in the record. Yes. With any accompanying materials.
That's why I would like to shorten my opening statement, if I may, and then make some brief comments and take questions on a few important issues that have been raised over these 3 days: the nature of the intelligence, the nature of the conspiracy and the cover-up, the mandate for the committee.
Would you identify yourself, just a little background?
Yes, indeed. My resume is in my statement that I've issued. My name is Jeffrey Donahue. I'm the brother of Major Morgan Jefferson Donahue, missing in action in Laos since December 13th, 1968. I've been involved in this issue ever since then. I am the author of the Indochina Timeline, which I've submitted to the committee. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the National League of Families. I'm a member of the National Alliance of Families, the Connecticut Forget-Me-Nots. I've been in Laos, I guess, 5 times in the last, or since 1988. I went to Laos extensively, 73, 74. 75, I guess. Thailand many times in the interim. I'm chairman of and president of Friends for Humanitarian Aid to Laos, which is a tax-exempt, federally tax-exempt charity incorporated in Connecticut. And travel there extensively and will be going again in January.
And what do you do to earn a living, or do you?
I've been with Union Carbide for the last 13.5 years and presently hold the position of manager of international finance and treasurer for Latin America and Africa.
And who funds the efforts that you undertake?
Friends for Humanitarian Aid to Laos is purely private too. We solicit donations, contributions of medical equipment and supplies from corporations and distribute them in Laos through the Ministry of Health, specifically the Maternal and Child Health Institute.
And your trips are funded through that? By
ourselves and through that, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. But as I say, let me shorten my comments and then turn to some critical issues. As my resume, I think, states, I've spent an enormous amount of time, of energy, heart, money, everything, trying to account for my brother, who was missing in action in Laos since December 13th, 1968. And there really is only one reason I have done this, because he and others in Laos were abandoned by their government, by the government which they willingly served in the belief that they were doing the right thing for their country. Very simple. How it happened was the POWs in Laos were abandoned through the mendacious conduct of foreign policy. Laos was the ultimate secret war, funded and operated by the CIA and its Thai mercenary army. And in the rush to disengage from Laos and from Vietnam, the war which had torn this country apart, Messrs. Kissinger and Nixon swept the POWs off the board as if they never existed. They did exist, and until they are brought home, this country is not going to be whole. Now, I have submitted statements, Mr. Chairman, and documents to the committee from the Defense Department, the State Department, the Pathet Lao, the North Vietnamese, everybody else, regarding American prisoners of war in Laos held by the Pathet Lao during the Vietnam War. All affirmed that Americans were alive and in the hands of the Pathet Lao. Indeed, several of the documents from our own government not only gave the precise locations of POW camps in Laos, but also the number of Americans in those camps. So the proof of existence of U.S. POWs in Laos during the war and after the signing of the Paris Peace Accord is immutable. And I think you can imagine my feelings and the feelings of my mother and father when we were watching Operation Homecoming on TV, and no prisoners came out who had been imprisoned in Laos, sitting there praying and hoping that one of the pilots who came out and one of the servicemen who came out, the next one was going to be from Laos. Maybe it'll be Morgan, and we could run up and hug him and kiss him like all those other families who were hugging and kissing their returned loved ones, fathers, sons, and brothers who had come back from the two Vietnams. No POWs came back from Laos who had been held captive in Laos. And I think with that commenced a new dimension in human suffering from their families and a new erosion in the integrity of government. I think beyond our suffering and loss of faith in our government is the greater and growing awareness by so many Americans, based on the facts, that servicemen were abandoned in captivity by their government. This goes beyond the polls, wherein some 70% of Americans believe that's the case, Senators, because when we as a country lose faith in our government, then all is lost. I think the country does recover a lot from its trials and tribulations, and we move to a higher plane of economic and political awareness. But that's not the case when we abandon live POWs, and there's only downside for our country. Now, importantly, I think that downside is not going to be transmuted into upside by the present process of normalization of relations with Vietnam. And I would like to say a few words about that. I would like to observe, and we can talk about this later first, though, that if you don't intervene as a committee in the POW-MIA process to bring home the prisoners of war, I think then you'll have sanctioned their abandonment in the first place. Now, if we, as we know, that the POWs were alive during and after the war and unreturned, hopefully some of them and possibly many of them are alive today. In that process, nothing is greater cowardice than for me to listen, not for me to listen, but for me to hear the cowardly statements of the Defense Department and State Department say, as they so often do, we don't have any proof that they're alive today. To me, those statements are worthy of scorn, opprobrium, and contempt, and just another way to obfuscate the truth of the POW-MIA issue. With respect to normalization, I fundamentally believe that the process of normalization and ostensibly accounting for the POWs and MIAs as laid out by the State Department, Defense Department, the roadmap itself embodies the lie that the executive branch of government has perpetuated for so many years, that no Americans were left behind nor are alive today. The Defense and State Departments continue to perpetuate this lie so deliberately and so rigorously that it is incorporated into the roadmap such that, to me, no POWs will be brought home. To affirm this, and I feel strongly that you should do so, you can investigate two questions with the government, the executive branch. First, why are we not making normalization contingent upon a return of the POWs throughout Indochina? In other words, why are we giving up the great leverage we have to negotiate a return of the live POWs in exchange for normalization? The Vietnamese are desperate for our investment, trade, and diplomatic recognition. Are we not desperate for our missing men, for our POWs? Is this not the substance of negotiated deals instead of giveaways? To give the Vietnamese and Laotians everything they want in exchange for some undefined progress on the POW-MIA issue, as is presently laid out in the roadmap, is to forever abandon the POWs. Is that something this committee, and indeed the entire United States Senate, wishes to endorse? Second, why is the roadmap classified, and what are the judgmental elements of progress that are in it? The fact that they're judgmental was stated to me, including Mr. Sampley and others in meetings with Messrs. Kenneth Quinn and Carl Ford this September. When I asked them what constituted progress on the POW-MIA issue, by which normalization would be implemented, they simply said, progress is a judgment call. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not the way the fate of the POWs who were left behind should be negotiated. I beg you to seek the declassification of the roadmap so you and we, the public, may have input and, if necessary, change its direction. The roadmap is not going to heal the great wound this country feels as a result of the abandonment of those who served it. You see here, the problem is but one thing. It's secrecy. The war in Laos was a secret war. The POWs in Laos were a secret. The POW-MIA intelligence is a secret, still classified, and the roadmap is a secret, highly classified. Everything is a secret, and is so only because of one thing, and that's because some people are hiding the truth. And for them, the truth is too powerful for this country, too destructive for the morale of armed forces, and too debilitating to our national honor for it to be told. Thus, in the eyes of the individuals who have lied about the subject for so many years, the country is better off by the secret not being told and by the POWs forever serving their country rotting away in Indochina. To these incredibly morally bankrupt individuals, the secret and the lie must prevail and the truth must never be told. Well, until the truth is told, ladies and gentlemen, I think until the live POWs are brought home, there is no honor, no dignity, no morality for this country. The roadmap embodies the secrecy and the lie, and it is up to you all to change it. Please, we cannot have an honest POW-MIA policy until we have honesty about the issue. The fact that live Americans were abandoned makes the blood boil of everyone I know, except the warped policymakers involved in the secrecy and the lie. I therefore ask this committee to request the White House to defer normalization of relations with Indochina until you have finished your research and investigations and have issued your conclusions and recommendations. With the roadmap, the White House is running away from you and will persevere with the lie and abandon the live POWs. I think this committee is too distinguished for that. I think the POWs are, and I certainly think their families are. And I would like to know, as we get into the question and answers, what you think about that as well. I tell you what, I'm tired. My parents are tired. My mother has a broken heart over this issue. We've spent 22 years trying to account for my brother. We have no faith in our government, and we're on the verge of losing it in our country. I appeal to you to do the right thing and intervene in the POW-MIA process and bring the live POWs home now. Please help us regain our faith. Now, I would like to close my opening statement by adding that to me, solving the Indochina POW-MIA issue and bringing home the live POWs is an incredibly simple and straightforward process. The President puts the Secretary of State on an airplane and sends him to Hanoi and Vientiane with a mandate. Use our levers of investment, trade, and diplomatic recognition, and negotiate with the Vietnamese and Laotians to bring home the live POWs. To do so, you must also give the Vietnamese a face-saving way of giving the men back. It's that simple, and it's certainly consistent with the highest national priority. Thank you very much. Now, I can answer and make statements. I can answer and make statements, as I would like to, very brief, about the mandate for the committee, the nature of the intelligence, the nature of the conspiracy of the cover-up, and specifically why the Vietnamese are holding live POWs. I can also talk about the Pathet Lao, because I have been going to Laos probably more than anybody in this room. Talk about live sighting reports, because here's the latest pile of live sighting reports on my brother.
We're going to want to get into that, and why don't we proceed so we can have time to do that. Mr. Semple.
Chairman Kerry and Smith and honorable senators, I wish to thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I am Ted Sampley. I'm a former United States Special Forces non-commissioned officer with 2 tours of duty in Vietnam, during which time I had a top secret clearance. During my tours in Vietnam and Cambodia, I was decorated 6 times, which included 4 Bronze Stars, the Army Commendation Medal, and the Republic of Vietnam Cross of Gallantry, and a special citation from the anti-communist Cambodian government. This special citation was a result of my being part of a handful of Green Berets who secretly trained 3 battalions of Cambodian troops to overthrow the Cambodian government of Prince Sihanouk in 1970. In short, many times I was in places that the United States government was denying that I was supposed to be. Same as the war in Laos. The Green Berets that were serving in Laos and other people that were serving in Laos, it was at that time the American people were being told something other than the truth. Currently, I'm chairman of Homecoming 2 Project. It's a civilian national POW-MIA organization, and I publish the U.S. Veteran News and Report, which is a monthly veterans newspaper. We have a readership of approximately 30,000. It goes all over the place. The Homecoming 2 Project, by the way, has one of the largest collections of POW-MIA data outside the U.S. government. We've spent years collecting it. You can take, say, someone in the United States that's wearing a POW bracelet, they can write Homecoming 2, and we'll send them a bio, an accurate bio, on what happened to this man. We'll give the American public information that the United States government will not give about the case studies of these men. We've spent a lot of time and a lot of money collecting this information. We're proud of it. We have shared it with the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and we have a computer network in which anyone can sign up. As a matter of fact, the POW network which these bios are on, are represented in here tonight in the back. Mark Rennick. Before I get into the thrust of my testimony, I'd like to make a recommendation. I've been in the POW issue. I got started in 1971 through 1973. As a matter of fact, I worked very hard in a little group called Americans Who Care in Fayetteville, North Carolina, while I was still in service. I worked very hard to bring veterans like Senator McCain and others home who we knew were being treated in a most harsh way. And sometimes after I read about what happened to these folks, I wonder how they can even come home and survive. Only people who have walked in their shoes can know what they went through. The Americans Who Care sold bracelets. They passed out information, and most of all of the income was given to the National League of Families. So in those days, I indirectly worked for the National League of Families. Today, Homecoming 2 has a number of projects. We operate a vigil down near the Vietnam Veterans Wall. We are under a very heavy attack by certain folks represented in the U.S. government to try to oust us from our location down there. I took over Homecoming 2 approximately 2 years ago. I was appointed chairman. It is a non-paying job. Senators, what you have in front of you today, and Senator McCain, I respect what you said, and I believe it. If you want to be the devil's advocate, I mean, it needs to be done. You have someone in front of you that's one of those persons that has been accused of, quote, unquote, making money on the issue. Bring it up. Ask me about it. Ask me about funds. You have one of these folks in the issue that is accused of being a radical. I am an activist. We do things and have done things for a number of years to try to keep the POW issue alive in front of the American public. Again, the way I've been repaid over the years is with name calling. We've been called worms, Rambos. I think Colonel Childers named us the North Carolina Crazies. The list goes on in an attempt to discredit us. But let me give you a little example of what we have been doing. You talk about the reward. This is a blown-up copy of Vietnamese money, and you can barely see it, but written on this Vietnamese money is the reward offer with Captain Eugene Red McDaniel's phone number on it to where anyone that runs across this money. We spread this around inside of Vietnam, by the way. We sent some people through there. Captain McDaniel did not ask us to do that, but since he was representing the reward, we spread it around. This is a copy of the reward message that we floated down the Mekong, advertising the reward. There it is in Vietnamese, quite clear that it is a reward for a living American POW, not a set of remains. It's clearly written here. There's another one, I believe the Colonel held it up a few minutes ago. This is where it come from. We spread it. This little bell tells a lot. This come out of Laos. This tells the story of the excavation that the U.S. government is doing in Laos and Vietnam. This is made, gentlemen, from a downed U.S. aircraft. The Lao have been going in for years. They've been taking the metal out of these crash sites, everything they could find of value, stripping it, melting it down, and making little things like temple bells out of it. These are pictures of that salvage coming across the Mekong River out of Laos, near the Vientiane. You can see it's quite clearly U.S. salvage. Quite clearly. You all can have these pictures. You can look at them. You can do what you like. The point is that this crash site excavation is bull, because the Lao civilians have been going through this for years.
Can we have the clerk perhaps collect those pictures and circulate them among the members? Thank you.
Let me get into my my testimony. By the way,
you mean you
there
were?
is, yeah. I turned in 40 copies of this. As Senator Kerry and others, you asked for documentation. I hope you have this in front of you. It has a number of exhibits. Do you have my documentation? If you don't, someone has it in your office. I'm here today to inform this committee and the American people that key United States government officials, starting with some in President Richard Nixon's administration and into George Bush's administration, President George Bush's administration, have conducted a program of misinformation, disinformation, discrediting, domestic spying, ridicule against veterans, civilian groups, and individuals who are concerned and believe that our government has not been serious about resolving the issue of America's unaccounted for prisoners of war and missing in action. During the administration of President Ronald Reagan, I have good reason to believe that this activity was being orchestrated from the President's National Security Council, which, as you senators know, has no authority to engage in such activities, particularly domestic spying. I am therefore respectfully urging that a special prosecutor be appointed to investigate this situation. I had an opportunity to learn firsthand the United States government's methods of spying upon and dealing with Vietnam veteran activists who were concerned about the POW issue when I was approached in March of 1983 by Colonel Charles Chuck Allen, a retired Special Forces Lieutenant Colonel. I was hired by Lieutenant Colonel Allen of Fayetteville, North Carolina, who at that time was head of operations for a specially organized group called the Center for POW MIA Accountability. I was hired to infiltrate a veterans group called the Veterans Vigil Society. The Veterans Vigil Society was operating a 24-hour POW MIA color guard vigil near the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in Washington, D.C. Members of the vigil had sworn to remain at the memorial, quote, until all the Vietnam POW MIAs are accounted for, unquote. As a matter of fact, an offshoot of that group, I think it's called Bravo or Camp Brandenburg, true to its word, is still maintaining a 24-hour vigil. You can see Exhibit A that I have in this packet. My assignment was to determine how much money the vigil was taking in, where and how it was being spent, the names of its members, if they were doing drugs, and if they had any connection to Lieutenant Colonel Bo Greitz and a man identified as Mike Babcock. Allen told me that it was believed that members of the Veterans Vigil Society were helping to prepare a POW rescue mission into Laos. He said that the United States government, quote, disapproved of private forays, end of quote, and if I could identify the people who were planning such a mission, their passports would be seized by the U.S. government. He took a small address book from his pocket and pointed to a list of names he said included FBI agents and National Park Police investigators that were also gathering information on the veterans. I wondered, in addition to being impressed by the information that he had in his hand, how a supposed civilian would have that kind of information. How does he have the names of the FBI agents that are investigating it? To infiltrate the vigil for a week, which I did in April of 1983, I was promised $500 in expenses, which was paid, and $500 for the investigation, which was never paid. I think because my investigation turned up nothing of significance about the vet group. Allen told me that the remainder of the money was to be paid through former Special Forces Lieutenant Colonel Robert K. Brown, a member of the Center Board of Directors and publisher of Soldier of Fortune magazine. I later learned Brown had provided the Center with $5,000 startup money and had at that time continued to be a major benefactor for the Center. During either the first or second week in April of that year, I returned to Fayetteville and submitted to Allen a written report detailing what I'd found out about the vigil. I was at Allen's office when he picked up the phone and called a man he referred to with familiarity as Dick Childress and gave him a report of the information I had gathered. According to Allen and documents he provided me, the Center was an organization which was incorporated with a nonprofit status and was based, and may still be, in Washington, D.C. At that time, retired Major General John K. Singlob, a close associate of Brown, was head of the Center, and its membership consisted mostly of retired senior military officers. Allen told me that the Center interacts and maintains a working relationship with government agencies responsible for POWMI affairs. Allen went on to say that the Center had a close relationship with the White House, naming Dick Childress as the Center's principal contact, who I later learned was then Lieutenant Colonel Richard Childress and the Director of Asian Affairs for President Reagan's National Security Council, who I also later learned had been sharing an NSC office with Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North. I was also present at subsequent dates when Allen made several other calls and reports by phone to Childress. On one visit to Allen's office in Fayetteville, I was shown by Allen a pile of several hundred color slides taken by the Greitz team inside of Laos. The slides, according to Allen, had been obtained without Greitz's knowledge by bribing a disenchanted team member who had stolen the film from Greitz before it had been developed. It was my understanding that copies of the stolen slides had or were subsequently provided to Childress. I later learned Soldier of Fortune magazine was engaged at the time I was working for the center, on a special edition trashing MIA activists Greitz, Scott Barnes, and Colonel Jack Bailey, and others. I believe it's interesting to note that the same people, including Singlob and Allen, served on both the staff of the center and are listed as contributing editors and or advisors to Soldier of Fortune magazine. In fact, Center for Accountability officers Allen, Singlob, retired Brigadier General Heine Iderholt, James P. Monahan, and Milt Copulus were cited for their assistance in trashing the others in the magazine's cited for their assistance in trashing Greitz and others in the magazine's special edition. See Exhibit B. It is worth noting that while Childress and others at the White House were denouncing activists like Greitz and Bailey for their efforts in Southeast Asia, Lieutenant Colonel Brown and his soldiers of fortune were making armed military excursions across the Thai border into Laos, helping to finance and arm the Laotian anti-communist fighters, and they even established what was known as a forward operational base on Laotian territory, all in apparent violation of the U.S. Neutrality Act. Not one word was ever uttered by Childress or any member of the Reagan White House about this, even after Brown detailed the operation in an edition of his magazine. See Exhibit C. Apparently, illegal acts by Brown and his associates to arm communist guerrillas were acceptable to the White House, but efforts of private citizens like Colonel Bailey and Colonel Greitz and others, Colonel Al Schinkel, are not. Why, Senators? The entire Childress Center for Accountability effort was, from beginning to end, was designed to discredit some of the most vocal critics of the U.S. government POW issue. Was designed to discredit some of the most vocal critics of the United States' government POW MIA policy. From then to now, the pattern has continued. Rather than focus all available resources on resolving the problem of our missing Vietnam veterans, much of the effort has been directed toward destroying the credibility and or reputation of the critics. As a result of my experience with Allen, the Center for Accountability, and the Veterans Vigil Society, I became convinced that there was something about the live POW issue that required a closer look. I became a member and later an officer in the Washington-based National Vietnam Veterans Coalition. I believe you received testimony from them yesterday. In August of 1984, I went to the Republican National Convention in Dallas, where a veterans parade had been organized by the National Vietnam Veterans Coalition. The purpose of the Dallas event was to attempt to get a meeting with President Reagan so that the coalition's evidence of live prisoners of war in captivity could be handed directly to the president. I believe at that meeting Colonel Bailey was present. The parade, which had been organized well in advance, began coming apart at the seams when, as we later learned, Lieutenant Colonels Childress had made a series of telephone calls to scheduled participants, telling them that we were nothing more than motorcycle gangs, rabble-rousers, and there was a great potential for riot. See Exhibit D. During the summer of 1985, I filed a complaint about Childress's interference with private groups. The complaint was filed with North Carolina Congressman Walter B. Jones, who later told me my complaint had been sent over to the FBI. To this date, I've never had a response from the FBI involving that complaint, although I have heard from them in other ways. In September of 1984, John Meade, an international businessman and former CIA associate, filed a lengthy complaint with the Justice Department accusing Childress and the Center of participating in an illegal political relationship. Specifically, Childress was accused of using the Center as his private investigative force, abusing classified information, threatening blackmail, and carried out character assassinations in connection with classified POW documents. Meade filed his complaint with the Criminal Division of the Justice Department and Fred Fielding, legal counsel to President Reagan and others, with no success and no response to the allegations. See Exhibit E. In the fall of 1988, the National Steering Committee for American War Veterans, a Vietnam activist group of which I am chairman, and it was before becoming chairman of Homecoming 2, we launched a campaign into Southeast Asia designed to advertise the existence of the $2.4 million reward put up by U.S. congressmen in hopes of persuading officials from Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos to defect with at least one living American prisoner of war. The plan was simple. We had generated approximately $5,000 in funds which we had converted into small bills. U.S. and foreign, and then we stamped them with a reward message, similar to what is being passed around in front of you, Senators. Each stamp bill, along with a reward flyer, which was passed to you up there, was placed in a Ziploc bag and made waterproof so that it would float. In early October, team members Jim Kopp, a Vietnam veteran and elementary school teacher, and Donna Long, a freelance journalist and POW activist, entered Thailand. Donna's sitting behind me right here. And rented small boats for the purpose of placing the waterproof messages into the Mekong River, which is the border between Laos and Thailand. The idea was to get the messages as close to the Laos side of the Mekong River as possible so that they would float to the Laos side and be picked up by the Lao population. Then the idea was then, as they spent the money, which they would read the message each time it was spent. We hope to draw international attention to the reward. It was a publicity stunt also, which we did. And to draw Lao government officials' attention to the reward offer, which was our primary purpose, also which we did. Jim and Donna, who were 2 days ahead of the other 4 members of the team, including myself, seized an opportunity and actually entered Laos and began handing out the reward message to the Lao people. Unfortunately, in one of the villages which the pair had entered, they crossed paths with a Lao government official who placed them under arrest. Jim and Donna were blindfolded. Now, Senators, they were handing out money. They weren't armed. They were handing out money with a reward offer for POWs, American POWs that the Laos say do not exist.
They have a visa to enter?
No, sir. It was illegal. Jim and Donna were blindfolded. Guns were placed at their heads. Their lives were threatened. They were tortured by being kept in solitary confinement and refused sufficient food to live on. They were at one time physically assaulted, and there was at least one attempted sexual assault on Donna during the captivity. Jim lost better than 30 pounds. He was very sick when he was released. He was kept for 41 days before being finally released. And what's not in this written testimony, the release took place as a result of my negotiating with the State Department.
Mr. Semple, because I've given you a lot longer than almost every other witness has had for an opening, and
All right, let me have one more.
I don't want to be accused of cutting anybody off, but I do want to try to...
30 seconds.
Fair enough.
Senators, included in Exhibit F are classified U.S. cables which define the negotiations between Childress and the Lao government officials concerning the captive pair. The tone of the cables was clearly more concerned on how to use the incident to embarrass the members of the U.S. Congress who were sponsoring the reward rather than getting Long and Kopp released. I'd like for this, the rest of my testimony to be placed in, along with exhibits, into the record, Senator. Thank you.
It will be placed in the record. And I don't mean to, I just want to try to give everybody a fair shot here, but we do have senators who I know want to ask you questions if we have the chance. And incidentally, I'm very sympathetic to being in places where we're not supposed to be, because I spent Christmas Eve of 1968 in Cambodia at a time when no one was supposed to be there, and made a couple of other incursions there with CIA, which we weren't supposed to. So I'm familiar with that, and I'm not going to question your comments thereon. Most of your testimony, obviously, is not about the evidence of a live person being there. It's evidence about interference with your activities that you presume to be indicative of a conspiracy that wants to block information from coming out. Now, those things have happened, and I'm not going to doubt, and there's a record here of people like Monica Stevenson and others feeling that kind of interference, sensing it, and so forth. Committee is going to try to look at some of that. It's a lot harder. I want to turn back for a moment, if I can, to Mr. Donohue's comments. I mean, it's a very, very broad and moving condemnation by a family member, somebody deeply involved in this, whose bona fides can't be contested. And you are really as critical as anybody we've heard about the government. You have said point blank that there's been a cover-up here that's been ongoing, and you willing to document that. Now, I have a number of questions about that just, these are sort of reasonable person questions, if you will, and you probably have answers, but I want to ask them to you. Do you believe that when it comes to not coming forward with information that is known about a live American, a fellow comrade in arms, that someone like a Bill Bell, who served years in Vietnam, who's dedicated his life to trying to find somebody, is he not bona fide? Is he faking it?
You and I, Senator, are talking about cover-up.
Can you pull the mic a little closer there?
Yeah, I don't, is it on? Yeah, I'm sorry. You and I are talking about cover-up and conspiracy on entirely different levels. I believe the cover-up and the conspiracy is in the POW MIA policy, and if you let me hit 5 bullets, we can address that, and it embodies exactly what you're saying. The policy is the cover-up. In other words, not the documents themselves.
All right, well, let me come back then. If the policy is a cover-up, President Reagan came into office. President Reagan deserves credit for having raised this to a level of concern publicly that President Carter had never given it, and prior presidents hadn't given it. Accurate?
I disagree.
Well, I don't know if that's accurate. I would disagree for factual.
He certainly said
sure, he called it the highest national priority and then let it die.
I believe President Reagan authorized a rescue mission, did he not?
The Nam-Marat raid, indeed. I know it well, as a matter of fact. So I don't know if he personally authorized it, but the Nam-Marat raid took place, and I hope you all would review the intelligence behind it.
We are going to review the intelligence behind it. But what I'm trying to get at is I'm having trouble understanding. I mean, let me tell you what I can understand. I can understand what happened in 73 and 74. I don't understand it in terms of liking it or approving of it or being comfortable with it. But I can take it in as something that could have happened, that we were in a rush to sever the ties. We wanted to get out. We were pulling back. It was unpopular. The agreements were made. Watergate was going on. The president's power was slipping. There were a lot of reasons that things could move away. And I can sort of intellectually and emotionally lock into what might have happened in terms of a terrible process of ignoring some realities then for inadvertent reasons and overt reasons. What happens, though, that would make President Reagan assume the cover-up, let us say, if it were there, of prior presidents and officials? Why would he raise to a level of public consciousness this issue, make a commitment of it, make a public political issue of it, and then at the same time want to be party to somebody else's deficit? Why would he not be happier showing that others, in fact, had participated in this, but he was going to be the person to bring them home?
Because I think he was convinced by the career bureaucracy which has been involved in the issue that the consequences for doing so was too high, that the consequences for the morale of the armed forces, our national honor, our integrity were so great that even he made the speech, those who may still be serving. I'm quoting him at the memorial up in Arlington and everything else, those who may still be serving. I take that to mean we consciously, deliberately leave them behind. They're serving their country. We choose to let them serve in captivity rather than bring them back because the consequences for this country of bringing them back are entirely too disruptive. By this time, the process had snowballed. Don't forget, it was the United States that declared all the prisoners dead. It was not the Vietnamese or the Laotians.
Now, you said to us we should negotiate, correct, for their return. We should try to get them back.
And I said you have all the levers to do so, Senator, absolutely, unequivocally.
First of all, let me say to you that I believe there is an out for the Vietnamese. If somebody is alive, most people have assiduously stuck to the notion that the government might not have a rationale for holding them. They might not be in government control, and they themselves have articulated the possibility maybe somebody out there in the mountain area or in the Laotian border or something might have had an ability to hold somebody without our knowing it as a government, but that they themselves weren't holding. So there is a window. There's an ability to find people who are in the hands of people not in their control. But now when I've gone over there, I've met now on 3 occasions with their officials and twice over there. And on each occasion, I've gone aside late at night. I think I've had a pretty good relationship with Foreign Minister Taik. And I've said to him, look, is there any way for us to create to break this impasse? Is there any way to create some, is there something you want? Does somebody control these people, and is there a way? And I think others have tried that, sort of opening this door, as you say, to negotiation. Now, with all the due sort of homage to the sensitivities of how you do it and not allowing anybody to be held accountable and saving, all of that. And the answer is, Senator, I'd like to, but there ain't nobody. I can't negotiate with you and have a secret return of somebody who doesn't exist. Now, countless people, I think, have sort of tried that approach, but you run into this stone door. So when you say negotiate, how do you do that?
You send over the Secretary of State with a mandate from the President. If this is the highest national priority, that's what it requires. And he has the lever of aid, trade, diplomatic, commercial, whatever relations. And you say, Mr. Baker, use those levers and negotiate. The Vietnamese are telling you that's what they want. You are completely powerless
what if they
to
say to Secretary Jim Baker, Mr. Secretary, we don't have anybody, but we sure want the relation? I mean, what happens? You go on and on?
I think you've co-opted that process by encouraging normalization of relations without precondition.
No, let me be very clear.
Yes,
no one that I know of has suggested normalization without this issue being resolved. That's been said again and again in this hearing.
How about preconditions, Senator? Why don't you encourage, two things? One, the declassification of the roadmap. Two, the sending over of Secretary Baker.
When you say the declassification of the roadmap, I'm a little puzzled. I serve on the Foreign Relations Committee. I've worked a lot with Dick Solomon on this. I've talked to Vietnamese about it and so forth. I don't have a sense that it's classified.
Sure it is. Absolutely. Messrs. Quinn and Ford confirmed to me that it was. An American citizen cannot see the roadmap.
I was at the meeting when he said
the roadmap, as I understand it, was originally Cambodia. Yes. Signed the Cambodia peace accords.
It encompasses that.
And the second piece of the roadmap is POW-MIA.
And subsequent full commercial
and the public comments are
normalization.
That the pace and scope of the normalization process will be affected by cooperation on POW-MIA, correct?
I think that
which means, I take it, that you can't normalize unless you're moving down the road on POW-MIA.
They also said it was U.S. government judgment.
Yeah, you and I disagree on not the end. We disagree on the means. The means are pure judgment call within the bowels of the Defense Department and the State Department as to what is progress. I'd like to know what the benchmarks are and what the criteria are. And indeed, I think that's pretty much the realm of this committee to figure out what's going on with the roadmap and request the White House to hold off normalization until this
so what
committee
you're
finishes
saying
its
is
investigation.
Because you don't understand exactly in a very spelled out fashion what the expectations are on POW-MIA, that you're saying therefore the roadmap is secret.
Well, we have been told it's classified, Senator, that the roadmap is classified. I cannot see the criteria. The American public cannot see the criteria. I guess you could if you subpoenaed it or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, and that to me is not an acceptable standard in the sense that I believe that normalization, is condition precedent is full accounting by criteria this committee establishes for accounting of prisoners and missing in Southeast Asia. With the roadmap ahead of this committee, we got the cart before the horse. And indeed, if the roadmap goes through and we normalize, indeed we give full commercial and diplomatic relations to the POWs, I think to the Vietnamese and Laotians, the POWs are dead, period, full stop. Let me make the observation that for years the Laotians and Vietnamese have been telling me and telling the United States public and telling the government that they do not have the money or the manpower to search the remote provinces for missing Americans. What they're really saying is, look, give us the aid, trade, diplomatic recognition that you promised us. Voila, look who we found in the jungle out there in the remote provinces. There'll be a great healing. But to, as I say, co-opt that process by giving the Vietnamese and Laotians everything they want for some undefined progress is unfathomable to me. That's putting the nail in the coffin on the live POW.
Senator, I'd like to make a suggestion.
Fair enough, but let me just follow with one question. I've gone over my time, and it's unfair to the colleagues here. In fact, let me stop and not go over my time anymore. I will yield my next round. Go ahead. I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Did you want to respond? You were going to respond to a question.
Yes, Senator, I'll take the next question. I would like to say 30 seconds about the nature of the cover-up, which I believe is in the policy and is why we're operating on two levels here. I think the cover-up is embodied in the policy as we briefly stated. The United States government says the POW MIA issue is humanitarian, not economic. Baloney. Fundamentally, it's economic. It has always been economic, and all you have to do is look at the testimony before the United States Congress of the senators and congressmen who went over to Vietnam in the 1970s after the war and were unequivocally and multiply told by the Vietnamese that the two issues were linked. Period, full stop. It's in the record. The second component of the cover-up in policy is that the answers to the MIA POW issue are in Hanoi, not Washington. Well, it was Washington that sent my brother over to serve. It was Washington that abandoned him, and it's Washington that's keeping him there, dead or alive. You know, it's not, you know, anything else. It's Washington. My God, if I read in the newspapers or see on TV the issue of abandoned children in this country, we all see it. Our worst emotions come up, and the penalties are great for that. It's a heinous crime. But what about abandoned servicemen left behind knowingly and deliberately by their government? There's abandonment going on here. So the answers aren't in Hanoi. The answer is in Washington. If someone will be accountable for them. We keep talking about an accounting for them, but nobody's accountable for them. And I hope this committee will change that. The next element of the cover-up is, well, when someone brings us live proof or proof of a live POW, we will move heaven and earth to bring them home. That's fraudulent on 2 points, because it shifts the burden of proof to me instead of the CIA, which has all the data. Right. And two, who is Donald G. Carr? He's not chopped liver. You know, the proof is there. Finally, you know, or next to last, we have more intelligence resources than ever dedicated to this issue. Classic, you know, executive branch approach. Let's put more bureaucrats in there. Let's put up an office in Hanoi. I hope nobody in the committee thinks that United States servicemen walking through the jungles of Vietnam and Laos at the invitation of the Laotians and Vietnamese, I hope nobody thinks they're actually going to walk into an American prisoner. That's ludicrous. That would be an international incident of the highest order. It's not going to happen.
If they are allowed to do so, then I have every expectation, Mr. Donahue.
If they were allowed to do so as part of a resolution of the issue, absolutely, Senator. And finally, we have looked into our files and we can't find any proof of live POWs. I don't know if anybody is aware, but the CIA doesn't serve on the Interagency Commission, that CIA data is classified, and that the war in Laos was a secret war. Is anybody in this committee going to go to the CIA and subpoena their data and bring it out of the woodwork?
Yes.
I mean, until we do all the research.
We intend to see that data. I hope we won't have to subpoena it.
Excellent, Senator.
And we'll also be reviewing the so-called secret war.
Great.
Yes.
But you see, the elements, the bullet elements I gave you as to the nature of the cover-up, to me it's in the policy because it completely obviates responsibility and accountability for the government of the United States. It's humanitarian, not economic. The answers are in Hanoi, not Washington. When somebody brings us proof, we'll do something about it. We have more intelligence resources than ever assigned to this issue, and we've looked into our files and we can't find any evidence. Boy, if that isn't the ultimate cowardice and the ultimate obfuscation, deceit, and deception, I don't know what is. And I just hope and pray that this committee is going to intervene in the process, fellow chairman, and set the record straight and get the process moving. But to stick with the roadmap, which is a giveaway, rather than the levers that we have to pull, wow, you know, then we've truly abandoned the men.
Let me respond, speaking somewhat as a committee, but also personally regarding the roadmap. I believe that every member of this committee, in some with different variations on it, but I believe that every member of this committee believes that the issue of the POW-MIA should be resolved before any normalization. I do. I'll speak for myself on that point.
Will you request the White House to defer the roadmap until you report?
Yes, I have discussed this with officials in the administration in terms of my belief that it's very important that the Vietnamese understand very specifically, no vague generalities, very specifically exactly what the roadmap is, and that roadmap, there is a roadblock on the map, and that is POWs and MIAs, and I have expressed that very clearly. I can't speak for the Secretary of State. I believe that I hope that he believes that. I think that the intention here is to account for these people. However, you know, before any normalization. However, things can happen, things can get obfuscated, confused, but from my perspective, that's where I'm coming from, and I intend to fight for that. However, beyond that, this committee, the scope really is more investigative than into the policy end, although we may make recommendations on policy. I just want to make a comment and ask you a couple of questions, Jeff. First of all, I don't know if it was said on the record, and I came in a little late, and I apologize, but I think it should be stated for the record, at least from this senator, that no greater love could ever be expressed by any human being than what you have expressed and what you have done over the past 23 years as you searched for your brother. And I know that wherever he is, he appreciates it. And in a very strange way that I've never shared with anyone really, I came across your story, although I knew about it to some extent, in the second trip that I made to Vietnam and on this issue when the flight attendant, your former wife, asked me, then Congressman Smith, she said nice things about you, Jeff. Congressman Smith, where are you going? And I told her, and she said, well, I'm Jeff Donahue's former wife, and I can tell you that he's committed to the issue, which is one of the reasons why I'm his former wife. And I say that with respect, and she said it with respect. I think she has respect for you. But this is very difficult. My father died in 1945 after combat service as a naval aviator in World War II. He died in a freak airplane crash in the Chesapeake Bay. I didn't know what happened to him for 22 years. Not because the government held anything, but because my mother didn't choose to look, and she wouldn't let me look. But I did after I got back. After I got to Washington as a congressman. I could have done it before, but I chose to do it then. And I found out the truth. It wasn't pleasant, but I found it out. But at least I found out. So although I don't have a missing relative in Vietnam, I think that I have some appreciation for what you've gone through. Not enough to really understand it, but a little bit. I know that you have done a great deal of personal investigation. And I think I would just like your somewhat of an editorial comment, if you will, and I'd like to make my own and then ask for yours, and that is, it doesn't, no matter what one feels about what you've done, or whether they agree with you or disagree with you, or whether they agree or disagree with your conclusions, the truth of the matter is that you, as a family member, should not have had to do what you did over the past 23 years. It should have been done by our government. If you can get into Laos, how many times?
Between Laos, once this year, I'm going again in January, twice last year.
How many times in your lifetime?
Yeah. Also invited to Hanoi in 1976 by Phan Hien, who was Deputy Foreign Minister and is very senior now.
The point is, I think that others who are in charge of working the issue could have gotten in there with a little more effort, but that's history. And we have heard a lot of mea culpas expressed by a lot of people, and we accept those, but we want to move on to find answers. That's the purpose of this committee. I'd just like you to, and I assure you that that is the focus of this committee, live American prisoners of war. We have our differences on here, and we've gotten a lot of different testimony, but that our goal is live American prisoners. That's, as others have said. We assume that there are, and that's what we're working on. Everything else is secondary. What did you, in your private meetings or the number of meetings that you have had with various Lao officials, specifically, what have they told you about prisoners of war in general, and about your brother specifically, if you have such information, or what haven't they told you? Maybe a better.
Meeting with Laos, and I cannot compromise who they are, but all the way through ministerial level, because I've been doing this for years, Senator. And I've developed contacts that various congressmen and senators are still trying to establish, and I enjoyed reading about Mr. Murkowski trying to find Sat Petrasi. But been told the POWs in Laos are in three categories. The first category, and this must be the universal sign, they go like this, which I would take it to mean POWs who are non-compos mentis. They've sort of cracked under the circumstances, and they're just, living as essentially, meager people there.
What is that again?
Crazy, just crazies. And the second category is, to use the Laotian words, POWs like Laotians, as Laotians. And we have many sighting reports of my brother and other servicemen where my brother is reported to be married and living with 2 children now in a camp, but fishing, farming, tending water buffalo, things of this nature. And then the third category is, they say, the camps in the north, and they clam up. And I would take that to mean the provinces of Laos along the Chinese border and things of this nature, which are even off limits to senior Lao official unless the entire Council of Ministers votes approval, so to speak, for them to go. And I can't crack that nut, but I'm sure I'll try.
My time has expired. I just want to ask 2 quick questions. One, has any Lao government official or any Lao that you felt had knowledge ever said to you, admitted to you in any way that they had American prisoners, number one? And the second question is, have you ever, in your trips over there, seen any testimony or evidence to the fact that the Soviets may have had some control over American prisoners in Laos after 1973?
To the first question, yes, exactly in the context I said. The second question, no. I don't have any information on Soviet presence, but I have never specifically pursued that line, with the Laotians.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Reid.
Do we have that package of live sighting reports of your brother?
Yes, sir, Senator, and I'd like to mention one that if I may, right at the top, if I can read from it. I also have information about live prisoner Morgan Jefferson Donahue. That's a phonetic spelling, date of birth, airplane number, and he gives the aircraft number, and he gives my parents' zip code in Florida instead of the aircraft number, and how this guy in the jungles of Laos ever got my parents' zip code number.
And where did you get that?
This was a live sighting report provided, classified. This is the declassified version provided by the Defense Department. And he says, since my English is not yet very good, you can call my English teacher who helped me write this letter. Her name is, her phone is, her address is. And of course, all of that is whited out. I cannot even talk to this Laotian.
What is the date of that?
This is April 20th, 1987, and I have sighting reports here, which I'll give you as recently as 1991.
That whole pack relates only to your brother?
Yes, sir. Well, it's got other names in it, absolutely. But
I know, but each one in some way mentions your brother.
Yes, sir. And there are other correspondences.
The committee has that now?
I'm not sure if I've submitted I haven't submitted this entire pack because I just got it from my father. The committee has some of it, yes, sir. But
I would ask Mr. Chairman that that be made part of the record.
Here's one of the recent ones.
Will you submit each of those to us? We'll be getting all of them anyway, but would you submit those so we have them as a back check to what we're going to get?
Yes, sir. But if at the same time I could appeal it to you, if you could impose upon the United States government to let me have the name of this Laotian so I could speak to him, since he claims to have been with my brother. The government won't even give me the name of the English teacher who translated for him. And how tragic, which to me is part of the cover-up. Until the American public sees honesty on the issue.
Ms. Donahue, I'm running out of time.
I'm sorry.
You've already told us how you feel. Mr. Sampley, why do you think your reward offers haven't produced any live Americans?
Information that has come back to us is that when either any of the indigenous folks over there, the Lao, the Cambodians, or the Vietnamese, when they make inquiries about the reward, they think, and I believe Colonel Bui Tin said that just earlier, they think that it's an official government reward. They go to these folks. These folks over here, the U.S. government representatives, tell them we don't offer rewards. We don't pay it. There is no such thing. So the reward is stifled at that level. What I don't understand, if a United States congressman, which they have done, offer a reward that's costing the United States government nothing, Charlotte Motor Speedway of Charlotte, North Carolina offers $100,000 in that reward, what is wrong with paying it? If it's not U.S. government money, why does the U.S. government shoot it down? And more importantly, if there are no living prisoners of war over there, why worry about a reward? Why say anything?
Mr. Sampley, it's my understanding from your testimony that they were right down there. It's my understanding from your testimony that you're not willing to share the data you have with the government.
What data?
Data that you have that indicates there are live POWs.
Everything that I have.
You're willing to,
Well, sure. I've got 5, 6, 7 filing cabinets full of files that Mr. Ussery and Dan Perrin come and stayed a week in Kinston and went through it. They get the keys to it. You can ask them. You may have the keys to my files.
See, as Chairman Kerry mentioned, what we need to do, and our obligation, is to make sure that we don't leave a stone uncovered. That's why we're here.
I appreciate that.
This time of night, listening to everything that you want to say and everything that Mr. Donahue wants to say. Because I think we're all proceeding on this committee as if there are live Americans in Southeast Asia. If we are not proceeding in that basis, then we have a preconceived result, and we can't do that. The testimony that we've heard to this point indicates that it's 20 years later, and if there are live POWs there, it's going to be, I don't want to use a miracle, but it will be very exciting if we find that there are live Americans. So I hope that, as you've indicated, you'll supply whatever evidence you have with the committee. Mr. Donahue has indicated that these live sightings and other information he has that he'll share with us. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I would hope that that would cause you to, at least as this committee is seated, that you will not treat us with the scorn that you've treated what's gone on before.
Senator, excuse me, up until this date, to this committee, I wouldn't give anything to the United States government, period, because when you give it to them, it disappears, and then you're called a name of some sort sooner or later. One point, I did give a document. I had quite a bit of association with Robert Garwood at one time. I brought him down to North Carolina. He worked for me for a while, and he was in Kinston for some time. I talked him into drawing a map to exactly where he buried Captain Eisenbrow, who died in captivity. He drew the camp. He drew the exact location. He gave the camp name and number, and he drew the exact location to where Captain Eisenbrow is buried. I turned it over to the United States government, but before I did, I turned it over to the Kinston Free Press. They printed it and did a little story on it, so there's a record of it. To this day, I have heard absolutely nothing back. They give no information in return. They don't like receiving it, and you have to cram it down your throat. Ms. Donna Long, sitting right here, when she was picked up by the communist, the Pathet Lao, for handing out that reward money, while she was in captivity, I believe it was Pak Se or somewhere in that general area, she saw what she believed was a black American. She saw him from where she was being held up on a, she can tell you better than I can, on the second floor of a hotel, a balcony. She waved at him, he waved back. And she spoke, and her guards, and she said, "Who is that?" In my testimony, I said it was Mr. Allen, but I believe it was the guard said it's Mr. Allison. The problem is she begged the State Department to debrief her. They would not debrief her. They did not want to ask her anything. They made comic remarks about her. So she went back to Jacksonville, North Carolina, demanded through Congressman Martin Lancaster, which is a matter of record, and Congressman Lancaster, thanks to him, made sure that the State Department debrief her. Why did Donna Long have to demand to be debriefed?
My time's gone, but let me just say this. It hasn't been said yet because they can't say it, and I can. But not only do we, as committee members, want to get to the very bottom of this.
I believe you.
But we have members who serve on this committee that have given a great deal in Southeast Asia. The man seated next to me, as you're aware, spent 5.5 years in a prisoner of war camp under the most unpleasant conditions. The chairman of the committee is a highly decorated Navy veteran also from the conflict in Southeast Asia. So these men, and there are other members of this committee who have military records over there, you know, they have a very personal interest that I don't have. Senator McCain when we're talking about prisoners of war, he knows these people, the lists of people that were with him. They had a network there. So this is something that we are going to do the best we can. And I think it's important to you who have fought government for so long that you start cooperating, because this is the same government. And we're going to do the best we can to get what the CIA has, what the White House has, and do the best in the next year to get to the bottom of this.
Senator, I've been one of the biggest critics and most vocal critic of the U.S. government policy as anyone. But I do see a pattern here with this committee that makes me want to trust you, and I do want to give you anything I have. Until I see something different happen, it's yours.
I think Senator McCain is up next.
Let me change the rules between the three of us here a second, because we don't have a very long time. You interrupt me, and I'll interrupt you, because both of you obviously feel the frustration for many years and want to get a lot out. But you interrupt me, and I'll interrupt you, okay? We don't normally do this, and I thank you for your appreciation for the tough questions. Mr. Sampley.
Yes, sir.
These look like CBUs to me. In fact, they say on them CBU. Capsule bomb units on your pictures. Says dispenser and bomb aircraft CBU.
I don't understand the point.
Well, the point is that those are dropped off of airplanes. It doesn't mean that in bombing missions.
What is that?
I think that's a temple bell.
And what is it made from?
Pardon me?
What is it made from?
It's I don't know. I know they used to make airplanes out of, cigarette lighters and cigarette cases out of Christ 105s.
Well, my point is, Senator, that is an example of the salvage that is coming across the river out of Laos. Those folks are going out, and these guys will tell you they're going out with donkeys or whatever they can carry stuff out of the hills.
All right,
and they're going through, just ravaging through these crash sites, and they've been doing it for years. We're paying $1 million a crash site to go in and excavate behind this stuff.
CBUs don't necessarily come from crash sites. CBUs are dropped off of airplanes.
That's just part of the salvage. That's what we took pictures of.
Okay, the majority of these that I can make out are as designated. Dispenser and bomb aircraft CBU. You and I know it. Drops off the airplane, certain just above the ground, all the little things drop.
Are you implying that the Lao will go out and pick those things up, but they won't take and trash a crash site and bring the aluminum out of an airplane?
I am not asserting that. I'm saying I have seen in these pictures, all I can make out is a CBU. Mr. Donahue.
I'll agree to that.
Okay. Mr. Donahue, real quick. I'm in disagreement with Senator Smith, because I believe that the roadmap does clearly state that there must be full cooperation from the Vietnamese. I think it says that. And by the way, I understand we've got the roadmap in a very roundabout way, and I agree with you. It should be made public to you and all of the American people. If indeed it says that, as I believe, and I think the chairman agrees, even though Senator Smith does not, if it does say that full cooperation must be extended, then do you still have a problem?
Yes, sir, absolutely. I love cooperation, but all of this is entirely unnecessary, I think, in the context of what it would take to resolve the issue.
What does it take to resolve the issue other than full cooperation?
It takes Jim Baker getting on a plane to Hanoi and Vientiane and using the levers of aid, trade, commercial relations, and diplomatic relations.
That's what Solomon did when he met with the Vietnamese foreign minister in New York.
No, it was not conducted at that level with the mandate from the President of the United States and in the endorsement of the intersection.
The roadmap clearly says that if the issue is resolved, then all aid, trade, etc. They've already done that.
But the steps along the way, Senator, are judgmental, lodged in the Defense Department and the State Department, and I've had nothing but 23 years of deceit and obfuscation from them.
Mr. Donahue, you certainly don't believe that if there is not cooperation in a resolution of this issue, that the Congress would support such a thing?
Well, I've seen a lot of things coming out of the Senate these days calling for normalization of relations with Vietnam without what I would consider something the American public is entitled to, which are the criteria and the elements of progress along the way.
And as you know,
why is the roadmap classified?
And as you know, we have resisted that, and I don't believe that the majority of the Congress would support such.
Can I make one comment to? To you,
I
Senator McCain?
think the
Yeah.
Bukowski and others.
Just a brief one. The subject of Laos and POW, MIA, intelligence, and everything else. Here, I'll give this to committee. Indeed, I've already supplied it, which is CIA document Neo Leo Hak Sat, which you know is the Lao Patriotic Front, weekly bulletin containing photographs and details of American prisoners captured by the Pathet Lao. And of course, that's all I'm allowed to see.
And as you also know, Mr. Donahue, that we did put an amendment on the Defense Authorization Bill. You heard it mentioned earlier that all of this information must be made available to the American people, with the exception of requests by the next of kin that they not be released.
Don't do it.
What's that?
They don't share the information.
It's in the bill. It has not been implemented yet.
Well, I think there was a House bill that, wasn't it,
No, it was never enacted into law, and we are
that's why they
seeking
don't
to
do it.
have that happen if this authorization
what it
bill
will take.
passes. And it will be, and I'll be very interested in your comments as to the degree of their compliance. It seems that I'm doing all the interrupting. You interrupt.
Yes, thank you. You know what I don't understand? For years, I've been pounded and hit at by people saying, hey, the problem's not in front of the White House. Why are you chaining yourself to the White House fence? The problem is in Hanoi. Okay, we're saying we've got Hanoi where we want them right now. Why do you want to let them up? They do not have the Soviets to lean on anymore.
Don't want to let them up.
Let's don't let them up till they give it up.
Okay, we don't want to let them up until they give it up, and I think we're in a bit of a semantical problem here, Mr. Donahue, because I think when we say the answer is in Hanoi, there's no Americans being held captive in Washington, D.C., or in the United States of America.
We need to check Laos.
Yeah, and so what we're saying here, I think, is that when the answer is in Hanoi, that their cooperation and their forthcoming and they're allowing us, for example, to go somewhere on a moment's notice. If you land you're in Vientiane and you think your brother is somewhere in the southern part of the country and you've got a helicopter, you ought to be able to go there immediately, not 24 hours, not 48 hours, et cetera. That's the kind of compliance that I think you and I are talking about. So when we say that the answer is in Hanoi or Vientiane or Phnom Penh, that we're saying that the full cooperation and the full disclosure of archives, et cetera, is where the answer is. But I understand, the reason why I say semantic problem is that I see what you mean also, that quote, the problem is in Washington.
I'd like to make a suggestion.
Hold on, let me interrupt you, interrupting him. I just wish to provide the inducement, which is the levers of aid, trade, and diplomatic recognition.
But I think we're doing that.
Giving the Vietnamese a face-saving way of giving the guys back. We haven't been doing that at the highest level of government. We have been doing it between generals who are retired from the military, sergeants, colonels going over.
Now he wants to interrupt.
The Secretary of State or the President need to do it. That's highest national priority.
Go ahead.
I would like to make a suggestion at one point.
Senator Kerry wanted to interrupt.
No. I just want to interrupt for the whole committee because I need to try to keep this on a process here, and the red light's on, though. Senator, I want to make sure
I'm only too happy to yield my time to anybody who wants it.
I'd just like to ask if you had finished. My point is that we may have a semantical problem here, which may, I hope, in my vision of what the roadmap means, and maybe I'm wrong, but my vision of what the roadmap means is we attain exactly what you are seeking.
Outstanding.
Okay. It may well be that you have, articulated a way for the administration to shortcut a lot of the folder roll, and if Secretary Baker, can achieve some kind of breakthrough in terms of this process that satisfies full cooperation, it may be that everybody's interests will move a lot faster. So,
and thank both of you for your efforts.
Senator, let me make this. I've been trying to get this in for a moment. Just please bear with me, just right quick. This testimony that I brought up, I didn't bring it up just to dig at wounds or to hit at people in the United States government. It's still going on. But I would like to suggest that as long as this committee is in session and doing this investigation, that if we can do it through legislation or through the executive body, that we pledge absolute amnesty to the Vietnamese, to any American official, to anyone involved in the POW issue, about the POW issue, that they can do or say, let out any amount of information they would like, and that it will not be held against them. And let's get this information out there. Let's get these people home, and then go on about the business of normalizing, et cetera. Just an absolute amnesty plan for everybody.
That's an interesting proposition.
Don't dig at wounds.
No, that's an interesting idea that has in fact been discussed and I think is under consideration in terms of some formulation, but it's not a bad idea. Senator Casamano, do you have any question? Let me just say as we wrap up this panel, Mr. Donahue, you're a very articulate spokesperson for what you have lived through and what you've observed, and I just want to tell you that I'm impressed by your capacity to articulate it. I think you've got a lot to say, and have said it well and represented that point of view very well. Clearly, and there's a lot of substance to what you said, and I take it at face value. I know it from having studied this and listened to it and so forth. I think it's a question of how one kind of works through some of the, as Senator McCain says, semantical differences and nuances, but the bottom line is very real, and I think we hear you very clearly, and I understand what you're saying. We also want to continue to, we want your information, we need your information. This is, as I've said before, and I keep repeating, scratching the surface, so I hope you'll work with us in an effort to guarantee that we do, as you say, intercede correctly and not insensitively and stupidly as we go along here. So I look forward to that. Senator Brown, you're okay? All right, fine. Gentlemen, we excuse this panel and thank you very much for appearing here today. Finally, I'd like to ask all the members of the photographic panel, each of the families, if you would come forward, please, to testify. And let me, yeah. And Colonel Bailey will lead off with you. As this panel takes its place, let me tell you what we're going to do schedule-wise here. Because of the length of these hearings, each day we've been going from about 9, 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning until 6, 7 at night. It really makes more sense for the committee to proceed with the 2 remaining portions at a separate hearing. Department of Defense has made it very clear to me that they are prepared to go forward today, and they're ready. It is our choice as a committee to defer them, not their choice. But I think it will be better if we do defer their presentation, because it will give members a better chance to prepare some questions, even to submit some to them that we would like to have them address when they do respond to the various criticisms that have been made. And finally, the same with Mr. Ussery's return that was requested earlier today. It'll give us a chance to review some of that document and to prepare for that. So I think both of those items will be scheduled, and we will announce publicly next week when that will take place. We'll try to do it next week if possible. If not, it will be before we recess, and I assure you of that.
They've asked for a couple of minutes to have the easels.
Could I ask if all of you would dislocate for a moment? I apologize for you're getting seated and comfortable, but if you would stand so that we could swear you in. Would you raise your right hands, please? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Colonel Bailey, I know you have a plane to catch, and we appreciate that, so we're going to lead off with you if we can, and then proceed through the families. Would you pull your, yes, would you pull your mic a little closer, please? Thanks. Identify yourself for the record and proceed with your openings. And may I ask each of you if you could keep your comments to, is it an imposition to ask you for 5 minutes and then we'll draw more out in the questions? If it is, I want to be fair again and I'll give you more time. But if we could try to stick to 5 minutes, I think that would be appreciated. Is that difficult, Mrs. Fleckenstein?
I can pretty much do it.
If you need a little more, that's fine, but I just want to try.
Just a couple minutes more.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, might I just do a housekeeping thing while you're waiting for this set? Senator Mack has asked me to enter into the record a statement by him dated today. I ask unanimous consent to do that.
Without objection, so ordered.
And also a written statement for the record of Karen S. Miller regarding Major Donald Carr, and a written statement for the record of Matthew W. Carr regarding Major Donald Carr.
Without objection, all of those statements will be placed in the record.
Mr. Chairman,
Colonel Turner.
I would ask, if I may, if you would allow me to
follow Colonel Bailey with my statement. I'll keep it within your limits, I believe, because it's related to his testimony, sir.
That's fine. I have no objection to that at all. Are you ready, Mr. Bailey?
Sir.
All right. Now, are these set up so that everybody can see them on the committee? For the next? Fine. Colonel Bailey, if you'd lead off, please. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of this committee, I appreciate...
Pull the mic a little closer, and thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of this committee, I appreciate the opportunity to express my experiences and opinions about the conduct of the U.S. government in the area of recovering American prisoners of war left behind in Southeast Asia. This is a field in which I have had extensive experience. I have 26 years in the POW MIA field. I have served in the armed forces of this country during 3 wars. I flew 256 missions, combat missions, as a fighter pilot in the Vietnam War, during which time I became interested in the plight of air crews shot down but not rescued. After retirement from the Air Force, I have dedicated my time and efforts towards the discovery of information about POWs who were left behind by the government of this country almost 20 years ago in their haste to disengage with honor from the war in Southeast Asia they were unwilling or unable to win. Since that time, I have spent many years in Southeast Asia, and I have cultivated hundreds of contacts with individuals who have given me intelligence concerning the fate of prisoners still being held by our former enemies. Some of that information was deliberately false, fabricated for the purpose of being sold for profit. Other intelligence is, in my opinion, valid and worthy of investigation by the governmental agencies supposedly created for that purpose. In the past, I have given valid information concerning POWs to appropriate governmental agencies. It is my belief that there is no investigation made in any of these cases. In the majority of instances, I have never received any sort of communications back from the agencies I had contacted, not even an acknowledgement that the information was received. While there are numbers of cases worth discussing, I will limit this statement to the facts of the case of Army Special Forces Captain Donald Gene Carr, presently a matter of prime interest. In 1988, I made contact with a source of information who indicated to me that he had contact with American prisoners of war being held in Laos. After numbers of meetings with this man, referred to as Mr. X, and a number of other individuals, we devised a detailed operation to bring 2 American prisoners out of captivity and into friendly hands. A great deal of thought and coordination went into the creation of this plan, involving the method and route of extraction, form of transportation, security, and the payment of a substantial amount of money from private sources for the delivery of these prisoners. As means of providing proof of the existence of these POWs, I sent Mr. X into Laos with a camera, articles of clothing, and Mr. X gave the clothing to a prisoner and took this photograph, which most of you have seen. He returned the unexposed film to me, and among the pictures that resulted was one of the men we now know as Donald Gene Carr. After receiving the film, I didn't see him or hear from Mr. X again for almost 2 years, and assumed that something had happened to him or had otherwise gone wrong to cause the plan to be compromised. It wasn't until last week that I discovered what this problem was. Shortly after developing the Carr picture in 1990, I showed it to a senior DIA member of the American Embassy, who I was informed was involved in the POW and MIA affairs. I am aware of no action that was taken by the government at that time. After several months of investigation and a comparison of the pictures given to us by family members, we concluded that the man in the Laos picture, Special Forces Captain Donald Gene Carr. In July of 1991, Judge Norman Turner, a former Air Force fighter pilot, and I prepared a package of information concerning the Carr case. In conjunction with this, I released the original negatives given to me by Mr. X to an investigator of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, who had arranged to have scientific comparison to the photos made by pathologist Michael Charney of Colorado State University. Dr. Charney also concluded that the man in the photo was Carr, as did family members and men who had served with Carr. The photographs were released publicly in July 1991. Within a week of that time, the Senate Select Committee was approved. At that time, the Department of Defense became interested in the case and asked me to brief them on the Carr matter. Against the advice of a number of friends involved in this issue, I agreed to do so. Although almost anyone who has dealt privately in searching for POWs distrusts the government in general and the DI in particular in this area. I felt that I should make an effort to cooperate with the government one more time. I did so with misgivings. At this first Pentagon briefing on August 1st, I gave to the DI my original negatives of the Carr matter, except for those pictures showing the face of Mr. X, the man that took the picture. I did not release the true name of Mr. X. When interrogated by DI concerning the location at which the photographs were taken, I indicated the side of a position I had been informed was a POW holding location, but I did not give them the true location at that time because I was not confident in their motives. I was invited back to brief Secretary of Defense Cheney in October of 1991, although I was still uncomfortable with the record of the DI in the area of POW investigations, and I decided to cooperate fully since I felt that there would be integrity in that level of the government. My feeling was that we had to trust somebody, that we had to work together. In that briefing, therefore, I released all of the remaining information available to me at that time concerning the Carr case, including the remaining original negatives and the names of Mr. X. At this time, I indicated to Secretary Cheney the true position of the site at which I was informed Carr was, where he was being held at the time the photograph was taken. I was informed that the DIA would cooperate with me and that I was to be considered part of the team. I told Secretary Cheney and others present at the meeting that based on information I had received, I thought that Mr. X would be in Bangkok. By the time I returned, I would bring him to them so that people would have a chance to talk with him. I was asked on several occasions by DIA personnel if Mr. X would submit to a polygraph test. I told him that it would be up to him. Within a few days after the briefing, even as I made plans for a return trip as part of the team, I learned that negative information was being released about me and the Carr case by someone within DOD. I was told that people from DOD were saying that the pictures were probably taken in Thailand, and that I was not cooperating with them. I was also informed that the DIA was investigating the case by looking into the Bangkok Zoo. I don't know if that is true or not. I'm now informed that earlier this week, Secretary Dick Cheney testified that I told members of the DOD that I didn't know where the Carr photos were taken and that they might have been taken in Bangkok or somewhere else. Apparently, he also testified that I promised him I had witnesses in Bangkok ready to talk to his people when they arrived there. Both of these statements are false. It is true that I was not able to produce Mr. X in Bangkok during the week that the DOD was able to dictate to this highest priority in the land. I tried to make contact, but I have to this point out that we are not dealing with livestock or retail goods here. It took us many years in Southeast Asia to cultivate the level of trust necessary to obtain the evidence I have tried to present. Furthermore, people that are able to move across borders to obtain such information live and move in a shadow world at the edges of society. The lines of communication in that part of the world are relatively primitive. The phone system in Bangkok are approximately at the level of the United States in the 50s. In remote areas of Thailand, they are almost non-existent. My primary method of communications into the upcountry regions of Thailand consists of buying a bus ticket to a remote area and sending an agent there with an oral message instruction to try to find a telephone to call back and answer. Mr. Chairman, I find it appalling that after almost 20 years of inaction, and only when it became apparent members of the Defense Department would be compelled to testify before this committee, interest was suddenly been stimulated to aggressively investigate a prisoner of war matter in the case of Carr. During my latest trip to Thailand, during which I was part of the team, according to Mr. Cheney, there was no question that a sense of urgency existed in the minds of those DOD, DIA people who traveled there at the same time. Judge Turner and I were constantly reminded of the time constraints resulting from these hearings. We were repeatedly asked what could be done to make it happen. While these travelers from Washington enjoyed their lodge in the Imperial Hotel, we did our best in more Spartan surroundings to make it happen at our own expenses. Monies were paid and bus tickets were bought, but in the instance, Southeast Asia was not ready to perform at the belated queue of the DIA within their self-imposed time constraints. The single most important lesson anyone from the West can learn in dealing with Southeast Asia is that patience is a prerequisite. Got any sort of success to be gained there. This sort of ignorance of the ways of that part of the world is among the roots of our failure in the Vietnam War. Ho Chi Minh had patience we didn't have. One individual connected to the car case was produced for questioning by the DIA. This man, who we will call Mario, was one of my original points of contact to Mr. X. I didn't consider him to be a major factor in the car operation myself at that time. This turned out to be an error in judgment on my part. After the photographs were developed, the operation to bring out 2 American POWs was to proceed irrespective to any attempted identification of the subject in the picture. Mr. X left to continue the final stage of the plan, and I waited to hear from him. Last week, Mario told me what happened to cause this operation to be ended. While I was waiting for the message from Mr. X to proceed with the mission, Mario was contacted by a man from the American Embassy in Bangkok. This man told Mario that I and my primary contact in Thailand in Bangkok had received a large sum of money for the operation, but we had kept it for our own use, not sharing it with the other people. This man from the embassy told Mario that my Thai contact had bought a large, valuable piece of land north of Bangkok with the money, that we were cheating Mario, Mr. X, and the others involved in the plan, and that we intended to cut them out entirely. As a result of the false information provided to Mario, he contacted Mr. X and other members of the operation, tell them that everything was off and that they were being cheated by myself and my Thai contact. As a result of these actions, I never received any further communications about the mission from Mr. X. I concluded that something beyond my control had occurred. While this is true, I was astonished by what that something was. After talking with my contact and myself last week, Mario realized that the man from the embassy had lied to him. Mario then became very apologetic, saying he was sorry and that he had misunderstood. Mario feels very bad about this occurrence now, but not half as bad as I did. Mario told us that the man from the embassy knew about the operation from some other source. He gave Mario in the sum of 150,000 baht, $6,000, 50,000 one time and 100,000 another, and said he wanted Mario to work for him and not for me. Mario stated that he gave the man some information but refused to work for him further, even though the DOD told Mario he would buy him a BMW automobile if he did. Plus, he'd already been given that amount of money. When Mario still refused the man from the American embassy, said that if Mario revealed the man's name, he could not be responsible for the fate of Mario, his daughter, or his mother. Mario took this to be a threat against the lives of himself and his family. He believes that the man from the embassy has friends in Thailand who are capable of carrying out this threat. The man from the American embassy coerced Mario to swear an oath to Buddha that he would not tell the man's name. Mario told us that he has moved his daughter out of his house to another location to preclude her from being kidnapped or killed. He is now in fear for his life. This information was given in the presence of Judge Turner, myself, and 3 members of the DOD, DIA who were questioning him. Mario was asked at that time what the name of the man from the U.S. Embassy was. He said he could not tell the name. No further questions were asked about this subject at all by the DIA people. After meeting with the DIA people, yes.
Because some of your words are getting swallowed up.
Slow down a little bit. Let me have that. Thank you. I'm still traveling from Bangkok. Sorry. After meeting with the DIA people was concluded, Judge Turner and my Thai contact and I took Mario to dinner. During the meal, we tried to convince him to tell us who the man was, and he broke into tears and said he couldn't tell us because the man's friends would kill him. Just before I left to return to the United States to attend this hearing, we met again with Morrow at his house. After extensive discussion, Morrow did in fact reveal the name of the man from the American embassy to us, which we will give to you in a closed session. From this meeting and that with the DIA and DOD personnel, it appears certain that there was a deliberate sabotage of the car operation by the introduction of misinformation in the form of lies about me and my Thai contact. There is, in fact, land owned by my contact north of Bangkok. There was an inheritance years ago, that person's father. There was no money received by me or by anyone else in the car case except what I had paid out of my own pocket for the taking of the photographs, period. No money was to be paid until there was a release of a POW. The statement made by the man from the embassy tomorrow were absolutely lies from beginning to end. There are many pitfalls in any sort of operation, such as the one planned for the recovery of prisoners in the car case. While it cannot be proved that that operation would have ultimately succeeded, it can be stated with certainty that this man from the Embassy of the United States of America cut off any chance of the mission successful by a deceitful, arguable, treasonous act to kill it by lies, bribery, and threats to a Thai citizen in his own country by a representative of the government of the United States. The final issue I would raise for consideration in this committee is whether or not American prisoners of war have died as a direct result of the action of this agent of the United States government in Thailand. Thank you for taking your time to hear me and to hear my statement.
Colonel, where are you taking off to that you have a plane? You just arrived.
I have a serious illness in my family.
And you have to leave to go to where?
To Tennessee.
Tennessee.
But
Will you
my
be available
later
to be here
this-
for a while so that we can follow up?
I would like very much to answer your questions, yes. I will.
No, what I mean is in the next few days, will you also be able to be reachable?
I'm leaving for Thailand the first of next week.
Of next week?
Yes, sir. But I would make myself available in any way that I can.
Thank you.
Of course.
Colonel Turner?
Yes, good.
Mr. Chairman, Senators, thank you for allowing me to address this committee today. I am a former United States Air Force fighter pilot who flew combat missions and 2 tours of duty in Vietnam. I have been working with Jack Bailey primarily on the Donald Jean Carr case since the middle of June of this year. I have become familiar with the facts of this case, and I am convinced.
Colonel Turner, could I just ask you one quick question? Are you going to summarize your testimony, or?
Well, I was going to read it, Senator.
It's about 15, 20 minutes long. That's why am I wrong? Am I judging that?
Well, I'm used to reading jury instructions. I think I can get through it quicker than that.
Right.
I am convinced that the photograph is that of Captain Donald Jean Carr. I will convince parts of it. I'll discuss the trip to Bangkok. I went to Bangkok with Colonel Bailey, and I will summarize parts of it in the interest of time. From the time we arrived in Bangkok until the day we left, Jack Bailey had agents up country trying to make contact with the man who had taken the car photos, who we referred to as Mr. X, and to bring him to Bangkok. Both Bailey and I paid out of our pockets for the expense of sending people to various places in Southeast Asia. This sum was well over $2,000. At one point, I observed Jack leave one of his rings in a Bangkok hawk shop to obtain more money to pay for expenses for one of his sources of information. I'm aware, and I'm just, if you'll read along with me, I'll skip paragraphs and move on down to those I consider the most pertinent to this session. I will make the statement under oath that to the best of my knowledge, under penalty of perjury that I swore to, the statements to this, the facts of this statement are true. I am aware that testimony has been presented that while in Thailand, Jack Bailey stated that the car pictures might have been taken in Thailand or Burma instead of Laos. I was present at Bailey's side every second that he was in the physical presence of people from the DOD or DIA. He never made any such statement to any of them that I heard. I am aware of his views about the car case as any person on earth. He does not believe any such thing. When comment
has been made by others that the pictures looked as though they might have been taken in Bangkok. I have heard him state words in frustration to the effect, quote, well, if they were taken in Thailand, let's find out where in Thailand Butch Carr is and bring him home, end quote. Whichever small-minded DIA minion made such a bogus report to his superiors knew full well that he was quoting Bailey out of context, if at all, and he also knew that no such meaning was ever intended by Bailey. The most significant event in the trip occurred when we made contact with a Thai man called Mario. He had been involved in Jack Bailey's operation to return American prisoners of war, which you've just heard about. In the process of trying to get to Mr. X to bring him back to Thailand, we received information, and I'm paraphrasing now, that there was bad feelings towards Jack and his primary source of information, an individual in Bangkok. A meeting was made through a third party between Bailey, his Thai contact, and Mario. I was not at that meeting, but I was informed later that the facts were as you have heard, this false information, which I'll address in a moment. My first contact with Mario was on the evening we brought him to meet with the DIA people. We were concerned because Mario was very apprehensive about talking to anyone from the American Embassy. We asked Colonel Cole to bring only one other person with him to keep the environment from being too intimidating. 3 of them showed up. The 3 men who appeared to meet with Mario were Colonel John Cole, Bob Sheets, and William Gowdry. Mario was asked why the rescue mission failed, and he told us about the man from the American Embassy who gave him money and told him how Jack Bailey and his Thai contact were cheating him. He also said that the man who had told him that if Mario ever told anybody his name, he couldn't be responsible for the safety of Mario, his daughter, or his mother. One of the DIA men asked what the embassy man's name was, and Mario said he didn't want to say. Mario said, quote, he is very powerful. You all know him, end quote. The questioner, Bill Gowdry, dropped the whole line of inquiry. It was apparent to me that there existed the strong possibility that actions by an agent of the U.S. government had deliberately killed a viable operation to rescue American prisoners of war, and I wanted to find out what I could about it. Jack and I took Mario to supper after the DIA men left, and I tried the best I could, as gently as I could, to get him to tell me the name. He looked pained and kept apologizing to Jack, saying, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I can't say his name because he has many friends who would kill me. Finally, after I explained that he might now be in greater danger if he did not tell us, he said he was sorry, broke down, and began to cry, putting his napkin up to his face. At that point, we ceased to pressure him further. Several days later, just the night before I left to come back, we went over to see Mario at his house with a video camera and tape recorders and still cameras. Basically what we did is pump him for information about the name of the man. That's what I wanted.
The name of the man from the embassy.
The name of the man from the embassy who had talked to him, who had split the operation and ended it and threatened his life. Mario finally admitted that he had told 3 other people the man's name. One was a connected friend of his up country who had associates who Mario hoped could protect him. The other 2 were Mr. Axe himself and another person called Dr. No, one of the old car operation people. Based on his years of experience in Southeast Asia, Jack had guessed who he thought the man would be. He gave me 2 names quietly. I wrote them on the margin of a Thai newspaper lying on the floor in Mario's house. I said, look at these names, Mario. If you were to cross out one of them, which one would it be? And I handed Mario my pen, this pen right here, as a matter of fact. He looked at the names I had written, and after a few seconds made an X by one of the names. I asked him, cross out this one? Mario said, no, that him. That's a quote. We turned the video cam back on. I tried to get Mario to say the name out loud, but he wouldn't. Finally, shut off the camera. I took my tape recorder out, put it up by his mouth, and then I said, Mario, and I spoke the man's name, it's that man, isn't it? He hesitated for a while and finally said, into my tape recorder, yes. I'm a judge in a criminal court. I deal with victims and perpetrators of crime every day of the week. I've heard hundreds, if not thousands, of witnesses testify. I would not bet that every detail of what Mario told us is true and complete, but I am convinced beyond a reasonable doubt of the following. 1, Mario's loyalties to Jack Bailey and the Carr mission were deliberately estranged by lies told him by a man who works for the government of the United States. 2, the mission was aborted because of the intervention of this man from the American Embassy. 3, Mario now regrets his actions in stopping the mission. And 4, Mario is terrified of the prospect of physical harm or death occurring to himself or his family through actions initiated by the man from the embassy or that man's friends. Mr. Chairman and members of this committee, you have in the span of the last 3 days been eyewitnesses to what I believe is a complete microcosm of the moral and ethical defects in governmental agencies that has plagued the conscience of this nation since the end of the war in Southeast Asia. You have heard testimony from at least 2 members of the DIA-DOD team that accompanied Jack Bailey to Thailand. Those team members swore an oath to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help them God, before testifying before you. It is my understanding that those team members were asked if there was anything else they knew about any matter concerning the matter of POWs in Southeast Asia. Apparently, none of them present at the time of the questioning of Mario bothered to mention the matter of Mario and the aborted Carr rescue mission to this panel. I was horrified to learn of the allegation of such criminal acts by an agent of the United States government. Apparently, these investigators did not feel such information was worthy of being reported to the superiors or included in their sworn testimony, even when directly asked. The acts of the man from the embassy in aborting the Carr rescue missions by intimidation and bribery were recited by the victim of those acts in the immediate presence of Robert Sheets, the chief of DIA's Office of POW MIA Affairs at the Pentagon, Colonel John M. Cole Jr., the chief of the POW MIA team in the embassy in Bangkok, and William R. Gowdry of the Joint Casualty Resolution Center at the embassy in Bangkok. These are the very men who are most responsible for the investigation of reports concerning American prisoners of war being held in Southeast Asia. How could such individuals recognize valid information concerning prisoners if they can't see the relevance of the information I just stated?
The relevance of which? Of the
relevance of the fact, Senator, that an operation was deliberately interfered with, that a team was split and the mission canceled, and that threats were made.
So you all of that was laid out to them, you're saying?
To the best of my recollection, yes. Not in the detail. There was no further questioning after about 5 minutes, but to the best of my recollection, it was. It certainly was laid out that that's why the mission failed.
Is there any, Colonel, is that accurate, Colonel? Is Colonel Cole here? Not accurate, all right. Well, we'll get your later view on that.
When the statement was made that this had happened, Colonel Cole made the statement. I'm not going to mention a man's name. It was another man who says, "Oh, was that so-and-so again?" And that's when Mario said, "I can't say his name. He's very powerful. You all know him."
Did you give the name of this embassy official to the team?
No.
Are you willing to share the name of this person with us?
Yes, but in some sort of closed session. We'll explain why in a closed session. We're concerned about the life of our man.
Privately after this meeting,
yes, sir.
I'm saying. All right.
The man would be willing to come and testify before this committee, sir. The individual himself, Mario, he would be very happy to come and testify.
I'm going to, in the interest of brevity, at your request, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to skip just to a couple more parts of my statement, which is entered into evidence, and state just a couple of things that have struck me recently. In an incident reported locally on November 6th, yesterday, the Vietnam ambassador to the United Nations, Trinh Xuan Long, remarked that his government could quickly settle the issue of missing American prisoners of war if Washington would just stop making it a condition for normalizing relations. I'm sorry to appear in levity, but my feelings were, upon reading that quote, reminiscent of the old joke, "What's he mean, Mommy?" I think I knew what he meant.
He gave us a letter yesterday morning
we have a clear.
refuting that, saying that that's not what he said, that there was no connection.
It was how he's quoted in the paper.
Yeah, but he
I
gave us a
understand that.
letter.
He was disturbed by apparently the misinterpretation, and he submitted for the record a subsequent clarification.
Very well. I'd be interested to hear what the reporter recalls. I'm just going to make the last little...
Let me just say, incidentally, that all of which, frankly, is meaningless anyway, because the bottom line is still going to be the performance and the follow-through. So this is gloss in any respect.
Okay, to conclude, I'd just like to read the last portion of my statement. On a larger scale, there seems to be a prevalent presumption on the hearts and minds of our governmental leaders that unless some individual can present solid, uncontroverted proof of the existence of a POW, that POW doesn't exist. That constitutes a presumption of death, which is patent nonsense. In the law, there are many presumptions. These presumptions were conceived over the years by a process of long and careful consideration of logic and public interest. In the case of war, a living, breathing man is sent forth into combat, and barring some positive evidence of his death, there's no conceivable reason in logic to presume such a thing just because he's missing. There are a number of alternatives to such a conclusion in the majority of cases. That presumption, however, appears to be the rule in our governmental policy in this area. And I'd like to point out that none of this is aimed at this committee. This is all at what's happened up to this time in my mind.
We understand. We're just looking forward to a few months from now when it is, but no.
Well, I hope if I can just say briefly,
we're not going to give anybody any cause to aim any.
I heard Senator Smith's opening statement, and I was the best I've felt in a long time.
Good.
After hearing that. Who made the decision in our government that out of sight constitutes a presumption of death? What gave our government the right to place the burden of proof to the contrary on the families of the missing men and private seekers of prisoners to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a POW exists before the government will act? Nowhere else in our system of government does such backward thinking exist. Although our governmental spokesmen deny that this is their policy, there is a virtually unanimous opinion among the families of MIAs who have tried to deal with official agencies that such is the case. In the undeclared war over Laos, in which I flew at least 50 strike missions, our country lost almost 600 men MIA. Not one single prisoner of war was ever returned by that country. For every 600 such losses over Vietnam, we could expect to have about 100 men returned. And my question is, what do you suppose happened to all those folks? Why is it logical to presume that they are dead without conclusive evidence to support such conclusion? Nowhere in the law could such logic long survive. Perhaps the difference in this instance is that there is, in the past, no one to speak for the interests of the prisoners except those lonely voices of family members and private seekers acting alone without adequate means to refute the power and majesty of governmental agencies fixed in their internal agendas, who are both the investigators of the evidence and the judges of their own competence. Mr. Chairman, members of this committee, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Let me just say, folks, that we began this panel half an hour ago. What was supposed to have been 2 5-minute statements has been about 27 minutes. So I'm trying to obviously keep the process moving and fair to everybody. And the importance here is going to be obviously the capacity to question and get at this a little bit. So I do beg your cooperation if we can. Now, Mr. Bailey, you have to leave for a plane. Is that accurate?
I would like very much to stay and listen to what Colonel Cole here has to say, and let me just say...
Well, we want to have a chance to be able to ask some questions. Now, you're going to be able to stay for that
afterwards? I will stay until midnight to answer any questions you have, regardless.
Then could we proceed with the next testimony? And I'm not sure how...
Chairman, I do have to catch a plane, and I promised Colonel Bailey I would ask him a couple of questions, if you don't mind.
Senator,
because, if you don't mind. Thank you for your service to our country, both of you. We're very grateful. I'll make my questions brief. Clearly, there is a strong disagreement between what both of you have just testified to and what Secretary Cheney testified to. So either one of you is correct or he is misinformed, one of the two. Would you agree with that, Colonel Bailey?
Definitely, sir. I agree to that.
It says, on page 22 of his statement, he says, Senate staff mission. He says, I provided several experts to go along on the trip because of purporting to have hot information. The individual, is he talking about Mario, subsequently provided the Senate staffer with a source who failed a polygraph test. I take it the individual is you?
No, sir, I didn't. I took a polygraph test on my own.
No,
but I
I'm
passed
talking
it.
about Mario.
That's not true, sir. That is absolutely false.
Okay. Maybe I'm talking about the wrong trip here that the Secretary of Defense is talking
If I
about.
could clear this up, they did ask if he would take a polygraph. And after that evening, they asked if he would. And I said we would talk about it and ask him. And I believe it was the next day or a couple of days we did ask him, and he said, I don't trust them, period. He said, I will not.
So he wouldn't
His
take
statement. Different individual, I believe, right? Yeah, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
But so Mario,
He did not.
he never took a polygraph test.
But I believe he would be happy to now. After all of this, I'm sure he would be happy to. He will come here and testify.
Did the picture of Captain Bora come through either one of you?
No, but I was familiar
Came
with
through
it.
Mr. Gaydon.
I was familiar with it through the source, yes.
You accept the alleged proof now that that is not Captain Bora, but that's a Laotian?
Sir, I would prefer not to comment. I would prefer not to comment. I think Judge Gaydon you should ask him that question.
Okay, so the fact is that that Mario, the whole mission was aborted, in your view, because of interference from someone in the American Embassy in Thailand.
No doubt about it in my mind, sir. Definitely.
And the three individuals who Colonel Turner mentions in his statement basically did nothing about it. The three, Colonel Cole, et cetera. Is that right, Colonel Turner?
Senator,
Here, Jimmy.
I'm not sure what they could have done about it as far as anything at that time, but I was surprised that it wasn't reported either in Mr. Cheney's report to you, testimony to you, or by themselves when they testified before you. That's my comment. I couldn't believe they didn't mention it. They didn't feel it important enough to mention.
In other words, how could such individuals recognize valid information concerning prisoners if they can't even see the relevance of the information just stated? So so you are accusing them of at least non-carrying out of their duties, failure to carry out their duties. Is it?
I'm questioning either, well, as kindly as possible, I'm questioning their judgment in not seeing that this is relevant information. If they didn't understand the total picture there, they could have asked more questions. I thought that it was quite clear at the meeting they had there, but after just a short time, after they wouldn't answer the question of the man's name, they didn't question further.
Obviously, Mr. Chairman, we need to get to the bottom of this. I have no further questions, and I, like Colonel Bailey, will look forward to the responses of the others. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Colonel Bailey, just share with me, what do you do?
What do I do?
Yeah.
I spend my time 100% working this issue, Mr. Chairman. I spend 8 to 10 months out of the year in Thailand working this issue and have for the past 10 years solid. I started in 1965 on this, actually, in the POW MIA. And I would like to discuss many more cases, I didn't want to get away from the car case, but there's many others that should be brought up and this committee should be aware of.
Well, the committee is going to, that's why I asked you how long you're going to be here. We don't want you to have flown so far at expense and everything and not have the opportunity to talk to you. We want to review all the information that you have in all the other cases. So that's why it's particularly important if you can make certain you're available the next days so staff can spend time with you and actually go through the deposition process and begin to build the record here. We need to do that.
We'd be happy to cooperate with you, sir, and I assure you I'm going to bring Mario to this country, and he will be available to testify. We also have more than 1 hour on videotape and cassette tape of this man's testimony in this respect.
Now, who funds that operation?
Who funds it? I think he saw who funded the last trip with me. I funded the expenses of trying to find Mr. X out of my own pocket. I even hawked my ring at the time that I had to send the last man up.
Now you're living in Thailand.
Same way the plane ticket.
So basically in retired status, is that accurate?
I'm retired Air Force. Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and that's how you support yourself?
That's right.
It's through retirement.
Her very good friend, Colonel Wallace Robinson from Kansas, my classmate, who is very close to the senator here, and Senator Dole, has really funded me, and through other people that believe in what we're doing. While on the other side, the DI and other people try to discredit what I'm trying to do. And I appreciate your good friend, Senator.
Did you express any concern to any of the DIA folks that, or to the either to Mr. Ford's DIA staff or to Pentagon staff, that the CIA, you were concerned about going back because of the CIA?
Definitely.
You did express
very
that
much. Well, I did mention it to, I believe, to Colonel Jordan. Judge Turner was with me when we were briefed by a contact CIA person that gave us the information that we felt that was pretty reliable. And I think we could give you that in closed session.
So you shared that with the DIA?
Some of it. I believe I did with Colonel Jordan. I'm not sure at this time.
Did you tell Mr. Ford's staff that you were concerned about, that you had been told by some congressman's staff that CIA would be following you in Bangkok or something?
May I address that, Mr. Chairman? I received a phone call from a Carr family member from Florida who was upset and saying her daughter had received a call from I believe it's Congressman Goss's secretary. And I then spoke to the daughter, who's a very level-headed person, and that daughter told me that that when this woman, whose name I believe is Christy Hahn, a secretary/aide of Congressman Goss, called her, said she had just gotten off the phone from the DIA, from the DOD, excuse me, or to Thailand, and that when they went back, this is just before this last trip, the DIA and CIA were going to be following Jack around. They're going to be hanging on to his coattails, and I guess at that point, this daughter, loyal to our side, I got into an argument with her, and she said, well, Jack won't know it because he'll be in civilian clothes. We talked to the folks here from the DOD, and they assured us that no such thing had occurred. Nobody was bad-mouthing Jack, but this is something that just didn't come out of the air.
Did you, when you met with DIA in August, did you tell them that you knew the locations for up to 14 camps that hold prisoners in Laos?
Our first meeting we had in August, the judge was with me, so was Colonel Wallace Robinson, and yes, I did. We did give them information. I don't know the exact numbers, but we gave them quite a bit of information, yes, sir.
Did you tell them you'd provide them those locations?
I did, sir.
Have you done that?
I don't think I provided them with 14, but I provided them with when we met with Secretary Cheney with two Congressman McCloskey from Indiana and Congressman Pete Visconski. I did give them the locations of the new camps, the updates that we had with POWs, the information, the latest that we had, even with the names of the camp commanders. And may I add, if I could at this time, I made it very a point that these people were being held, including Carr, by the 379th Division, North Vietnamese Division, inside of Laos, and gave them the names of the people, the camp commanders, even the pictures that I had in the car pictures, the name of that lieutenant colonel, the Vietnamese, the Major Pathe Lao. And I went further, and I'm sure that they would be happy to turn that information over to you. If you don't, I will. Now, that was the first day. The second day, I was asked to stay over. Now, this was the second trip. Don't let me confuse it. The first 2 days we spent, Judge Turner was with me, Larry Stark, and Wally Robinson, Colonel Robinson. And we turned over everything to them on the car case with the exception, we're talking negatives now, We gave the pictures, the negatives of everything, but the picture showing the man that took the photos, Mr. X, and the lieutenant colonel, and the Pathe Lao major, the Vietnamese colonel.
Now, this Mr. X is somebody who has access to
within
the camp?
the Laotian government, Mr. Chairman, yes, sir. And that's why he was able to
Mr. X is within the Laotian government?
Working with the Laotian government at that time, yes, sir. Now, this information was given to them.
How many locations did you identify where the car photograph was taken at? Did you have different views about that, or different?
Yes, I did, sir. Definitely.
Was that, was that by mistake, or because?
The first one I gave them, the senator here has a report that we gave to her through Colonel Robinson quite some time ago that indicated where this camp was to Senator Dole and to Senator Casablanca. And this was this last year. Now, in the map that we had for her was the same thing, that the report that we gave to the DIA. Then, after I went back to Thailand, we did have some updated information on some new camps and the possibility where these 30 people might have been moved to, including Carr, which we gave at that time, even the names of the commanders that was commanding these camps. I would like to make this one comment. And we're talking about the Vietnamese. There is no one, I don't think, in Vietnam, because they've been moved into Laos and some maybe into Cambodia. Even the 379th Division people that we have in contact with want to assist and to help incorporate on the POW issue. They're being pulled out this month, right after the monsoon. Right now would be the time for the U.S. government to try to negotiate this thing with them, and this is what we said. I believe the best way to bring them out now is diplomacy. 5 presidents hasn't done it. We haven't done it from the private sector, and we join forces with the government here. Look what happens. I don't have the answer.
What I want to do is make sure other senators. Do you want to ask questions of Mr. Bailey now, senators, or do you want to get the rest of the testimony? Could we then hear the rest of the testimony? I don't know who's next, and then we'll come back. Why don't we go with the Lundy?
Would it be all right if Mr. Gaydon testified?
Absolutely. Sure.
Thank you, Gladys.
Can we try to?
I'm not even going to read my statement. I'd ask that it be waived, and I'll just orally present the viewpoints that I wanted to present.
Your full statement will be placed in the record, and I would remind everybody that their full statement is placed in the record as if you had spoken it, and it is under oath.
Thank you. Senator Kerry, Senator Smith, Senator McCain, Senator Reed, and Senator Kassenbaum. My name is Judge Hamilton Gaydon. I'm a Tennessee Circuit Judge. I'm a graduate of Vanderbilt University and Vanderbilt Law School. I've been a judge for 17 years. I'm also an author of a book that was published in 1987 entitled To Circle the Cross, which is a fictional story of an MIA retained in Laos after the war, predicated upon the central fact that we abandoned 600 American MIAs in Laos and that they were not covered by any treaty. I also introduced to you in absentia my court officer who works for me during the day, and together we work in odd hours trying to prove that there are live American POWs in Southeast Asia. His name is Kambong Sibahong. Kambong is a 10-year veteran of the secret war in Laos. He's the 13th ranked member of the Free International Lao, and so I bring to you a little bit of a different viewpoint. I'm not a Vietnam veteran. I've never been to Asia. I advise Kambong and his friends who are part of the freedom fighters internationally on what to do with the evidence that they have been able to procure from Southeast Asia. Kambong has many contacts, even has family, even one family member who's a ranking member of the communist government today. The bottom line is that I'm convinced that there are over 300 American POWs. I'm going to talk about Dan Bora in a minute, and I don't back up from that, but I hear a message from you senators. You're tired, and I really do appreciate your patience. I want to start out at the top and then get off this and not steal the thunder of the Stevens, Lundy, and Robertson families. As an American, I was part of this end, the American end of an escape attempt 3 weeks ago, which failed on October the 16th, 3 weeks to this day. The gentleman who was interdicted on the shore of the Mekong River was Albro Lundy. In the process, we were able to gain certain evidence, letters, for the third time, original thumbprints and handprints. These are copies. We actually have matching handprints and thumbprints, although I'll say parenthetically that our government cannot come up with one single set of fingerprints or thumbprints of Colonel Albro Lundy. I've come to learn through Albro Lundy III that Albro Lundy, a UCLA basketball player, having played under Coach Wooden as a sidelight, has tremendously big hands and big thumbs. As you can see from this, he has abnormal hands. There's not a man in this building that can match his thumbprints. All three of these thumbprints match. No. Major Albro Lundy. I'm gonna get on Dan Bohr in a minute. Today, yeah, that's correct, Albro Lundy. Today I gave to the American Legion this morning root hair samples that they have taken, and they're going to run a DNA and report back to this committee. I've done this because I think the American Legion is a third party. They have no interest in whether I'm telling the truth. I have no interest in conflicting with Secretary Cheney when he calls us fraudulent and those kind of things. I'm not going to get into name calling.
Root hair sample on
Albro Lundy.
Of Albro Lundy.
Right.
All right.
We hope that report will be made to you. We're told that.
But from where? Now wait, you got to help me out here.
Okay, these hair samples came through the Laotian network across the Mekong River, delivered to a freedom fighter, then to my court officer, and then delivered to the American Legion this morning. This morning at 8 o'clock. The hair
delivered to the American Legion this morning.
Right. The hair samples were delivered to us approximately a month ago.
How would a neutral person looking at this have any way of ascertaining the chain of custody of this? I mean, you're a judge. You're both judges.
Well,
and evidence to be probative, you've got to be able to show the chain of custody. Now, how does anybody know where this really came from? That's all I'm asking.
Okay, well, first off, Senator, you're right, and not to be argumentative, I don't know. I don't know who all touched these hair samples. I do know, however, that the hair samples can be aged. In other words, an expert can tell you these hairs are 2 months old. That, to me, would answer the hair sample custody question, because we know that Colonel Lundy is not running around in the United States. So to answer that, it can be aged.
Well, I'll get at that later. Right. That doesn't really answer my question, but that's all right.
All right. Well, at any rate, if it is his hair and it's 2 months old, I think the logical answer is that this hair, 2 months old, of Albro Lundy, Colonel Albro Lundy, is somewhere in Southeast Asia. As far as to who handled it, it came through the network of the Lao, and I can't answer that. I'm not going to steal the thunder. As I said, we have several handprints and fingerprints. I will say parenthetically that we had through a Senate investigator through the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, a pre-check on the fingerprints of 4 individuals. And in March of 1991, we were told through an intermediary that the handprints and fingerprints of Commander Stevens and Colonel Robertson were in the files of the Defense Department. And 3 weeks later, these gentlemen say they can't find any fingerprints. At any rate, I'm going to turn now to Mr. Bohr. In July of 1990, Kambong, my court officer, received 23 negatives. He also received a message that this gentleman's name was DECAEKOS or BARA. We had the negatives developed. We also had other information: his wife's name, his son's name, his daughter's name, and a message that he wanted to come home, but only with his children and his wife, and also with this other man, be it Barra or Dize Kaz, as they pronounced it to us phonetically. They handed it to me, and I converted the Dize Kaz to a rather simple conversion. There was a guy, Colonel Robert Dizenkowski. We contacted his wife through another intermediary we had in Arizona. His wife lives in Mesa, Arizona. She was interviewed. She could not recognize this as her husband. They gave the picture back to me, and through the process of elimination, and actually looking at this Life magazine that I see here, just one night, I wasn't able to identify Colonel Bora. We knew he wasn't Dizencastli from Arizona, but we knew that Dizencastli was probably with this guy. I did see the picture of Daniel Bora, and I immediately thought that was him. To make a long story short, through various correspondence and to be as tactful as I could, I got the Boras to send me pictures. In turn, after I saw the pictures of Dan Bora as a child and as a young adult, I called the Boras in Illinois and asked them to come down to Nashville. Mr. and Mrs. Bora and one of the Bora girls, Julie, came down to Nashville, and Kambong went out and we met them. And I apologized to them for even intruding in their lives because they honestly thought and had given up on their son. And I told them, I want you to tell us this is not your son and we'll go away. I do not want you to tell us it's your son. That's exactly why I said it. And they looked at it and said, well, I noticed tears in the eyes of Mr. Bora. I noticed a shock in Mrs. Bora and Julie too. Now we're talking about this. So they went back to Alden, Illinois and called me up and said, Judge, basically to paraphrase, this is our son. And I said, well, what do we do? I said, well, the first thing I want you to do is tell me about all the family members. There were 5 children and the mother and father. I said, each of you must say 100%. Each of you must be convinced. And we actually made a video of that. I got them down to Nashville in my jury room. I was convinced.
Judge, could you get to the part where that we've now got pictures of a Laotian, of French blood?
Yeah, the Mountain Man.
Yeah.
The Mountain Man has been introduced, and of course we all want to believe. The government comes up with a picture of Mountain Man and says, this is Mountain Man, and not Dan Bora. And we all want to believe, and they've got that benefit working for them. I'll have to tell you that I gave to the government the picture of Dan Bora, trying to cooperate with them one more time. Along with, in that picture, one of the man they call the businessman. I sent a letter, and I'll make an exhibit on July 24th. I actually sent a letter and asking for 2 things to Major Giddings. I gave him the letter. I said, you can test it. It's a first-generation negative. I also mentioned, and I'm going to come back to that Stevens Lundy and Robertson were on Savoy Island by way of a hand-drawn map, which is in possession of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee now, and which you're welcome to have. And I asked them for a satellite photo. I'm going to tell this story, and then I'm going to get back to Bora. Our contacts immediately told us they brought heavy equipment out to Savoy Island, tore down the buildings, and moved Lundy, Robertson, and all off the island back to Bora. Instead of protecting the picture of Bora, the government made copies of it and sent it to the communists. It was on Laotian television. Our people, our team.
Why is that? Hold on, give me a second. Why is that? I mean, they sent it over there to try to trace it, didn't they?
We asked in the letter that we told them that this guy in the picture's life was in jeopardy. Obviously, it's in jeopardy. So they put it on Laotian television.
But let me just ask you now. I'm sorry to keep interrupting you, but your 5-minute summary is already a 19-minute discussion, and I want to get to the point here. I mean, the question is the evidence, correct? Here is a photograph which you have appropriately brought forward and suggested is Daniel Bora, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, our people have gone out, and I gather that family is flying over, the government is taking them over, and the government is, am I correct?
No,
maybe not paying for it.
No.
I understand they're flying over at their own expense.
The government refused to pay for it, yeah.
What I'm saying is that they're going to be taken to this person. Isn't that correct?
Right, which of course we would rather be taken to where the person was so he can point out where the picture was taken, and there's some other anomalies too that we know about that they don't know. But that's not the way it's going to be.
Won't there be momentarily a very clear comparison, or am I missing something?
No, you're exactly right. The 2 Bora sons will be able to look at this man and tell whether it's their brother, of course, and then we'll be able to take pictures.
Therefore, what is the issue in terms of this?
Judge, may
I'm not sure what the issue is. Yeah.
Judge, may I ask?
Yes, sir.
Here's 2 pictures. One, the one that you provided, and here's the one that the government took. Apparently, this is the same individual.
Well,
it's not the same individual?
Well, you see, that's what
is it the same individual or not the same individual?
Let me answer you. That's what the government says.
I'm asking for your...
Well, the answer, in my opinion, is absolutely not.
These 2 individuals look strikingly similar.
Well, we've showed that in the short period of time to 7 experts in the St. Louis area, and every one of them, and I can quote them, even quote that this photograph, the government's photograph, is probably tampered with.
The government photograph is tampered with?
That's correct.
The government has tampered with a
That's
photograph
correct, doctor, and overlaid the photograph, and I've got 7 experts that then they're looking, by the way, at third-generation photographs, not the negatives, which the government would not provide to the borrowers.
Now, can you submit to the committee the names of the 7 experts?
I have them right here, sir, and I'll tear that out. Yes,
Will
sir.
you, please?
Yes, sir.
And they are saying that this photograph of Bill Gadry is fake. Is that what you're saying to us?
In varying degrees from fake to it needs to be studied. They will not accept it on its face. So it is in varying degrees. I can paraphrase.
The experts will not accept this on its face.
That's correct. Well, I can quote some of them, for example.
So now they're going to introduce this person, correct?
I'm sorry. Do you want to hear some of the quotes, or I'm about to give this up as my only copy? Now, one of them says that this is the chief photographer of the St. Louis Police Department. It is opinion that the said photographs have been retouched in order to add the Leo aerial in the photos. Mr. Block, another one, through the use of magnifying device, says a white male subject in all photos do not have consistent shadowing with other persons in the same photos. B, foliage under examination did not match in the background sections of several photographs. C, all of the posing of Master Sergeant Eddie Smith in the pictures number 1 and 2 is very similar. Photo number 1 shows a cut, jagged shoulders on Smith as opposed to photo number 2 where Smith's shoulders are rounded. D, facial lighting on Representative Napoleon in photo number 5 is not consistent with the other 2 males. E, Block related in his opinion that the photos are drop-ins and photos have been altered to give an untrue impression. I might add that they refused to give the borrowers the original negatives or first-generation copy for this hearing.
Is Bill Gadry here?
No, he's on his way to land. He flew back.
He flew back for that particular purpose. Okay, well.
And there are others in varying degrees.
Were any of you present when these photographs were taken? No.
I would also like to make the letter of Major Giddens an exhibit also, if I may.
All of this will be placed into the record.
And in closing, we have a lot of evidence. This is not all we have. For example, the hair samples of Albro Lundy. We can afford, if we believe 90% of this is wrong, if I'm wrong on the bore picture, I'm a judge. I was born with an eraser on my pencil, and I'll admit it.
Was any recording made at all, anything other than just a photograph from the... Do we have Boer fingerprints, Dan Boer's fingerprints?
Was video taken, or was it only still?
Do we have Dan Boer's actual fingerprints?
Senator Smith, the answer to that is after 6 months they showed up, but the Boer family does not fully accept those as being true fingerprints of Dan Boer.
So it's your allegation that the United States government has tampered with a photograph in order to make these 2 people look alike, because these photographs look incredibly alike.
Well, I'm relying on experts, Senator McCain. I am admittedly not a photograph expert.
Well, an expert identified this first picture, a forensic expert, as being Mr. Boer.
Well, which brings me to this question. We also have the picture of Larry Stevens that came out of the Denver Post this week.
We're focusing on Mr. Boer right now, okay?
Okay. It seems to me that an independent expert with $1 million budget that this committee has, an independent expert, could be hired by you guys to find out the truth, because they're going to say one thing and probably we're going to say another.
Well, wait a minute. The Bora family is about to meet this person. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are you going to say that will not settle it?
I will say, absolutely. I mean, I am.
You don't think that will settle it?
If the Bora sons come back and say, no, it won't, now take that back. If they say that's not Dan Bora, there are several other possibilities. For example, they've got the report of the names. They're totally wrong. The names that they use for the wife and the children are absolutely wrong. The place where the picture was taken is not correct either. So they either don't know, which they tried.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Let me just suggest, okay, that when DIA goes back there, they take every possible angle photograph, they videotape it, they bring this back to us in the most complete manner possible so that this issue does not gain a life of its own. Is that possible? Can we somehow wire them over there and make sure that happens? Because certainly to my non-expert eye, but being in politics, we look at a lot of photos. These look like the same human being to me. And if you know, I think it's very important, obviously, because that will, I think, demonstrate, I don't know what more they can possibly do at that point in time. So would that begin to help satisfy you if there were these?
Well, first
if the
of all,
entire event were videotaped?
I think it is going to be videotaped. Our people are taking videos over in cameras. They're going loaded too, and that doesn't mean that that's the only piece of proof. We have a plethora of proof that we'll offer through the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. And on the Stevens picture, one last word. The recent Stevens picture that came out this week that Michael Charney says is Stevens, and the government's going to say, obviously, it's not Stevens. I would say, why don't you guys get together and hire an expert? Let him tell you. Let a third party tell you. That's what we do in our court. Instead of us throwing stones at them throwing stones at us.
What do you mean by hire an expert?
Let the committee hire their own expert to take that Stevens photo and say, tell us.
Oh, on the Stevens photo?
Right.
Oh, I think.
Or even the Boer photo, yeah.
We're going to do an analysis on these other photos, absolutely. But I want to wait and see what transpires on this Boer photo. But absolutely, on the Stevens photo, we will look at that as carefully as we can.
Thank you,
and
Senator
also
Kerry.
on the other photo, the Robertson-Lundy-Stevens photo, the joint photo. Can I ask, could we hear the testimony from Al Lundy and company? And Gladys, are you going to go first?
Yes,
You've been patiently deferring to everybody else, so we're...
Well, I have a good follow-up here, and I don't think I need to even read what I've written, because Judge Gaden did come out with a picture of my son, and I have had that completely ID'd. It has been, we had it blown up. This is the blow-up.
And just for the record, so everybody knows who you're talking about.
This is my son, Lieutenant Larry James Stevens, at the young age, and this is a picture that Judge Gaden brought out of my son at an age he would be 49 years old next month. I believe it is my son. I have had it analyzed by Dr. Charney, who has analyzed it not only one time, but 2 times. We have also had another private source analyze it by the name of Tom Wilson from Pittsburgh, and he has definitely ID'd it. I also was waiting for the government to analyze it, because when they found out Dr. Charney had done the analysis, it was sent to the DIA, and in return they sent it back to me as of September 16th, saying that they would not accept an independent source, but that they would do their own analysis. Well,
Judge, I'm
yes.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Gladys. I did mean to, but not rudely. But Judge, you brought that out, is that correct?
Well, you is a euphemism for the Lao contact. I am actually the American depot for the Lao. It was brought out by Laotian freedom fighters.
It was brought out by Laotian. When was that brought out?
Probably, I would say, in May of 1991.
Of 91?
Yeah, on the back of the photograph, I believe it's written September 1990. It was taken on Savoy Island.
This Laotian who gave this to you, have you had prior contact with this person?
He came to the United States in February, and I met him personally.
And who paid for his trip to the United States?
He paid for it himself. His son lives here in South Carolina.
I beg your pardon?
His son lives in South Carolina.
And he brought that with him when he came?
No, he did not. He sent it in May. He came here in February, and that came later.
Did he give you, was there a full articulation of precisely what his route of acquisition was?
Yes, it came from Vietnamese friendlies, who may be dead, by the way, as of 3 weeks ago, and Mrs. HOA, who is in the 5-page code that's also with the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and a major man and a Vietnamese general. These 3 individuals were responsible for bringing Albro Lundy to the banks of the Mekong River, where they were interdicted 3 weeks ago.
Thank you.
All right, I'd
Thank
like
you,
to finish
Madam.
that statement. As of September 16th, I received the information from the Defense Department that the picture had been analyzed by Dr. Charney, who I just told you that they didn't accept that and that they would analyze it themselves. And I've waited up until now. I've called and called trying to get that analysis to me, which I did not get and didn't know about until I arrived here yesterday morning, and it was handed to me by Major Giddens. And my son from California had been on the phone to Dr. Carl Ford, and he wouldn't even speak to him about this issue, but did get to his aide. The aide said it would be in the mail. And I needed that information before I got here, so I was pretty upset about that.
We'll certainly, they're going to come back next week to respond to a lot of the other things that have been set forth here, so I can promise you that that will be on the agenda when they do come back.
Ms. Chairman, what information did she want?
I wanted the analysis done by the Defense Department on the picture of my son that you're looking at here. In the conclusions on the report that we did get from DIA, I'll only read the first 2 lines. I think that says enough. But it says, I cannot say whether or not the service record and purported images show the same man. The men in the 2 images do look somewhat alike. At the end, they say, finally, I am concerned about the technical foundation upon which Dr. Charney has made his identification. And again, I say, I positively believe Dr. Charney. He has done 2 different analyses on it. He went public with it on live television in California. I saw it on Channel 4, stating that he had the analysis, and it was my son, Lieutenant Larry Stevens. And that's about all I need.
Let me ask you a question. And I respect that that's all that you need, but how do you balance that kind of an analysis against the, and I just ask you this personally, how you balance that kind of analysis against the now fact that we know that some of these photos, in fact 4 of them, it appears, are fraudulent, that we've seen the actual photograph from a Soviet magazine and they all come. How do you deal with that?
I can deal with it very well. For one thing, this second picture that came out on my son, his father has been dead for quite a few years, and my grandson took a look at this picture and he disappeared for a while and came out with a picture of Larry's father, and I was in shock at the complete total likeness of his father, who would have been approximately the same age as Larry is today in that photo. And that certainly was another convincer to me.
But does part of you sort of steel yourself for the potential that there's some hoaxers out there and somebody might be taking advantage of you?
I'm quite sure that there could be people out there working this situation, because we've heard of that, yes. But in this instant, Dr. Gaydon has brought this picture out. It was taken in 1990 of September. It has been totally analyzed by 3 different times. The government has not said yes or no in this report from them.
So
and
therefore, obviously, you...
I have to accept it, that it's my son, because it is. That is my son. And I have been fighting for 22 and a half years to find that boy, because I've always felt he was alive. And now, here he is in this picture. And I have to say again, you mentioned the report of the 3 men in that picture. Well, we got conclusions from that too. And I still state again before this committee that that man in the 3-man picture on the right-hand side is my son, taken at a much earlier date. He is the image of his younger brother. And I am positive that both of those men are the same. And when you put the pictures up and really analyze them against that picture and the ones that I do have, you can see the resemblance. But I do want to say that in conclusion to the 3-man picture, this comes from Sandia Laboratories. This is a government's analysis on that 3-man photograph. And I have to read this to you. It says, now they sent me a 19-page letter trying to tell me that this picture was taken after World War II. They're Russians, in Russian uniforms. They have guns. But their conclusion after all of that I cannot prove that this photograph is a hoax, but I believe there's substantial evidence that rifles are being held. It doesn't make sense that captive POWs would have their picture taken holding weapons. This, however, is conjecture on my part. I have found no evidence that this photograph has been tampered with. I also have found no evidence that it is tamper-free. I recommend a continued historical literature search to locate the original image. Now, again, let me repeat, I cannot prove that this photograph is a hoax. This is from the DIA, Department of Defense.
Right. No, I understand that. But they did find that the sign piece of it had been tampered.
We've never paid any attention to that sign. The only thing that we pay attention to are the three faces in that picture.
Yeah.
And you'll have their testimony as to
Understood.
their feeling about that.
Now, is it your, just so I understand these pictures correctly, the picture on the left is the one similar to the one right here in front of you, and that is the recent picture that you say
yes.
that the judge brought out?
Yes.
And the other picture in the middle is the one that you say, that's the one I recognize from the three-person picture.
That's the one on the right-hand side of the picture, and that is my younger son.
I beg your pardon?
This is my younger son on the right-hand side.
I understand that, but the picture in the middle,
yes.
You're saying that the picture in the middle is the same person as the picture on the left?
Yes, I definitely think so, but I think it's a time of aging in there. I think this picture was taken quite some time ago. But the three men have been seen, as Dr. Gaydon has just said, and we know those faces are real. They are our men.
Let me hear from the members of the Robertson, Lundy, Stevens, or let me hear from the Robertson, Lundy family here.
I'm Shelby Robertson Quast, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Colonel John Robertson. What we've chose to do is share my testimony with my sister, Deborah Robertson Bardsley, because she just recently returned from Hanoi and has some interesting things to share with you. Tomorrow marks a year anniversary since I first got this photograph, and in marking that anniversary, what I want to do is I want to set the record straight. There seems to be some confusion throughout the world. We continually hear that this photograph is a hoax, that it's a fake, that people believe that we found this photograph in a Soviet magazine. The Washington Post ran a story yesterday that, once again, it was in a Soviet magazine, it was a Soviet baker. Let me quote Carl Ford, let me quote Colonel Cole, let me quote Bob Sheets, Susan Stradnowski with the Defense Department press person. That picture has never been found in a Soviet magazine. And I guess I'm asking for some help. We have said this so many times, yet I continually hear it's been in a magazine. It's simply people don't want to hear that. And I would like to, for the record, set it straight. It has never been found to be a fake or a hoax or ever found to be in a Soviet magazine.
The picture of the threesome together.
Absolutely.
You are absolutely accurate. That is correct. It has never been found in a Soviet magazine, and it has not yet been proven to be a hoax. And that is...
Excuse me, sir, could I want to just ask one thing. Could you, I would prefer that you don't say it hasn't yet been found to be a
Well,
hoax.
what I'm saying is that the DIA has found inconsistencies that they've cited.
What they have found and what they have reported
I was
to me.
simply using the words that Gladys used,
Okay.
that she read from them, that's
And,
all.
yeah, what's been reported to us is the fact that the sign has indeed possibly been altered or added.
photograph
And that's not something that we want to say has not happened.
No judgment has been made to the committee's understanding.
Where did the Soviet, I mean, I thought, in fact, I think I met this young man in an elevator. He was carrying around a picture of his father. He's a lot older than he looks, too. But anyway, after I saw him, I read that this was, came out of a Soviet magazine. Where did this ever come from?
The accompanying, there were several photographs that came out in one package, so to speak, from the same source.
I'm going to address that entire thing. Actually, Albert, let me finish. I'm going to address that in the testimony. If I could do that, I think I will answer your question, Senator.
Go right ahead.
I would like to just continue to set the record straight, and it addresses that point. This photo came out from several sources, not just one. The list includes foreign officials, includes a monk, includes a shaman, a general, a teacher, a tile merchant happens to be included in that list. The photograph was first received in November, and that was through a Cambodian refugee. It was not in combination with the other 4 photographs. The second picture received from Site 2 by an American was also not in connection with those other 4 photographs. Admittedly, there might be somebody who got a hold of one of the copies of the photograph and is marketing it, but I want to be clear, this has come through several sources, and one of them was tied with the other 4 photographs. While I was in Cambodia, I did see those 4 photographs. Only one of them had an altered date on it at that time. Something has been added since they came out to Thailand and back to the United States. When we got this photograph in November, and it was identified as being my father, what we did is we decided to work backwards, and based on the photograph to see what evidence existed that may show that my father's alive. And I just want to tick off quickly what that evidence is. My father, Colonel Robertson, is Vesey discrepancy case, defined by General Vesey yesterday as last known alive. 2, a villager, a Vietnamese villager, stated he captured a bright-haired pilot in September 1966. Another man in the same province, but from another village, talked of capturing a dark-haired pilot. Only one plane went down in that province during the entire time of the war. The villager who stated he captured a bright-haired pilot took the pilot to his home, and while waiting for officials, had a conversation in English with this pilot. My father's backseat pilot, Hugh Buchanan, who's dark-haired, said he never had a conversation in English when he was captured before the officials came to pick him up.
Say that again.
There are 2 pilots in the plane. My father had blonde hair. His backseat pilot, Hugh Buchanan, had dark hair. And there, in one province, there are 2 reports of 2 pilots being possibly captured, one with bright hair, one with dark hair. And what I'm saying is the pilot who allegedly captured the one with bright hair, had a different story of capture than that Hugh Buchanan, who came home a returned POW, experienced. There's one other discrepancy between the 2 captures, and that is Hugh Buchanan was captured by somebody who felt was in his 40s right now, while the man who captured the bright-haired pilot was apparently in his 70s. Congressman Pete Peterson testified under oath before the House committee that he was interrogated with my father's ID card and dog tags, both of which were in impeccable condition. There's an interrogation report in our file, and it describes the capture of a U.S.
I'm sorry. Congressman Peterson was...
He was a POW.
Yes, I know that,
yes.
But you say he was interrogated, and
Yes,
what about the dog tags?
He was interrogated with my father's dog tag and ID cards. He was pulled out, and he was individually pulled out and asked how he knew Colonel Robertson. And he was showing my father's ID tag and dog tags. At that time, he said they were in impeccable condition, and he could only assume that the body or person of my father was also in the same impeccable condition. He never did see my father, though. Hugh Buchanan never stated Robertson went down with his plane. He stated he did not know what happened. My father's commanding officer felt that Colonel Robertson could have survived the crash and been taken prisoner. Successful experience ejecting from a burning aircraft was something that my father had before. In Germany, he did the same thing and was commended for that. He was a Category 2. His supposed remains that were returned were actually found to be an animal bone in a rock. The remains of Colonel Robertson have never been returned to the United States or identified in Southeast Asia. In August of 1990, DIA received a live sighting report on my father. In October of 1990, received a photograph with my father's name on the back, as well as Lieutenant Commander Stevens, as well as fingerprints. The photograph was positively identified by the family. I traveled to Cambodia with that and spoke with a man who said that he had been a guard at my father's prison and had allegedly spoken with my father. DIA received over 8 live sighting reports stating that my father was seen somewhere in their various, throughout Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam. And my sister also traveled to Hanoi and spoke with a person that felt the person he captured well could have been my father. This is all proof that goes to substantiate why he could be alive. The only thing that could possibly substantiate his death is a villager report that said he disintegrated in the aircraft. Yet my father's file is one of the VESI 57 discrepancy cases where fate has been determined. There's a lot of evidence to suggest my father could still be alive, but they still closed the case. I want this case to be returned back to an active discrepancy case, or I'd prefer that the committee take a look at the file and look at it and see if there is indeed evidence to have found fate determined in that case. The reason that this concerns me as much as it does is the emphasis on the roadmap that the roadmap places on resolving discrepancy cases. It states that the Vietnamese need to cooperate fully to resolve the discrepancy cases, provide witnesses, and do want to resolve these cases. However, what I was hearing the last 2 days from various people testifying is if we ever receive a live American from Vietnam, we will never normalize. And I'm just asking what the messages we're sending, because I'm confused. It sounds like we're saying, if you ever return a live American, we'll never normalize with you. But if you want to normalize, we have to resolve the discrepancy cases. And I'm just hoping the committee can clarify that for me. The other part I just wanted to touch upon is quickly address the access to information. I have been promised at a very high policy level access to my father's file, but denied access by those people that have testified before this committee when I went to see the file. I'm asking, what is the policy, and who actually runs the show for the POW policy? We've been told that families have access to all information in the files. In our case, that's simply not true. There's another photograph that's not the same. We saw that at the Defense Intelligence Agency, and we simply have not been able to see the report that that photograph came in with. There is an October 18th report that was sent to the Stevens family about Robertson, yet we've not received it. And there's also the analyses of the photo we've not received. And the reason I'm bringing that up is our casualty officer went into the Defense Intelligence Agency this morning, compared notes, and gave us a report from 1988, but those 3 are still missing. And what I'm saying is I don't believe the family is indeed getting all the information. The last point I just want to touch upon is I've spoken to people in the DIA POW office, and this person's in a position to know. And I feel that what they told me was when Mike Peck was in office, I just want to state this for the record, that there was more excitement and more interest towards the live POW issue during Colonel Peck's tour than at any other time, either prior or after his tour. And Mike Peck stepped outside of Pentagon policy when he let me talk to a source and actually get this photograph. And he did something that was extremely decent. And when he walked out of the Pentagon with me that day, he knew he had just kissed his career goodbye. And I just want to say, I hope that we can look at the policy that enables people to keep this secrecy and not let that happen again. Go ahead.
May I just, excuse me, just a second. I just want to interrupt for one question, Shelby. Did you get any official explanation on the PHOTO photo, or did you get any official explanation as to what that means?
No, I've not received an official.
Are you aware that there is a...
Oh, well, we were not from the Defense Intelligence Agency.
I mean, did you? From the Defense Intelligence?
No, we received one from a retired intelligence.
What did you get on that?
He was able to decipher it as being a particular location.
Yes, just for the record, it is. There is a village in Hanoi on the road from San Tai to Vinh Yen called Pho To. And there is, and I have not, even though I just want to state for the record that I've had a number of discussions with government officials on that point, on that photo. I was not told that, but I did find it out on my own by simply looking at a map, which I should have done in the first place. But again, it is interesting how you have to elicit information. I just wanted to ask one other question, and you go right back to you. When, just for the record here, when did you and how did you find out about this photograph?
I first found out about that there was a live sighting report from the Stevens family because my father was mentioned in the report sent to them. And I called DIA and went in the next morning. This was November 8th. I found out, went in the morning of November 9th. And while we were there, they said, well, we've received a faxed copy of a photograph that is allegedly your father and Lieutenant Commander Larry Stevens. The names were written on the back. And the next morning, I went in and asked to please speak with that source. I had found out from an analyst, Warren Gray, that the source, the Cambodian source in California, had been trying to give them the photo. He did not want to send it through the mail, but felt there was an extremely tight time constraint and had asked DI to please come and get it or bring him out. Whatever they wanted to do, he wanted to pass this information on and get in touch with the families. At that point, Colonel Peck let me talk to the source, and I flew to California myself and picked up the photograph.
Were you told that the photo had been in the agency for a while?
I've heard a lot of different things. I've heard that, yes, they've seen it since last July. Then I heard, no, it was only faxed in. I'm not exactly certain when they first saw the photograph.
All right, I apologize for interrupting. Please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes?
One thing I don't understand is where Mrs. Quast, I can't read, is where you live?
I live in Vienna, Virginia.
So you live in Vienna. And Ms. Fleckenstein, where do you live?
I live in Big Bear Lake, California.
Okay.
I would like to add, if I may, just one little thing here on what she said about getting this information through Colonel Peck. All of what she was talking about, all of this was accomplished in well under 72 hours from the time news of the sighting report was first received by the families on November 8. Yet, in a letter dated November 10, 1990, 1 month later, Deputy Chief Trowbridge states DIA is still trying to interview the same source. And that source told Shelby that he had been trying to get a hold of the family for 6 months and hadn't been able to or allowed to.
I'll just take a moment. I am disappointed that some of the senators are missing. I recently returned from Hanoi just 14 days ago, and it was actually due to a suggestion on the part of Senator Kerry. He called me when he returned from his trip and said that he thought it would be very enlightening for me to go over there myself. And when I received an offer from Scottish television that they were making a documentary on the POW issue and would like to extend an invitation to me to go to Hanoi and just document what it was that I could find out over there, I was very happy to take them up on that invitation. I found out several things. I never realized that I was the first family member to actually, in Bangkok, go to Site 2, which is a refugee site of about 192,000 refugees, where a lot of the live sighting reports on POWs come from. I was the first family member, I understand, to visit Stony Beach and JCRC in Bangkok at the American Embassy. I understand I was the first family member to go to the American Hanoi office. I was the first family member to go to Santai Prison. I was the first family member to meet with Mr. Dick, the head of the Vietnamese MIA office, Mr. Labong, the Deputy Director of the Department of Americas, Mr. Lamai, the Vice Minister of the Department of Americas, Mr. Wen Kotak, and Mr. Kiet, the Prime Minister. There's a lot of things I'd like to talk about. However, Senator Kerry's aide told me that if I would like to talk about my trip, I'd have to fit it into the 5 minutes allotted to my family to speak on my father's case. So I will just make myself available for any questions. However,
any information that you have can be provided. You may provide for the record, and you may take a little more time if you wish.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A couple of things. As I think everybody has heard discussed here in the past few days, family members do not have access to source names or locations on sighting reports. And when I was meeting with some of the Vietnamese officials, they said to me, next time you come to Vietnam, why don't you bring us the names of the people who have told you these terrible things about these hoaxes. And they provided me with a newspaper article from the Washington Post in case I didn't know that our picture was a hoax. And they said, next time you come, you bring the sources that have told you these terrible things and we'll punish them. As a matter of fact, it was interesting and reminded me that on July 26th, the Vietnamese released a press release that said it was regarding the Robertson Lundy Stevens picture. They felt, really, I guess in shorthand, that the picture was a fake and the guys were dead, and that whoever had provided this photo deserved severe punishment. Now, the day after this was put together, and actually the day that it was released, I understand that an American official was in Vietnam to speak to them about the picture, and Mr. Dick of the MIA office in Vietnam gave me some information that was given to him by this official, and I'll tell you, I was really quite shocked and surprised to find that a Vietnamese official was giving me source names that were involved with the picture. I simply couldn't believe my eyes, frankly. Especially considering that he had just told me that they would punish these sources, and to find out that an American official had given classified information after the past few days, I've heard that that's simply not policy for us to do that.
May I clarify? I want a clarification. The Vietnamese gave to you a list of sources that were provided to them by American officials?
Yes.
Sources of collecting data?
Yes. Names and locations. Even I see of a government official in the Cambodian ministry who's involved with the Robertson Lundy Stevens
So one of the
picture.
sources listed was an official in the Cambodian ministry, and that source was provided to the Vietnamese?
Yes, it was.
How long were you in Vietnam?
I was in Vietnam for 5 days, and I feel like in my 5 days that I was in Vietnam, I found out more about my father's case than I've learned from the government in 25 years.
Would you submit for the record that list of sources? Would you be willing to do that? And who provided that list to you, or a copy thereof?
Yes, as I said, in fact, I hope that what I'm saying is now being provided for the record. And I don't know. I'll tell you, I hesitate because I don't, if this is classified information, I don't know that it's legal for me to turn it over to you now. I'm serious. I do have a copy here, and I can let you look at it, I guess.
I thought you got that from
If an aide
Vietnam.
would like to take it up.
Oh, so it wouldn't be classified.
It is classified.
You're making a point that this is classified information. This information is not provided to any of the family members, yet
Or congressmen or senators.
a high-ranking member of our State Department gave this list to the Vietnamese.
Also, along with this list, once again to my surprise, I do realize that some of the citing reports that in regards to the Robertson Lundy Stevens picture are classified, and that we family members cannot see this information. So I was once again very surprised that a Vietnamese official gave me a classified citing report that lists the location of the camp that these men were allegedly held in, the name of the general who runs the camp, and the name of the man who took this picture, and described that it was taken in front of a specific kind of trees. And my sister, Shelby, right before I left to go to Hanoi, implored the Defense Intelligence Agency to please let her look at the files, asked if there had ever been a report made that had to do with any person that may have been involved with taking this picture, and was told at that time that no such report existed. Is that true?
That's accurate. Albert Lund was also.
Now, this is one of the really quite surprising things that I found out on my 5-day trip to Hanoi. And once again, I would be happy to answer any further questions.
All right, I think...
excuse me. If I could add one thing. I was very interested to hear that one of the sources on this list Colonel Cole testified yesterday is now missing and unable to be found in connection with the picture. And I'll tell you, I'm concerned that a list of sources is given to the Vietnamese when they say they want to punish sources, and then I hear from Colonel Cole that one is actually missing. I have some questions and concerns about this.
Well, we have some questions about it too, and we will take those up, I assure you, with the officials involved. Mr. Lundy, I think you're the last witness in the group, and so why don't you proceed for a few minutes, and then we'll try to take some questions.
Okay.
Sorry.
Could I just add one thing? Judge Gaydon just gave me this note, and he said that I should mention the fact that there is a hair root sample of my son also, and all of my family have sent hair over there to be analyzed.
All right. Just your comment there made me think of something, and now I apologize. I'll get right to you in a second. How many people here in the room are either current military or former military, members of the military? Just raise your hand. If you were fingerprinted when you went in the military, would you put your hand down? Not a hand remaining, let the record show. I am absolutely amazed that whether these fingerprints that are being presented to us in the name of a prisoner are allegedly a prisoner accurate remains to be seen, but I am absolutely flabbergasted that we cannot find fingerprints on record anywhere in the service record of military personnel. The first thing that happened to me when I went in was I was fingerprinted, and apparently everybody else here was too. So I'm just going to put all officials in control of these records on notice that I intend to know why, in the case of all of the live sighting reports and all the individuals involved in those reports, why we don't have fingerprints in the service jackets of those individuals. And if you don't know why, you better start looking, because I want to know why.
Well, Senator Smith. Senator Smith, that isn't all of it either, because when I was looking to get fingerprints, I went to the Hall of Records in downtown Los Angeles. They had no birth certificate on my son, but they have on the other two of my sons. I went to Sacramento. They have no birth certificate on my son. DMV, the hospital records, there are no fingerprints to be had anywhere.
I don't understand that, but we'll find out about it. Al, go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for allowing me to speak on this. I again want to stress for the record, Senator Reid and I had a nice conversation in an elevator about this particular photograph and about my father. I have asked one photo analysis that we've done to be passed around to the senators. It's a simple photo overlay. It's done on acetate, and if you take a look at it, you just lift the acetate up. One of the photos is my father as a younger man, and then the other photo is the copy of the photo drawn out. You see it, it matches perfectly. All the features are the same, the head shape is the same, everything with regard to the photo is exact. That's a very simple analysis, something that could have been done very easily, I think, by the government immediately, but has never been done, or at least has never been provided to us. I'm going to start out telling you about the Lundy family a little bit and about Major Albro Lundy, because I think he's the reason, and those men are the reason that we're here. My father, still serving in Vietnam right now, went over in 1970, and highly decorated individual. I've put in the record, but we were told he was killed Christmas Eve, 1970. The government told us that, and my family, 6 children, ages 12 to 9 months old, and my mother accepted that, and it was brutal. I almost lost my mother. At the same time, I lost my father because of the closeness of that relationship. But my mother worked very hard to get over it. She went to law school. Myself and my older sister worked very hard at helping raise the children. We never thought twice about my father being alive. There were some mysteries with regard to the circumstances of his incident. We didn't have those cleared up for us, but we never thought twice. To us, he was dead. It was very difficult to get to, but to us, he was dead. I was approached by an individual named Scott Barnes in 1981, I guess. Scott Barnes said that he had been in the embassy and the CIA in Thailand, Bangkok, Thailand, the CIA portion of the embassy, and that he had seen an individual file, a secret file, a top secret file given to him by Colonel Mather, Paul Mather, who I think, interestingly enough, has been rehired by the DIA. And that Colonel Mather said, here's someone we've had reports about. He might be alive. Now, this is CIA information, by the way. Our family, and I brought this man, I met him by coincidence in church. My name is Albro Lundy, and my father's name is Albro Lundy, and he had seen a visitor's roster and approached me. He said, I'd like to tell you about the information. He had information about my father's case that I didn't have with regard to the circumstances of the accident, the individual area where he went down, things that the family hadn't been provided. And he said, your father may be alive. We said, thank you very much. We think you're very well intentioned, but we know you're wrong. My father is dead. And we sent Scott Barnes on his way. Scott Barnes never again contacted me until this photo came out. 1985, I finished law school, and I said, you know, I wonder about the mysteries. The mysteries were my father's parachute opened, but they said there was no one in it. I didn't understand how a parachute could deploy without any weight in the parachute. There had to be somebody there, and I've spoken to parachute experts about it. They say you gotta have some weight on that parachute for it to deploy. So I wanted to talk to the witnesses. I figured there were witnesses to my father's incident. There's no way they could call them killed in action, body not recovered, unless they had some witnesses. So I wrote a FOIA, and I want to direct your attention to this blow-up here. You have it attached in the bound copy of my statement, so if you cannot read it. But the part that's highlighted says specifically, this is all the information in the file. There were no witnesses to this incident. Down at the bottom, I just want to highlight there, it says service to the people. No, sensitive to the people. That's from the Air Force. That's the DOD. That's my contact. There were no witnesses. And Albro Lundy, just graduated from law school, said this is the official government response to me. And I didn't look any further. I believe there are no witnesses. I'm a family of military background. We believe our government. We know our government. We trust our government. My father was the ultimate patriot. I didn't look any further. There were no witnesses. Judge Gaydon sends me a letter, Easter of this year. Says, I have information about your father who might be alive. I say to myself, another one. My father's dead. But I call him up because this time I'm interested. I want to follow up the leads, and he's got basically information which I didn't think could come from just anybody about my father. He's got my father's social security number, he's got my father's birth date, he's got his correct rank, and he's got his name, Albro Lundy, which is as unique as his social security number. And besides, he's dead. I said, where is this information coming from, and why would somebody bring information about Albro Lundy out? He's dead. No one would be so stupid as to try and pull a hoax. He's dead. I better follow this up a little more, because I couldn't understand where that information came from. So I start writing. Actually, what happened was, a little while after that, my mother got information from the government, the very same information that Judge Gaydon had sent to us in a Twix. And in that Twix, it had a cover letter, and Chuck Trowbridge was the person that wrote the cover letter, and he said, disregard this information, it really is nothing but a dog tag report. And my mother didn't look any further. She took that and threw it in the trash. My father's dead. She threw it in the trash. I said, Mother, I'd really have liked to have seen that. I had to get my own copy. I called up and got a copy, and I read through it again, and I said, well, dog tags don't have birth dates on it. Chuck, how could that be? Why did you call this a dog tag report? Chuck hasn't responded to me as far as that's concerned, but who's Chuck? Chuck Trowbridge. He testified here earlier. I'm sorry to be so familiar. No pun intended there. I said, well, I'm going to read the report itself because it was basically a letter purportedly written for my father with this information. And I didn't believe much of the information on it, but I didn't know where that correct information had come from. And that was very unusual to me. And then I saw something at the bottom of the letter that amazed me. It said thumbprints. Now, I didn't get the original. I got a transcription, but it said thumbprints. Nowhere. Is this from the judge? No, this is from the DIA. And nowhere in the cover letter that said disregard this did it mention these thumbprints. Nowhere. And so I called up and I said, there's thumbprints on the original? Have you checked? Have you checked my father's thumbprints? I think we can get rid of this right now. Because to be honest with you, I didn't tell my mother anything about the investigation I was doing. I opened the case as a case in my law office, and I was going to disprove it because my father was dead. This was a hoax. And I spent literally thousands and maybe tens of thousands of dollars worth of man hours trying to disprove this case. I didn't want to bring it back into my family. My father was dead, and I knew what this would do to our family if I brought it up again. 3.5 months worth of investigation before I told anybody in our family about this. You know what I was told when I asked about the fingerprints? Have you checked the fingerprints? Now, this has been in the DIA's hands now for 5 months. They say, we don't do that unless the next of kin requests it. That was the response. I said, well, I'm next of kin. And they said, no, you're not. I said, well, what do you call me? Well, no, you're not next of kin. Your mother's next of kin, so we had to go through a little formality. But I requested it, and I got an answer back. There are no fingerprints in your father's file. There are no fingerprints to check on him. And I said, my father had top secret security clearance, nuclear, intelligence. He was ROTC, went to regular. How could there not be fingerprints in my father's file? And then I looked through the file very carefully. I'd like to draw your attention to this next blow-up. And it says right there, there's a letter in his file. It says, attached are forms and fingerprint card on the above subject.
But look at the date on it.
Right. But they don't throw anything away.
No, but
right. That doesn't make any difference when the date is. This 22nd of December, 1954. That means my father was fingerprinted and the card was in his file. And then more importantly, if you look down there on the bottom, it says National Agency check is completed on this individual. That means the fingerprints were good. That means Henry card classifications had been done. That means my father's fingerprints had been checked out and the government had a set of fingerprints in his file. That very file I was looking at, much to my amazement, when I flipped it over to find the attachment, there was no fingerprint card attached. Nor were there any Henry classification cards. I can't understand that. I still can't understand that. It's absolutely unbelievable. This is a smoking gun letter that there is cover-up in our government. It couldn't possibly happen if there wasn't, because guess what? Somebody had to pull that card from his file. It just doesn't magically disappear. They just forgot to take out the cover letter.
Well, we're going to inquire when the folks come back next week.
Moving on to the photo itself.
Mike can say, we need to do that. We need to try to wrap this up. I'm not trying to cut you off, but
I understand. I felt that was probably the most important aspect with regard to the government's response.
Have you ever asked them about that?
I have letters.
Okay, about the fingerprint thing, though.
Oh, right.
And their answer to you is what?
There are no fingerprints on record.
No, but as to why? As to what happened?
We do not know. We're very sorry.
They don't.
That's one of the most embarrassing things I can tell you. Carl Ford, if I can quote Carl Ford.
Is it beyond the realm of possibility that it might be incompetence and not?
On all
well,
three men?
I just ask you the question.
3.
All three of them, and they were highly cleared for security.
And just so happens that there's pictures of all three. And legitimate pictures, that's what I want to get to. Because I did photo analysis. Before I would even take this to my mother, before I would even bring it up, I made sure in my own mind that my father was alive. And let me put it this way, that I had enough evidence that somebody would now have to prove to me he's dead. Okay, and I think that's what our government should be doing right now, is should be saying to the Vietnamese, you prove to us he's dead. You prove to us all of these guys who are missing are dead. It's not our responsibility to prove they're alive, because we know they're alive. We knew they were alive. And that's my father. This analysis, I had a 16-point analysis done. There are 16 facial features. And if you saw the overlay, it's obviously recognizable. But 16 facial features of my father on one to the other. It's him. There's nobody that's disputed that. The only people have been the DIA who said they're inconclusive. They don't have a result. Inconclusive is all they've said as far as it being him. But I went to my mother July 5th probably, and I said, Mother, I've got information. You need to know about it. I think now is the time you should hear it. And she didn't want to hear any information. She just wanted to see the photograph. And I said, let me brace you. She just wanted to see the photograph. Minutes later, after she saw the photograph, she said, that's your father. Absolute identification. And we do not need anything else. All of our families know, we absolutely know those are our parents or sons. We don't need other analysis.
Can I ask you a quick question there? Apparently some other families claim it's theirs.
And isn't that interesting that the other families, and we're tight, the families of POWs and MIAs, and I wasn't part of this 5 months ago. I couldn't even think about POWs. My father was dead. We are so tight. I treat these people like sisters. She calls me her son because we stick together. We have to. And none of those quote-unquote families that the DIA has talked about have come forward, have called, have said, let me help you here. This is my son or this is my brother. Wouldn't that be a relief to me? I'm looking for the truth. If that's not my dad.
We're going to try to get at that.
I asked Chuck Gittens, I said, please, Chuck, contact those people. Please write them and tell them to contact me. I need to know. I need to know. I don't know if Chuck's done it or not, but they haven't contacted me. And I don't even know, to be honest with you, if there are other families. Because I think they'd have gone public, because if that's their man, they'd want him home too. And they'd be right here in front of you saying, I want my man home. And they didn't do it.
Let me ask you one other
we could just ask Chuck that question. Chuck, have you followed that up, that request I asked of you? There you go.
I didn't hear what he said.
I asked Chuck if he'd followed up the request I had to forward my name and a request that the families contact me to those quote-unquote other two families, and he didn't know what I was talking about.
Well, wait.
You made that request to me, sir. I just want to make that.
That's an absolute untruth. I've made it 2 different times, once at the Pentagon and once at the POW task force hearing that I did in front of Chairman Solars. Twice. I haven't done it in writing. That's my mistake.
Let me gavel this quietly back to order and see if we can try to pull this together.
Up here.
Let me just say to you, because I think that we have been for today at this a long time. You've been at it a lot longer, and we recognize that. Let me try, unless colleagues have any further. Senator Kassenbaum.
Well, I'm just curious because, Judge Gaten, you seem to be a conduit largely through your Laotian connection.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Right, and that's correct.
Do you have any idea why all of a sudden there seems to be, through this Laotian connection, these photographs coming? Have they asked for financial reward, or do you have any ideas why this is happening as it is?
Well, there are 2 things probably, well, 3 things. The predominant thing is, and this hasn't been mentioned at all, I think that the sudden full court press by this administration to normalize relations is because the communists are losing it. They're losing it, I know, through the Laotians. They're losing it in Laos, and they're losing it in Vietnam, just like they did all of Eastern Europe. We have affidavits from Pathet Lao soldiers that's Dan Bor, communist soldiers with a hammer and sickle, and it's on file with the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. They don't mention that. The Defense Department doesn't mention that. We could get them here, possibly. They'll tell you it's Dan Bor. We have people in the Savignet province right now that are actually revolting against the government.
I can't understand a southern brogue. I'm from the west.
All right, I'm sorry.
What is it?
Okay, I apologize.
What about the hammer and sickle?
Okay, we have affidavits from military communist officers with a hammer and sickle saying that that's Dan Bora. So what it is there's actually a revolution going on, but we don't read about that in our news. But it's going to happen. So I think there's a full court press on to refuel the communists, in my opinion, to keep the secrets. And that's where it's now coming out. It's coming out through communists. Most of these things are actually coming out through the help of Pathet Lao and Vietnamese communists.
Well, Judge, I'm not going to pick an argument with that, because there is another side that would suggest that that it's going to crumble over there no matter what. And I think it is, personally, with time.
You've been there.
And maybe sooner rather than later. But the question here is whether or not we're going to further the process rapidly of getting answers, no matter what happens politically. I mean, that's really the question. one day longer is one day too many, and we've all agreed on that. So the question is, you know, not so much the dynamics of the politics and everything, frankly, it's whether or not we're able to get answers now.
I agree.
And whether there's a process in place that allows us to do it.
I'm simply answering why all of a sudden the information is coming out. Yeah.
Have you got but you believe that's the reason?
No, there's another reason. And Senator Smith is familiar with this. We get both kinds. We have I say, my Leo connection has several contacts. Some of them are actually after the $2.4 million reward. That is a motivation, no doubt about it.
Have they collected some money?
I'm sorry?
They have collected reward?
No, they have not. No. When one of them comes across, there was 24 congressmen, of which Congressman Smith was one of them. That has really kind of generated a lot of interest. Now, the Vietnamese, as I've been told, that are part of this Leo connection, are strictly for coming out and turning in the Vietnamese, showing that the Vietnamese have been holding POWs. They're not interested in a reward if they're alive.
Now, let me intercede here.
Am I done?
Beg your pardon?
I wanted to say one other thing, if I might.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Specifically with regard just to the treatment of the families and my coming in here now, because as soon as my mother identified it, basically I flew to Washington and gave the photo to the Defense Department and said, here's my dad. Go get him, please. Bring him home. Bring my dad home. I was naive. I was absolutely, entirely naive. Because instead of my government saying, like, when Bobby Garwood was identified, they brought him home. Instead of my government going over there and finding my dad and bringing him home.
No, he came home on his own with the help of another nation.
Okay, that's fine. I'm sorry I misquoted there. I have put up now with 5 months worth of the photo being slandered erroneously. Never once have they questioned the identities. Never once have they done anything but connect it to things which are fake. I mean, really, absolutely fake. There's 9 different sources. My source is a woman, an American, who brought it out. But that never gets mentioned in the press. Everybody says that photo is a hoax. And I look at them and I say, but that's my dad. That's my dad. So my point here is that my little girl, she's 3 years old, and she says, when is Papa coming home? Papa's in Laos. Papa's in Laos. And I'm reading her a book. And the book's called The Emperor's New Clothes. Everybody knows there are men alive and that we left them there. And what I'm asking this Senate Select Committee to do is be the little boy in the audience that looks over and says, he's got no clothes on, because that's the charade that's being played right now.
All right, let me try to bring this to a sensible conclusion for the first 3 days. And first of all, it is clear we could spend another 3 hours with all of you in a panel, in open session. But we're going to wind up at the end of that 3 hours where we are right now, which is where the committee really needs to begin to do some analysis outside of the committee by bringing in some experts, sitting with you individually, and pulling this together. It is clear, and the last 3 days, I think, have indeed been different than I predicted. I said I didn't think there would be revelations. I think there have been some. And not the least of which was a statement by a gentleman who spent years at this effort that he believes that people were alive at a period of time. I think the fact that it's the first time we've ever had people from on the ground in Vietnam or part of the process come forward. I think the level of distrust is itself its own revelation. And it's a tragedy. There's no other way to describe it. It is extraordinary that so many people are here feeling that there's been a breach of faith with them, convinced that there is, not feeling it, just convinced. And whatever it is that's happened, whether there's legitimate cause or illegitimate cause, the fact remains that this has documented why this select committee had to be created, and it has documented the difficulty of the task ahead of us. There are too many families who, for whatever reasons, are not getting the answers that they deserve to have, not being treated the way that they deserve to be treated, and that has to change. Now, Secretary Cheney came here personally 2 days ago and said it has changed and will change. The proof of that will be Alvaro Lundy and whether or not you get the information and whether or not each and every one of you get that, and whether this committee does. But I think there's got to be a mutuality in this. I think there's got to be an effort to try to help the DOD and DIA and others to be able to do their job in these next months. And this committee is here with a life now that will watch that very, very carefully. We're going to be sort of the intermediary, if you will, the interlocutor. And we're also going to be doing an awful lot of hard work of our own. A great deal of research, a lot of the facts. Now, nothing that has come before us in the last 3 days at this point is going to be discounted, is going to be cast aside. We're going to divide up the committee in a way that allows staff to be able to address each of the sort of compartments that are in front of us, ranging from photographs to live sighting reports, to the intelligence review, to the case-by-case review, to the question of the experts that are needed to try to discern some of this, to the on-the-ground effort in Vietnam itself. And the committee obviously has an enormous amount of work ahead of it. Next week, we will hear from some of those about whom accusations have been made today and give them an opportunity to respond. Colonel Cole is here now. Major Griffiths is here now. Major Giddens, and I want to, if you wanted an opportunity to respond now, but I think it'd probably be better to bring you back with everybody else and have an opportunity to answer these kinds of questions. And we will proceed then to do that, to set that up in as short order as possible. The State Department has sent up a refutation on the record in writing with respect to the accusations made by Mr. Birch, and those will be entered into the record at this point in time. But we will continue to follow up on those issues also. I want to thank you, each and every one of you. It's not fun for you to sit here, I know, to have to, level vent your spleen at your own government in whom you have believed as deeply as you have. This is obviously about as contentious an issue as there is. And it's going to be hard for this committee to sort some of it out, though I think we're really on a road to being able to do a lot of it. And Senator Smith, do you have any comment you want to make?
Very briefly, Mr. Chairman. I first of all want to thank Senator Kerry for his cooperation throughout these hearings, and also in the process of setting up the committee, which was a long and arduous task, too long. Some of that was out of our control, however, and we look upon this as the beginning. We know it's been a long, long road, but we've made some commitments, and I've made some that I intend to keep, that we are going to do everything in our power, if it's humanly possible, to find out the truth. And Jack, in the case of something as dramatically different as what you have to say and what other people have to say, I would, although I'd like to ask you some questions now, I would prefer to wait to get the response and then come back and do that. But we're driven to do this. I want to assure you that. We're driven to find the answers. We're not miracle men and women, but we are driven to try to find the truth. And if we can do it, we will. And we're not going to give any false hopes. But this has been a very, very good start, because we've got to hear you, all of you. We've got to hear every witness tell his side or her side of the story. And what we have to do now is dig. This is not meant to be complete. It's just the beginning. And I do want to make, it has nothing to do, before you gavel it down, nothing to do with any of the witnesses. But
Chairman, I want to be up, John.
And just a quick, Senator Reid, just a quick moment of a personal privilege. Earlier in the day, I made a comment that regarding something that I perceived to be the truth that was different than what Senator McCain perceived to be the truth, and it was exactly that, what his perception of it was and what my perception was, and it was in no way did I intend or in any way to challenge the veracity of Senator John McCain, whom I have the greatest respect for. It was a difference based on a set of facts that he had and a set of facts that I have, and I will make my side of that available for the record.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Reid.
I know that time is late. I do want to say this. I think for my peace of mind, it would have been much better had we ended these hearings the first day. Because there was very little controversy. It would have made it for a nice, clean hearing, and we could have gone home and not worried about it. I have learned a great deal in these 3 days. Fact is, they didn't end the first day, and I think we have a lot of facts that is going to take a lot of digging. I want to publicly commend and applaud you and Senator Smith and the entire staff for the fine hearing that's been developed. I was a trial lawyer before coming back to Washington, and personally prepared and had prepared many, many cases. And this is starting out like a very well-prepared case, and we should come to a good conclusion.
Appreciate that comment very much, Senator. It would be nice if this were clean and easy. The reason there are 3 days of hearings and the reason there is controversy is that there is controversy. And if we're going to lay this out, there's no way to avoid that. There's nothing that is going to be easy about it. On the other hand, I really see a framework that's coming out of these 3 days. I also must tell you that until proven otherwise, I am convinced that Secretary Cheney's put himself on the line here in a way that no other Secretary of Defense has done. And this committee is going to do its utmost, obviously, to follow up on that and hold that to account. I have worked closely with these people over the last weeks, and I believe they want this issue resolved. And I also believe that there is a new page that has been turned over in terms of the openness. Now, that proof will be in the next weeks, very shortly. We are told that much is to be declassified. We are told that much will be available that has never been available before, and some of it already is. So bear with us. If you don't get something right away, I hope it is mostly because we are understaffed and overworked and not because there's an effort not to get it to you. But I suspect this process is going to open up. And the test of that will be our work and your cooperation with us over the course of these next weeks. We will not ask any question, and we will not avoid seeking the answers no matter how difficult they are. On that note, we stand adjourned.
That concludes this hearing of the Senate Select Committee on POW and MIA Affairs. If you would like to see Wednesday's hearing, in which the committee heard from veterans agencies and families of servicemen missing in Southeast Asia, you can tune to C-SPAN Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, 8 a.m. Pacific. For more information on these hearings, write to the committee at 705 Hart Office Building, Washington, D.C. The zip code is 20510.
Mark.